1. 12 X-Wing snub fighters roared down into the atmosphere. The world below, Coruscant, former throne world of the Empire, was an unbroken landscape of urban construction, a vast city reaching from pole to pole, blanketed by gray clouds shot through with white and yellow flashes of lightning. The squadron commander, piloting a black fighter with an incongruously cheerful green and gold checkerboard pattern on the bow, shook his head over the grim vista of the world below. Even after all the time he'd spent here, even after the crucial role he'd played in conquering this world for the New Republic, he still could not get used to the arrogance of Coruscant. It was a world that could only rule or perish, for it produced nothing but soldiers, officers, and bureaucrats, and could not feed its population without importing massive quantities of food from around the galaxy. He took a visual scan of his immediate surroundings. "Rogue 3, tighten up. We're putting on a show here." The green X-Wing closed in tighter to the formation. "Yes, sir." Though distorted by the comm system, the voice sounded indulgent rather than military. "That's yes, Wedge, until we're formally returned to duty." The commander smiled. "Or perhaps, yes, Exalted One, or yes, O envy of all Corellia, or—" A chorus of groans interrupted him. The voice of Noara Ven, the squadron's Twi'lek executive officer, cut through it. "Stop complaining. He's earned his little vacation from reality." Then the voice of Tycho Selchu, Wedge's second-in-command, sharp and military. "Sensors register a squadron of fighters rising toward us. Speed is X-Wing or better. Sensor profiles suggest X-Wings." "Maintain formation," Wedge said, then switched his comm unit over from squadron frequency to New Republic military frequency. "Rogue Squadron to approaching X-Wing formation. Please identify yourselves." The voice responding was brisk, amused, and familiar. "Wrong designation, sir. We're Rogue Squadron. You're simply a Rogue Squadron. But for the next few minutes, we'll do you the courtesy of designating ourselves Red Squadron to avoid confusion. We're your escort. Hobby? Is that you, Lieutenant Cliven?" "That's Captain Cliven. Again, just for the next few minutes." The other X-Wing unit rose into view, gradually attaining the altitude of Wedge's squadron. Wedge was startled to see that the dozen snub fighters were painted in Rogue Squadron's traditional red stripes and 12-pointed insignia. "Hobby, explain this." "No time, sir. We have a course change for you. High Command has decided to broadcast this entire event across the HoloNet." "Oh, no." "So set your new course to 93. Follow my rate of descent, and we'll get you there in one piece. After that, you're on your own." Within moments, their destination was clear. Imperial Plaza, a ground-level ferrocrete circle so broad that in spite of the surrounding skyscrapers, it could be seen from high in the air at angles other than directly overhead. The plaza was packed with spectators. Even at this altitude, Wedge could see banners and fluttering haze that looked like chaff, but had to be some sort of celebratory confetti. A speaker's platform had been erected on the plaza's west side, with barricaded open areas north and south of it, obvious landing zones for the two squadrons. As they descended toward the plaza, Wedge flipped his comm system back to the squadron channel. "Once around the park. Outbound port. Return starboard at 500, Rogues. They're here for a show. Let's give them one." Immediately he heard Hobby's answer on the same channel. "Same, Reds, but starboard to port. Return at 600 meters. Sloppiest flight group buys drinks." The two squadrons parted, circling the plaza at its perimeter, the wing-tips of the X-Wings sometimes only meters from the faces of admirers piled up against the skyscraper windows. The squadrons crossed one another's positions on the far side of the plaza and rejoined at their first positions, then spiraled down toward the landing zones. Rogue Squadron angled toward the northern area, Red Squadron toward the southern. At 300 meters, Wedge said, "Landing gear and repulsor lifts, people." And both squadrons began the safe vertical descents allowed by the snub fighters' anti-gravity engines. Wedge smiled. "Your Red Squadron looks pretty good, Hobby. A pity you haven't had time to teach them anything about precision flying." "What?" "Rogue Squadron, 3 diamonds parade formation. Execute." After a moment's hesitation, it had been some time since the unit had practiced the intricate parade formations, the rogues split into their 3 flight groups, each group maneuvering into a diamond-shaped formation, 1 X-wing forward, 1 back, the 2 others side by side in the middle, with Wedge's group forward and the other 2 side by side behind, making a triangle of diamonds, all facing eastward. Even over the sound of the repulsor lifts, Wedge could hear the cheers from the crowd. Hobby's voice came back immediately. "Red Squadron, same maneuver, but 180 to their orientation." He sounded amused rather than angry. And in moments, his squadron was in the same 3 diamonds formation, but his X-wings faced west. More cheers. The crowd was going wild over the aerial demonstration. "A little wobbly, Hobby." "We haven't been together that long, Wedge, but we still know a few tricks. And you started this. Red Group 3, deny Rogue Group 1. The 3-fighter triangle to Hobby's starboard rear broke away from the Red Squadron formation, side-slipped and reversed orientation while maintaining the same internal order, and came into position a mere 10 meters beneath Wedge's group, descending toward the spot where Wedge would have landed. "Not bad, Hobby. Rogue Group 2, deny Red Group 1. Corin Horn, in his green X-wing with the black and white trim, led his group in a similar maneuver and positioned them directly beneath Hobby Cliven's group. "You Minoc. Red Group 2, deny Rogue Group 3. Rogue Group 1, substitute Red 2. The 2 squadrons' flight groups crisscrossed above the speaker's platform as they descended, a dazzling display of precision flying, until when all were a mere 10 meters above the ground, Rogue Squadron was reassembled over the southern landing zone, Red Squadron over the northern. The 24 snub fighters sat down within moments of one another. Their pilots climbed down from their cockpits into a whirlwind of celebration, New Republic diplomats and old friends dragging them up onto the speaker's platform, clouds of confetti raining down from the skyscrapers ringing the plaza, roars of appreciation and exuberance from the thousands in the plaza. Wedge managed to get handshakes and backslaps from Hobby and Red Squadron's second-in-command, Wes Jansen, before being dragged into line formation with all the pilots. The crowd's roar was too overwhelming to allow them to hear one another's words. At the front of the platform, at the speaker's lectern, stood the New Republic Provisional Council's best-loved speaker, Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan. Unlike most of the New Republic's representatives present, she was dressed simply in a belted robe of senatorial white. She caught Wedge's eye and gave him a smile and half-shake of the head, acknowledging their mutual dislike of public spectacles such as this, then turned back toward the crowd. With a few waves of her hand, she managed to reduce the crowd's roar to the point her amplified voice could be heard above it. "Citizens of the New Republic, I present to you Rogue Squadron." Another protracted roar, and then she continued, "Before I bring Commander Antilles up to speak, I think I should put the squadron's recent accomplishments in perspective. With their efforts, we now have once again a steady supply of Bacta, a supply sufficient to stamp out the last lingering effects of the Krytos plague. With their efforts—" Wedge tuned her out. This was all old news to him. Weeks before, he'd led Rogue Squadron, the true Rogue Squadron, the men and women now in civilian dress, on a mission that the New Republic Military Command could not support. Resigning their commissions, the members of Rogue Squadron and a handful of professional insurgents had mounted a civilian action against the new government of the world of Typhira, the world where the overwhelming majority of Bacta, the miracle medicine, was produced. That new government was headed by the Empire's former espionage leader, Isan Isard, and could have become the core of a reunited empire. But now Isan Isard was dead, and Rogue Squadron's resignations had apparently been creatively misfiled, meaning that they were never civilians, meaning that, with the mission's success, the New Republic was retroactively making the Typhiran mission an officially sanctioned operation, none of which explained the presence of a new Rogue Squadron flying the unit's traditional colors. Wedge traded places with Tycho, his second-in-command, to stand beside Hobby Cliven. "So tell me about this Ersatz Rogue Squadron." The pilot with the perpetually mournful face shook his head. "It's not Ersatz, just sort of auxiliary. For morale purposes, the Alliance needed a visible rogue squadron while you were off playing pirate. So they brought me and Wes back from training squad duty to cobble together a temporary rogue squadron." "Temporary?" Hobby nodded. "We brought in some rogue squadron veterans, Riemann, Scotian, Carathley, several more, and a couple of new pilots each out of Gauntlet and Corsair squadrons. Now that you're back, they all return to their original units, except..." "Except what?" "Except me and Wes. We're back for good, subject to your approval. That's the reward we were unofficially promised by High Command." "Well, I'll think about it." At Hobby's stricken look, Wedge smiled. "I'm kidding you. Welcome home. Is Gauntlet Squadron active? I thought they were still in diapers." "You're behind the times. Corsair was our first squadron, Gauntlet our second, and our third, Talon, was just commissioned." "Who's commanding?" "Lieutenant Mindonos, a good pilot, smart." Lieutenant Wes Jansen, still baby-faced despite his years flying for the Alliance and New Republic, leaned in grinning from Hobby's other side. "Smart, egotistical, self-centered, arrogant, insufferable, you know, a typical Corellian. As a fair, broad-minded officer, I should ignore that. But as a Corellian, of course, I'll manage some sort of revenge." Wedge turned back to Hobby. "Before your rogues are disbanded, I want to see their personnel files." "Of course. Why, if I can ask?" "You can. I have an idea for another new X-Wing unit, something based on our experiences taking Coruscant and Typhira." "You're going to form a new squadron?" Wedge nodded. "Just like that? Wave your hand and it appears?" "Well, I thought I'd tell High Command so they'll know what they need to give me." Hobby shook his head. "Wes, you were right. All Corellians are like that." "Oh, Wedge, the princess." Wedge realized belatedly that Leia had called his name and was beckoning to him. He put on his meet-the-crowd smile and advanced, stopping a pace short of the lectern, taking Leia's outstretched hand. She gave him her most infectious grin, the private smile she never turned to crowds or official assemblies. She spoke quietly enough that her words would not carry to the amplifiers. "You looked as though you'd been practicing that formation flying for weeks." "We were," he said straight-faced. "Liberating Typhira didn't take up much of our time." "You're such a liar. Go talk to these people so we can all go home." 12 X-Wing snub fighters roared down into the atmosphere. This was a dark world with a polluted sky, its atmosphere formed from gases and smoke hurled from hundreds of active volcanoes. 4 kilometers ahead, the TIE Interceptor, fastest fighter of the Imperial forces, was distantly visible, It stayed well ahead of the X-Wings, though the fact that it was not now outrunning them was a clear indication that its engines were damaged. Further evidence were the sparks and gouts of smoke issuing from its engines, too far away to see except with visual sensors. If the engines failed, the pursuing X-Wings could catch the interceptor. Donos, the X-Wing squadron commander, toggled his comm system. "Talon leader to Talon 8, any change?" His communications specialist answered. "No, sir, he's not broadcasting. As far as I can tell, he's not homing in on any sort of a signal. And I'm still not picking up any engine emissions other than his or ours on the scanners." "Very well." The interceptor's speed suddenly dropped, and the vehicle began bobbing as if hit by heavy turbulence. It lost altitude, veering to starboard toward a cleft between two enormous volcanoes. Talon leader saw glittering orange threads of lava crawling down the near slope of one of the black, fire-capped mountains. "Leader to squad, it looks like he's losing thrust and going low to lose us with terrain following flying. Don't give him the opportunity. Get close and force him down." He led his squadron in a lazy arc toward the same gap. He watched the numbers changing on his distance to target register. 3 kilometers, 2.5. The interceptor was now emerging from the gap on the far side as the X-Wings were entering it. Talon 8's voice broke, high-pitched and nervous, over the comm system. "Engines powering up, sir. Directly ahead. I count 4, 7, 13. "S-foils to attack position," Donos shouted. "Scatter and—" Shiner, his R2 unit, issued a sharp squeal of alarm. Donos's console echoed it, with beeps and indicators showing that someone ahead had a sensor lock on him. 2 locks. 3 locks. Donos veered sharply to port, directly toward a volcanic flue and the impenetrable stream of gray-black smoke belching from it. As he hit the cloud, he pulled back on the stick, rising straight up the concealing smoke. The sensor locks on him disappeared. He heard explosions, some near, some far, and the excited comm chatter of his pilots. He added to it. "Talon 2, go skyward in the smoke screen. We'll hit them from above." No answer. There was other comm traffic. 5, he's on your tail." "Can't get clear. Vape him for me, 6. "Can't. I've got 9 banked into the volcano wall. She's gone." Another explosion. Moments later, at 2,000 meters, Donos angled to starboard, getting clear of the smoke and emerging directly over the gap between volcanoes. No one was on his tail. He checked the sensor board. Didn't believe what it showed him. Checked it again. He and Talon 12 were the only New Republic forces remaining on the board. He counted 23, 24, 25 Imperial blips. A dozen were veering toward 12, the remainder toward Donos. In a matter of seconds, Talon's squadron had been all but destroyed. Glittering pieces of X-Wings were still streaming down toward the planet's broken surface. In another few seconds, he and 12 would be vaped, and the destruction would be complete. Through the shock of it, he said, "Talon 12, dive for the surface. Trench run defense. Omega signal. Acknowledge." "Omega signal understood. Diving." The sensor register on Talon 12 showed decreasing altitude. Donos followed suit, standing his X-Wing on its nose and blasting toward the ground. He hadn't even gotten a shot off at the enemy. 10 pilots dead, and he had a full rack of proton torpedoes left. Laser batteries charged to full. Time to change that. The sensors showed an ominous cloud of TIE fighters, eyeballs in Alliance fighter jock parlance, pursuing 12 toward the ground. If she reached the planet's broken surface, which was pocked with craters and crisscrossed with rifts, she might be able to elude them. There, her piloting skill, rather than the relative speeds of the fighters, could allow her to lose pursuit, and any pilot who tried to follow her from above would quickly lose sight of her. This was the classic trench run defense, used against the first Death Star. But for now, 12 would remain within the enemy's weapons range for long, deadly seconds. Within moments, his sensors indicated that he was coming within range of the weapons of the rising cloud of TIE fighters. He switched his lasers over to dual fire, giving him greater recycling speed, and put the rest of his discretionary power on forward shields, then began firing as quickly as his targeting computer gave him the bracket color changes and pure audible tones of good target locks. He put his X-Wing into a corkscrew descent, making it harder for him to hit his enemies, but making it much harder for them to hit him. Most of his shots hit the ground. One missed his intended target, but vaped its wingman. 2 more shots hit their intended targets, one shearing off a wing and sending the fighter spinning into the nearest volcanic mountainside, the other having no immediate effect Donos could see. But the TIE fighter ceased all evasive maneuvering, its flight path becoming an easy-to-calculate ballistic curve. Donos almost smiled. It had been a surgical strike, the pilot killed by a beautiful shot straight into the cockpit, leaving the rest of the fighter craft unharmed. His assault had its desired effect. The oncoming cloud of TIEs spread out, and he shot through the gap in the center of their formation. They wheeled, an angry insect cloud, to follow, but now the TIEs pursuing 12 into the rugged terrain below were in sight. Donos continued firing, vaping one starfighter before the others knew he was upon them. That fighter's wingman, startled by the sudden explosion, reflexively banked rightward, directly into the side of the rift in which they were flying. His fighter also detonated, filling the rift with flame and shrapnel. Donos dropped into the rift, pulling out of his dive just before he could scrape his keel on the ground. He had stone formations to either side of him, black rock so blurry from his speed that he could make out no details. "Leader to 12, report condition," he said. "Minor damage to lower port strike foil," she answered. "It's giving me a little vibration, which should go away if we can get out of atmosphere. Some starring on the canopy. Pursuit is hanging back. Wait, here comes one. He's trying to get a lock on me." Donos put on more speed, increasing the risk that he would not be able to make some difficult turn ahead. He whipped around a bend in the rift and almost slammed into the ion engines of a slow-moving TIE fighter immediately ahead. He snapped off a laser shot out of reflex, saw it lance straight into the starfighter's starboard engine. The TIE fighter instantly became a glowing fireball of yellow and orange flame and debris. Donos's X-Wing rocked as he roared through the fireball. His helmet and hull were barely sufficient to keep the sound of the explosion from deafening him. Then he was through. One more turn, a tight starboard bank that almost flung him into the rock wall to port, and he had 12 in sight. 12 and the vehicle pursuing her, the interceptor that had led them into this trap. This was the first time Donos had seen it visually, and he fleetingly noted the non-standard red stripes painted horizontally on the starfighter's wing arrays before something else occurred to him. There were no sparks or smoke plumes emerging from its engines now. With the deception done, all the false signs of the interceptor's weakness had been shut off. The interceptor had crept up to within meters of 12's aft end and was now skillfully matching all of the X-Wing pilot's frantic maneuvers. This was a demonstration of superior flying technique, a show of contempt by one pilot for his enemy, and there was no doubt that the interceptor could begin firing on the defenseless 12 at any second. Donos fired off a desperate snapshot. At the same moment, the interceptor took its kill shot. Donos saw his lasers strike and play across the interceptor's main body, slashing across the engines and burning into the cockpit. The interceptor's lasers intersected at 12's X-Wing, hitting her aft shields in spite of her desperate maneuvers, and then they penetrated. Both of 12's starboard engines flamed out. The starboard strike foils, softened by the laser's intense heat, began to deform under atmospheric friction. The interceptor slowed. Sparks and flame, real ones now, issued from its engines. It rose, jumping out of the rocky rift, and was immediately lost to Donos's sight. 12's X-Wing began a portward roll. Donos's next command was half a shout. 12, bail out! 12, eject! Ejecting now! Leader, get out of here! Donos watched helplessly as 12's cockpit filled with the fire of an ejection thruster, but the canopy failed to open. The ejector seat smashed 12 into it. Its transparasteel construction kept the canopy in one piece as the X-Wing continued to rotate to port. Under continued pressure from the thrust of the ejection seat, the cockpit finally broke away from the X-Wing, but 12 sat limp in the seat as the ejection seat carried her mere meters from the doomed snub fighter, slamming her into the rift wall to port. In a split second she was gone, lost behind Donos, and her X-Wing was nosing over to crash into the rift wall below. Donos forced himself to look away, to return his mind to mission parameters. The few minutes of terrain following flying, and he should be able to jump free of these rifts and head for space. But suddenly the prospect of survival didn't appeal much to him. Donos's R2 shrieked at him. Startled back to attention, he looked around, saw that a pair of TIE fighters had gained on him during his reverie. He could stay and be killed, or flee and describe his failure to his commanders in cruel, humbling detail. He'd prefer to die. But the families of 11 good men and women deserved to know how their loved ones had met their fates. With an anguished cry, Donos hit the thrusters again and rounded the next turn. 2. The New Republic guard, his face as emotionless as a ferrocrete bunker, admitted Wedge to the office. Within, the walls were a soothing blue, the furniture smooth and rounded with colors of the sea, the air cool but uncomfortably moist. Still, Wedge was back in New Republic uniform, and that alone made him more comfortable than the office's environment conditioner could have. Behind the desk, Admiral Akbar, Commander-in-Chief of the New Republic's military operations, returned Wedge's salute. Like other Mon Calamari, with their outsized heads and rubbery skins, he looked to most people like a bipedal and intellectual fish. But Wedge knew him to be far more humane and courageous than many who fought for the New Republic. Akbar gestured toward the visitors' chairs. "Commander Antilles, please sit. Is it too humid for you? I can make adjustments." "Not at all." Wedge took the seat indicated. "Thank you for making time in your schedule for me so soon." "It is not an imposition." Akbar leaned closer, focusing on Wedge, his two widely separated eyes sometimes moving independently. "I see no signs of hangover on you, Commander. Must I conclude that you did not celebrate adequately?" Wedge smiled. "Very adequately. Meeting old friends and new, old rogues and new, and telling stories until we couldn't string two words together. But I left the heavy drinking to the younger pilots." "Wise of you. Younger pilots. I notice I did not recognize all their names." "Rogue Squadron is catching up from attrition, sir. At the end of the Typheran mission, we were down a few pilots. Since then, we brought our numbers up again. We're still one pilot light, but Errol Numb rejoined us temporarily for yesterday's celebration." "I'm sure you will employ your customary skill in finding extraordinary replacements. Well, allow me the impatience of office. What brings you to me? Your message hinted at, what was it? Recommendations for a new type of unit, particularly well suited to the search for Warlord Zinj." "That's correct." Warlord Zinj, a one-time Imperial admiral still in possession of a superstar destroyer, an 8-kilometer warship capable of pounding a planetary surface flat, was now the New Republic's most important military objective. His hit-and-run missions against New Republic sites were increasing in bold effectiveness and destructiveness, and the danger that he might assume Isan Isard's role as the center of an imperial resurgence was not an empty one. "I'd like to form a new X-Wing group, sir." Admiral Akbar's mouth bent in an approximation of a smile. A learned behavior. Mon Calamari did not communicate amusement that way. But Akbar was well versed in human body language. "Rogue Squadron is no longer good enough for you." "Rogue Squadron will always be good enough for me, sir. But in the last several years I've bumped repeatedly into a glaring weakness in our military. I've tried to address it before and want to try again." "Please elaborate." Wedge leaned back, settling in for a lengthy discussion. "You'll remember when I reorganized Rogue Squadron a few years back, I took the best pilots I could transfer or steal. But when it came down to choosing between pilots of equal skill, I always chose the one who had useful ground-based skills as well." "Yes, you wanted pilots who could also be commandos." "I got them. And they got quite a workout as commandos, especially in the liberation of Coruscant from the Empire, and then of Typhira from Isan Isard." Akbar managed to smile again. "You have certainly justified our faith in your experiment. Rogue Squadron performed magnificently." "Thank you. Speaking for my men and women, I have to agree. But I'd originally thought that Rogue Squadron would be used opportunistically. A strike mission would reveal a ground-based weakness, and we'd have the training and supplies to go down and perform the necessary ground mission. The way it turned out, we keep landing full-fledged commando missions. So I think we need another Commando X-Wing squadron, one where we choose pilots so as to have a full range of intrusion and subversion skills. Rogue Squadron was designed as a fighter unit first, commando unit second. This time I want to go the other way around." Admiral Akbar's expression, so far as Wedge could read it, was dubious. "Historically, we've had a few problems coordinating the efforts of commandos on the ground and fighter pilots for aerial support." "I don't agree. Commandos can communicate strike locations to pilots, but the pilots still won't have the familiarity with these locations that the intrusion team will. Commandos who've had their extraction plans busted might want to seize enemy spacecraft to escape. The way things stand, they can't count on having enough pilots to make that escape, while commando-trained pilots could. Normal pilots follow orders and conform themselves to standard tactics, and should. But a commando X-Wing unit might develop new tactics, new ways of mounting even ordinary raids and pursuits, new ways of anticipating assaults and ambushes." Akbar abruptly leaned back from him, his eyes half closing. It looked to Wedge like a frown of concentration. "What made you say that?" "Thinking about the subject on the long flight home and during the time we were garrisoned on Typhira before that," Wedge said. "Even though the garrison assignment was cut short from the 2 months originally planned, it still gave me plenty of time to think." "You haven't heard any news?" "No, sir. About what?" Akbar shook his head. "Please go on." "Well, that's actually about it. I can dress it up in a formal report for you. But one other thing I think is important. I can give you a unit like this for free." Akbar snorted, the sound emerging as a series of rubbery pops. "Can you now?" "Yes, sir. First, the replacement Rogue Squadron is being disbanded, its pilots and X-Wings being returned to their original units, correct?" "Correct." "So you'll be issuing a dozen new X-Wings to us, won't you? To the original Rogue Squadron?" "Why would we? Your X-Wings are in functional shape, are they not?" "Well, yes, but they're not New Republic property any longer. They were sold to my second-in-command, Tycho Selchu, at the start of our operation against Typhira. They're his personal property, held in trust for all of us, until and unless he decides to vest ownership in their pilots. How uncharitable of you! You could donate their use to the New Republic. I believe one of your pilots has been using his personal X-Wing all along. Yes, sir, Lieutenant Horn. And Tycho would be glad to loan his snub fighters to the New Republic for the use of Rogue Squadron if the next dozen X-Wings out of the factories are assigned to your new commando squadron. Yes, sir. That's blackmail. It's unbecoming. Most unconventional tactics are unbecoming until they succeed, Admiral. I direct your attention to the planet Typhira. Be quiet. There's still the matter of pilots. Fresh out of the academy, their training costing hundreds of thousands of credits apiece. That is not free. No, sir, I don't want new pilots. I want experienced ones. Which is an even more significant expense. No, sir, not with these pilots. I want pilots no one else wants. Washouts. Pilots staring court-martials in the face. Troublemakers and screw-ups. Akbar stared as if he couldn't believe his tympanic membranes. In the name of the Force, Commander, why? Well, some of them, of course, will be irredeemable. I'll wash them out, too. Some of them will be good men and women who've screwed up one time too many, who know their careers are dead but would give anything for one more chance. You're more likely to get a proton torpedo up your engines than you are to get a functional squadron out of such pilots. The torpedo might be launched accidentally, but that's no comfort to a widow. Wedge spread his hands, palm up, and smiled. Problem solved. I'm not married. I know you're not. You know what I mean. Yes, sir. What would become of Rogue Squadron? I'd be happy to remain in charge officially, but for all squadron activities, Captain Selchu is more than qualified to lead. And now that he's been cleared of the formal charge of Corin Horn's murder and the informal charge of being a brainwashed double agent, there shouldn't be any responsible objection to his full return to duties. I'd return Lieutenant Hobby Cliven to Rogue Squadron as second-in-command, and take Lieutenant Wes Jansen as my own second-in-command. Once the new squadron is established, of course, I'd hope to return to direct command of Rogue Squadron. You're committed to this idea, aren't you? Yes, sir. Wedge considered what he was about to say. Since the battle at Endor, the military's public relations groups have represented Rogue Squadron as if we were the lightsaber of the New Republic, a bright, shiny weapon to cut down any dark Imperial holdovers who still stand against us. But, sir, not all battles call for lightsabers. Some of them are fought with vibroblades in back alleys. The New Republic needs those vibroblades, too, and doesn't have them. I understand. Akbar nodded agreeably. Request refused. Wedge couldn't speak. Suddenly all the air seemed to leave his chest. He'd thought he was so close, thought he had convinced the Admiral. Unless... Wedge found his voice again. Unless? I'll make a bet with you, Commander. You get your chance at forming this squadron. If 3 months after it goes operational, it has proven its worth, in my sole estimation, you can do as you please. Continue with the new squadron. Go back to command Rogue Squadron, whichever you choose. And if I lose? You accept promotion to the rank of general and join my advisory staff. Wedge kept his dismay from his face. I would seem to win either way, sir. Stop it. You're not fooling anyone. If you had your way, you'd continue flying snub fighters and commanding fighter squadrons until you were a century old. How many promotions have you turned down? 2? 3? 2. Well, if you lose your bet, You accept this one." Wedge sighed and thought it over. He needed to keep flying. He wouldn't be happy in any other way of life. But the New Republic military needed this new tactic, needed many new ways of doing things before they became as tactically fossilized as the Empire had been. "I accept, sir." Akbar ground out a laugh. "In a sense, you've already lost, Commander Antilles. You're wagering your career for the good of the New Republic. You're creating new tactics, new weapons for the New Republic, not just for your squadron. You're already a general. You just don't know it yet." "I guess I'll accept that remark in the spirit in which it was intended, sir." "I have another remark for you, Wedge. Bad news that you'll have to take to your subordinates. And I don't envy you that task." Wedge met with the others in the hangar aboard the cruiser Home 1, where the Rogue Squadron X-Wings were undergoing repairs and repainting. He watched with a trace of wistfulness as the black and green and gold checks of his snub fighter, colors his father had chosen for the family refueling station and never lived to see implemented, were erased and replaced by New Republic grays and the proud but strident Rogue Squadron red stripes. Tycho frowned, but not at the repainting job. "So, how is this going to work?" "I act as commander for the combined unit for both Rogue Squadron and the new squadron. I also act as squadron leader for the new squad. Tycho, until I return, you're rogue leader, with Hobby your second in command. Nawara, you remain executive officer. Wes, you're my second in command. Rogue Squadron is going to be assigned to the hunt for Zinj. The new squadron will be put together at Folor Base." Tycho winced. "Ah, yes, the center of New Republic entertainment and lunar beauty." "Once it's commissioned, the new X-Wing squad will also join covertly the hunt for Zinj, assuming he hasn't been taken out by then. Both squads will fly together when circumstances dictate." Wes turned to Hobby, extended his hand. "Sorry to see that you're stuck with the flying fossils while I stay with Commander Wedge on the cutting edge of—" Hobby batted his hand away. "Oh, shut up." Wedge cleared his throat. "There's something else. Tycho, Nawara, could you excuse us for a moment?" The two rogues withdrew, leaving Wedge with Hobby and Jansen. "I have some news for you two," Wedge said. "You're not going to like hearing it. Talon Squad is gone." Hobby frowned. "What do you mean, gone?" "Wiped out. Ambush. Everyone is dead except Lieutenant Donos." Jansen leaned against the near wall. Hobby looked as shocked as though he'd jammed his hand into a power generator. "How?" "We don't know all the details yet. Only that they were pursuing an anomaly, a standard TIE interceptor, far from any hyperspace-capable ship, into an uninhabited system logged as recently secured by New Republic intelligence. That secured designation turns out to have been false, sliced into our code at a point yet to be determined. The interceptor led them into a shooting gallery, and 11 members of the squadron died. Lieutenant Donos is being debriefed now. I'm having him brought to Folor Base when that's done. Even if he's cleared, a lot of squadron commanders will have no use for him, so I want him evaluated for the new squadron." Jansen's voice was ragged. 11 pilots we trained, wiped out by a simple ambush. What a pair of incompetents we must be. Wedge shook his head. "It was more than a simple ambush. We'll know how much more soon. In the meantime, don't tear yourselves up. Any one of us could have been lured into something like that. All we'd have to do is base decisions on intelligence reports that seemed reliable. You understand?" Both men nodded. From a flight suit pocket, Wedge produced a data pad. This he handed to Jansen. "There are a couple of files on this. One is a set of pilot data criteria. The other is authorization to run it against pilot profiles across records of all New Republic armed forces. Tomorrow, I want you to assemble a list of all pilots matching the criteria, then begin to contact them. Find out how many of them are willing to put in for transfer to my new squadron for possible permanent assignment. I'll bet pretty close to 100% will be. Those who answer in the affirmative send to Folor without informing them of their destination. We'll meet and evaluate them there. He turned to Hobby. As soon as you've had a chance to debrief Donos, I want you to work up a simulator run based on the mission that destroyed Talon Squad. It will be one of the first simulator training sessions the new squad attempts, and the next one Rogue Squad experiences, so it doesn't happen again. Understood, Hobby said. After due consideration and review, I think it's a terrible idea, said General Crespin. It was weeks later, and Wedge Antilles stood before another military leader in another office and prepared to plead his case again. Wedge felt irritation well up within him. Crespin might be his superior, but did not have a grasp of small unit fighter uses and tactics superior to Wedge's. Few, if any, officers did. But he clamped down on his emotion. It was important to meet Crespin reason for reason, fact for fact. If he let emotion dictate his defense, he would lose this argument. General Crespin, new commander of the fighter training base on the moon called Folor, and personal commander of 2 training squads of A-Wings, paced behind his desk while Wedge remained standing at attention before it. Crespin was a tall, lean man who seemed to know only 2 expressions, impassive and stern. Since the last time Wedge had seen him, in the briefings before the assault on the second Death Star, Crespin had been promoted from colonel to general, had picked up a limp, and had had his left eye replaced by a glossy black optical. He usually wore a mirrored patch over the mechanical replacement, as the patch was far less ominous than the black, inhuman eye. Wedge suspected the general could see through the patch. Wedge had heard that Crespin had been injured during a bombardment by Zinj's superclass star destroyer, Iron Fist, against a New Republic military base established near the border to Zinj-controlled space. "We don't need misfits representing the New Republic," the general continued. "We need heroes, men and women with proper character and clean records. Hologenic pilots who look good in the broadcasts, good in the archives." "With all due respect, General, that's equivalent to piloting a course right into the dark side of the Force." Crespin's head snapped around, and he glared at Wedge. "You're insolent. Explain yourself." Wedge took a deep breath. "Contain your anger. Make him an ally, not an enemy. First, since the alliance was first formed, we've made it a policy to accept Imperial defectors." "I know that. I'm one of them." Crespin's chin came up as if he were inviting Wedge to address the question of his loyalty. "Yes, sir. So, as you know, sometimes these people had just been waiting for the chance to side with us, like yourself. Sometimes they jumped when our position was stronger than the Empire's. Sometimes they jumped for purely selfish reasons. We never cared so long as they did their jobs, continued to aid the New Republic, and stayed loyal to our goals." "So?" "So all these defectors are retreads, General. Many are men and women with spots on their records. Sometimes more than spots. Here's an example. We pulled Black Sun criminals off Kessel, introduced them onto Coruscant, and kept the faith with them, so long as they did with us. You seem to be saying that their contributions should be ignored, kept hidden. The only people whose efforts we acknowledge will be those with spotless records, uniforms, and faces." "Ridiculous." "Second, this idea that appearance needs to be a factor in the choice of new pilots so they'll look good on holograms and broadcasts. Sir, I understand your reasoning, and I approve—" The lie nearly stuck in Wedge's throat, but he accelerated past it. but it exposes the New Republic, the Provisional and Inner Councils, to a danger I think you've overlooked.
Which is what?
If all our pilots have to look a specific way, meet or surpass some arbitrary degree of beauty, we're exactly the same as the Empire, which kept hundreds of sapient species under its heel because they weren't human, because they didn't meet specific human standards of appearance.
Preposterous!
But Crespin looked a trifle shaken by Wedge's last accusation. Of course it is, sir. It's more than preposterous, it's idiotic, especially in light of all the non-humans in Rogue Squadron and other units. But put that argument into the hands of Imperial insurgents working within the New Republic, and you'll have insurrections, protests from every New Republic signatory race that isn't represented in the cockpit of an X-Wing or A-Wing somewhere. Crespin grimaced but didn't answer. Third, the new squadron's makeup allows for better, not poorer, public relations. Every pilot who makes it will be a success story, a come-from-behind story suited to a holodrama or series. Most importantly, they'll be common being stories. Not everyone can identify with Corin Horn from Corellian Security, or with Bror Jace, millionaire prince of the Bacta-producing monopoly on Typhira. But some tug pilot who joined the Alliance fumbled his career into the gutter and then recovered it, repaired the damage he'd done to his life.
Yes, yes.
Crespin waved for him to be quiet.
Very well, Commander. Your passion for this experiment is obvious. Your reasons are sound. Do it your way for now. Do note that I expect this experiment to be a disaster, and I'll be on hand to clean it up when it detonates in your face.
Yes, sir.
You'll have to be aware of some changes implemented since the last time you were stationed here. You may have noticed when landing that the base's emissions are much more contained than they used to be. External visual beacons are lit off only when landing craft need them.
Yes, sir.
We need the extra security, what with Zinj's raids increasing in frequency and boldness, and with occasional lapses such as your own pilot Erisi Dlarit turning out to be a traitor.
Wedge reined in another flash of anger. I should point out that she was placed in Rogue Squadron for political reasons, not recruited by me. And so far as we've seen, her controllers kept the information she sent them about Folor Base to themselves, not sharing it with renegades like Zinj. And now they're dead.
Whatever. We still need the improved security. So long as this is border territory, we're vulnerable to assaults like the ones Zinj is so fond of making. All your pilots are being brought in without knowing where they are. The washouts will go out the same way.
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Suddenly Crespin looked inexpressibly weary. Wedge wondered how many officers regularly brought him arguments and backtalk, even when it was as polite and well-reasoned as Wedge's.
Dismissed.
3. You look like you've fought a few rounds with a Rancor. Thanks, Wes. I'm sure General Crespin will appreciate that comparison. Wedge sat back in his chair with a sigh, put his booted feet up on his desk. His office was a former storeroom with dismal lighting and not even a holoscreen to display a soothing picture of some faraway vista. His chair was a recycled ejection seat mounted on a heavy spring and a cross brace. His desk was a section of metal bulkhead suspended between two low filing cabinets. It was all typical of the decor in underfunded Folor Base. Jansen sat in a similar chair against the wall, and a third ejection seat was situated opposite Wedge's. "We have pilots today?" Wedge asked. "We have pilots, possibly the last group if some late arrivals make it in." "Well, let's get started. Who's first?" Since the first day of evaluations, Wedge had followed a simple interview pattern. Jansen kept the data on the pilots, allowing Wedge to meet each one without any foreknowledge. It gave him a better opportunity to consult his gut with respect to each candidate. Jansen consulted his datapad. His name is Ketch, and he's an Ewok. Wedge came upright. No. Oh, yes. Determined to fight. You should hear him say, yub, yub. He makes it a battle cry. Yes, assuming he could be educated up to Alliance fighter pilot standards, an Ewok couldn't even reach an X-Wing's controls. He wears arm and leg extensions, prosthetics built for him by a sympathetic medical droid, and he's anxious to go, Commander. Wedge slumped and covered his eyes with one hand. Please, tell me you're kidding. Of course I'm kidding. Pilot candidate number 1 is a human female from Tatooine, Phelan Sandskimmer. I'm going to get you, Jansen. Yub, yub, Commander. Show her in. Late in the day, Wedge looked over the list of candidates processed so far. A Tatooine woman with excellent flying marks, already an ace, but a career in the incinerator because of what was listed as chronic insolence, an inability to keep scorn out of her voice when dealing with superior officers she didn't respect, failure to maintain military discipline. Wedge wondered how badly this would have affected her record a few years ago, when the New Republic was the Rebel Alliance and the military was a looser, rougher organization where rugged individualism was the norm rather than a common exception. He wondered, too, whether Phelan Sandskimmer's attitude toward a certain hero of the New Republic had contributed to the 2 demotions that had canceled her 2 promotions. Asked about Luke Skywalker, she'd said,
"Can you imagine being compared to him all your adult life, just because you're another pilot from Tatooine? No, I've never met Luke Skywalker. In fact, I wish I'd never heard of him."
It was an attitude that would not endear her to many of Luke's friends. Wedge, who was among those friends, simply shrugged it off. Her worth was in her performance, not her lack of appreciation of one good man. The second pilot, a human male from Eti 4, was facing a court-martial for theft. He expressed confidence that he would be cleared and asked for a chance to prove himself to Commander Antilles. A minute after he'd gone, Wedge noticed that the framed holo of his long-dead parents was missing from the tabletop. He sent Jansen after the compulsive thief and scrubbed him from the candidate roster. The third pilot was a Tals, one of the white-furred humanoid inhabitants of Alzok 3. A former Imperial slave, he'd learned to pilot freighters for the Rebel Alliance and had transferred to fighters when the deadly pilot attrition of the year before the Emperor's death had put a premium on good flyers. But his record showed a history of psychosomatic illnesses and the possibility of mental breakdown increasing in the last several years. His mental evaluations suggested that these problems resulted from conflict between the Tal's basically gentle nature and the fighter's mission of destroying enemy targets. Wedge and Jansen put him through a simulator recreation of the fleet action at the Battle of Endor, a target-rich environment where the best fighter pilots racked up impressive kill scores. The Tals did well, but Wedge and Jansen watched his biomedical readings climb into the red danger zone, a clear sign that even in simulators, stress was eating away at him. They wished the disappointed pilot a good flight home and recommended a transfer back into freighters. "Number 4 today," said Jansen, "is Lieutenant Mindonos." Wedge gave his second-in-command a sympathetic look. "Have you had a chance to talk to him?" "No, he's just arrived on base. I read Hobby's report, though. New Republic military intelligence has cleared him of error or wrongdoing." "Good. Show him in." Jansen spoke into his comlink, and a moment later a lean man in the standard orange New Republic flight suit entered. He was just over average height, with a round face and a thick mop of black hair. His face betrayed no emotion. He saluted and held it until Wedge returned it. "Lieutenant Donos, have a seat."
"Thank you, sir."
Donos sat, military straight. I understand that Command has reviewed the situation on Graven 7 and cleared you for continued fighter duty. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Donos's expression did not change.
Wedge glanced at Jansen, who wore a puzzled look as he watched Donos. You're aware that we're forming a new X-Wing squadron?
Yes, sir.
Interested in transferring over?
Yes, sir.
There was no enthusiasm in the pilot's voice, nor was there a trace of the pain he was doubtless still feeling from the destruction of his squadron. Wedge again checked Jansen's reaction. Jansen was now leaning back in his chair, studying Donos curiously. West tells me that before joining the Alliance, you belonged to the Corellian Armed Forces, sniper for an elite counterinsurgency unit.
Yes, sir.
Are you still sharp as a sniper?
No, sir. I haven't had a chance to keep up my skills in the last 3 years.
Do you think you can train up to your previous standard?
Yes, sir.
There was no pride, no enthusiasm in his tone. Do you have a problem with the role of sniper?
No, sir. Whatever my role, my task is the elimination of the enemy.
Right. I also understand that you were decorated on Corellia for conspicuous gallantry. This entitles you to wear the Corellian blood stripes, yet you don't. Why?
Donos took a while to answer. It just seems a bit silly, sir. I could also wear a sign saying, I'm a wonderful person and I give money to the needy. What's the point?
I see. Wedge tried to discern some hint of anger, pride, regret, anything in the pilot's expression or attitude, but he could not. Well then, for now, welcome to the squadron of candidate trainees. He shook Donos's hand. An exchange of salutes later, the lieutenant was gone. He used to wear the blood stripes, Jansen said. I didn't notice until you mentioned it. This isn't the Min Donos I trained. Interesting. How long was it from the time Talon Squad left on its last mission to the time he returned? Was there enough time for him to have been grabbed by the enemy, to have been programmed? No, there's not enough time unaccounted for in his report for him to have stopped into a cantina for a drink. No sign he ever left his cockpit. It's him, but it's not him. He wouldn't even meet my eyes. Well, we'll see how he performs. If he shows the slightest sign of cracking up or of needing a protracted off-duty rest for psychological reasons, I'm going to scrub him. Understood. Hypercom signal detected, Admiral. Admiral Apwar Trigget looked down from his command chair into the bridge crew pit. His expression was mild. Its origin? Header code indicates that it's straight from Zinj at Rancor Base. I'll take it in my private comm chamber. He rose, aware that with his graying black hair and beard, his lean form, and the silver and black uniform he'd designed himself, he was an imposing figure. He kept his walk graceful and casual as he departed the Imperial Star Destroyer's bridge. True, he served the warlord Zinj, but his chief officers must understand that he merely hired out his services and those of the implacable, that he was his own master. In the spherical chamber reserved for his private communications, Trigget hit a switch on the main console. Immediately a three-dimensional image appeared before him. Zinj, twice human-sized, sitting in a black command chair, doubtless the one aboard Iron Fist. Zinj wore the crisp white uniform of an Imperial Grand Admiral, a rank he had never truly attained. Yet his current power was such that no one could protest this presumption on his part. Trigget smiled at the ego Zinj routinely manifested. My lord, you're going to twist my neck from staring up at you. He slowly turned a knob, and Zinj's image shrank until it was just over human-sized. He kept from his face the sheer delight the action of shrinking Zinj brought him. In the Imperial Armed Forces, it would have been construed as an expression of pure insolence. He would have been lucky merely to have been demoted to garbage scow pilot. The warlord, a corpulent man, balding and graying, with a florid complexion and drooping mustachios that gave him an exotic look, favored him with a smile. "I've just read the report from your last transmission. I wanted to congratulate you on the destruction of Talon Squadron." Triggett gave him a sardonic little bow. "Thank you. The code slicer who planted the false information about the security of the Graven system later reported that they have decommissioned Talon Squad entirely." "The pilot who escaped the ambush, was that by your design or an accident? The report doesn't say." "No, we made every effort to kill him. His reflexes were just good enough to save him. In the final analysis, I consider it to be just as good as a clean sweep. He's doubtless told his tale of woe to his superiors. Now they can begin to fret about forces cunning enough to wipe out X-Wing squadrons without significant loss or effort. A few more such missions, and they'll begin to develop a supernatural dread about us." Zinj smiled. "What about your code slicer? What if he's caught and broken?" "Impossible. She has already left her rebel station. I'm having her brought in and giving her a commission aboard Implacable." "It would have been cheaper to have eliminated her. Your previous superior would have done it." "Isan Isard kept all her officers and minions in a state of fear," Triggett acknowledged. "And when they failed her, or proved in any way to be a liability, she did eliminate them. So they knew that there were no happy endings in their futures, no rosy retirements. They literally had nothing to look forward to except death or escape. That's not a way to engender loyalty. That's not my way." "Good. But none of this discussion explains why you've contacted me at such considerable expense." Zinj's smile grew broader. "I want to hear early results from the Mort project." "Ah. Well, the first few thousand Mort-class parasite droids have been distributed. I'm getting preliminary reports already. Naturally, there's a concentration of signal hits from known population centers, Imperial, New Republic, and Independent. We're also getting a few hits from unknown sites, and sites designated destroyed or abandoned. Once we get reinforcement on them, we can go looking." "Good. Keep me up to date on all your interesting little operations." "As always, my lord." Zinj gave him a gracious little nod, and his image faded to nothingness. Triggett sighed. Zinj was much easier to deal with than Isan Isard, also known as Iceheart, former head of Imperial Intelligence, now dead at the hands of Rogue Squadron. Unlike Iceheart, Zinj understood something about the folly of waste, such as murdering subordinates on a whim. But Zinj's desire to be up-to-date on every operation, to have his fingers in each new plan and enterprise, was extremely tiresome. Ah, well, as long as Zinj remained reasonable and kept Implacable stocked with fuel, weapons, food, and information, Triggett would remain with him. Far better than setting out on the lonely warlord's road himself. That is, until he had power and advantages to match Zinj's. "Any more?" said Wedge. Jansen consulted his chrono. "It's getting late, but we have only 2 more candidates to review." "Today or total?" "Total. Your slave-driving habits have gotten us almost through the first phase of the evaluation process." Jansen consulted his datapad. "Next is Vort Sabinring, a Gamorrean." "Very funny. You had me going the first time, Wes, but that joke won't work twice." "He's a Gamorrean." The green-skinned, pig-faced Gamorreans were found among untrained guard and police forces on many worlds. They were technologically primitive, disinterested in any of the advanced sciences required for technological professions. It's impossible to train Gamorrean males to something as complicated as fighter piloting. They have glandular balances that make them very violent and impatient. He's a Gamorrean. Just keep up your little joke, then, and show him in. Jansen spoke into his comlink. A moment later, a Gamorrean, 1.9 meters of glowering porcine presence, dressed in the standard New Republic pilot's uniform, the bright orange of the jumpsuit clashing nauseatingly with the creature's green skin, walked in and saluted. Jansen smiled ingratiatingly at Wedge. "Yub, yub, Commander." Whenever the Gamorrean spoke, his natural voice, grunts and squeals not pleasant to the human ear, emerged first. Then below it, cutting through it, was his other voice, the mechanical one, emerging from the translator device implanted in his throat. "No, Commander. I have not lived among other Gamorreans since I was a child." Wedge cleared his throat. "I'm sure you understand that this is new to me, but I am curious how you, overcame Gamorrean biology and learned to fly." "I did not overcome my biology. These were changes forced upon me by Binring Biomedical Product." "I know that name. They provide food to the Empire's armed forces. Nasty green nutrient pastes that take forever to go bad. Perfect for stormtroopers." The Gamorrean nodded. "They also engineer animals to adapt to different planetary environments. They have less wholesome experiments as well. I was one of them. For purposes of espionage, the Emperor wanted Gamorreans with human-like methods of self-control. They made alterations to our biochemistries. My attention span surpasses human norm. My mathematical acumen registers at the genius level. I do not lose control of my anger." This was an Imperial project? Wedge thought that through. How many like you are there? "None. I am the only success." The other transformations were fatal? "In a sense. All the other subjects committed suicide." "Why?" "If I knew, I would be among them. But I am certain it has something to do with isolation. How would you feel if you were the only thinking human in the galaxy, forced to live among Gamorreans, and all the other humans you met were bloodthirsty primitives?" A good point. Wedge sat back and considered that unhappy prospect for a moment. "How did you come to join the Alliance?" "One of my creators, who had watched his other children kill themselves, one by one, arranged to have me put through a variety of different simulator training programs to measure my capacity, or so he said. In actuality, he was doing it to teach me to pilot many different Imperial and Alliance vehicles. Then he arranged for me to escape the Binring compound. Eventually, I reached Abroa Sky." "The library world." "I learned much there, and eventually chose to come to the Alliance." "Your creator, he didn't choose to escape?" "He was sad because of the projects he had led. He chose to follow his other children." Wedge winced. "All right. To more immediate concerns, your record states that you have temperament problems. You're facing a court-martial for striking a superior officer, though that officer is willing to drop charges to get you transferred as far as possible from his command. What do you have to say?" The Gamorrean took a few moments to respond. "There are two types of pilots in the New Republic. Those who have been Imperial pilots and may carry with them an irrational dislike of non-humans, and those who have had bad encounters with Gamorreans." "I tend to disagree." "Your experiences do not match mine.
and in my experience, a Gamorrean flyer tends to receive an undue amount of abuse from his fellows. Not just pranks, sometimes sabotage, lies, challenges.
You didn't strike your officer?
I have struck several fellow pilots in well-moderated challenge matches. I have never had to strike one more than once. You will notice that charges were filed against me within half an hour of the alleged incident. No one I have ever struck has been able to speak coherently within half an hour of my striking him. Sir, he struck at me. I blocked his blow. He has chosen to remember that as an attack. He is willing to drop charges only because he is not strong enough to accept responsibility for the full measure of his persecution of me.
Wedge considered. Well, that's about all for now. Candidate training begins tomorrow.
He rose, the others followed suit, and he shook the Gamorrean's hand.
By the way, what do you like to be called, Vort?
I am content with Vort, but many others call me Piggy. I am content with it, too, for I can ignore the definite derogatory component that goes with it.
Wedge and Jansen exchanged glances. The lieutenant and I once knew a very fine human pilot who went by Piggy. There's no derogatory component to it in this squadron. Rather, it's a badge of honor I hope you can live up to.
I will try to do so.
When the Gamorrean was gone, Wedge said, I wonder what Porkins would have thought of him. Jansen shrugged. We'll know better when we've flown with him. Well, who's next? A Minuk? A Womp-Rat? My, you are getting paranoid. No, next and last is a human male, Keltainer from Sluis Van. I think he's exactly the leader type you want to replace you when it's time to return to Rogue Squadron, assuming Mindonos doesn't return to normal. Good, show him in. A moment later, Flight Officer Tainer entered. General Crespin is going to love him, Wedge decided. Keltainer stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a handsome, sculpted face that holorecorders would adore. Dark hair cut short, framed light blue eyes, a couple of shades lighter, and they'd make him look like a madman, but at this shade they were piercing, mesmerizing. He was built like an athlete, actually a little too broad in the shoulders to be entirely comfortable in an X-Wing's cockpit, but that was a problem for which he would already have learned to compensate. Kel snapped to a precision salute and held it until Wedge returned it.
Flight Officer Tainer reporting, sir, and pleasure to meet you.
Likewise. Let me introduce you to my second-in-command, Lieutenant Jansen.
Kel had turned toward Jansen and was in mid-salute as Wedge spoke. Wedge watched as the pilot's back suddenly locked upright. Tainer's pose and salute became iron-rigid. Kel did not meet Jansen's eyes, but he did ask, Lieutenant Wes Jansen, sir? With a bewildered expression, Jansen said, That's me. He finally remembered to return the salute. Kel turned back to Wedge, kept his gaze focused above Wedge's head. I apologize, sir. I cannot join this squadron. I withdraw my application. Permission to leave?
Wedge said, Why?
I'd prefer not to say, sir.
Understood. Now answer the question.
Kel seemed to vibrate for a moment as his muscles strained against one another. Then, his voice low, he said, This man killed my father, sir. Permission to leave? Jansen, his expression shocked, came around to Wedge's side of the desk. His gaze searched Kel's face, and a shadow of recognition crossed his features.
Tainer? Your name wasn't always Tainer, was it?
No, sir.
Doran?
Yes, sir.
Jansen looked away, his eyes tracing something back through the years.
Kel said, Permission to leave, sir?
Wait in the hall. Wedge said. Kel left. Wedge turned to his second-in-command. What's this all about? 4. Jansen returned to his chair, finding his way into it by touch. He seemed to look into the past, not seeing anything around him. My first kill. Did I ever tell you that my first kill was an Alliance pilot? No. Not something one advertises. Back then I was a pilot trainee in the Tierfan Yellow Aces with Jack Porkins. Good old Piggy. The original. Those were the days when a training squadron might just get picked to do a strike mission that should have gone to an experienced squad. Like today, you mean? Well, it's much less common today. You know that. That day our mission was an ambush of an Imperial freighter and its TIE fighter escort. They were to come into a landing at a temporary Imperial staging base we'd found out about. We were in Y-wings. One unit of the Yellow Aces was to strafe the base and run, leaving off the garrisoned flyers, while the rest was to hit the freighter, to take it if possible. We really needed the food and fuel. So what happened? Well, the first part of the mission went as planned. But as the freighter came in, we saw that the TIE fighter escort was twice as big as advertised. And one of our pilots, a former freighter pilot from Alderaan, Kisek Doran, had a panic attack and took off in his Y-wing. Piggy and I were sent out to bring him back, or shoot him down. And you did? The words exploded out of Jansen. Wedge, I had to. If he communicated on any standard frequency, if he crossed into the base's sensor range, if he bounced high enough that the moon's horizon no longer concealed him, if any of these things happened, we were compromised and the unit might have been slaughtered. Porkins tried to crowd him down to land, but he couldn't, and The words stuck in his throat for a moment. I shot him down. I had to use lasers. Couldn't risk the ion cannon. Its energy pulse might have been detected. The blast cracked his cockpit. Vacuum killed him. His scrounged flight suit wasn't up to it. It sounds as though you did everything you could to keep him alive. Yes, until I killed him. I knew he had a wife and 2 or 3 kids back on Alderaan. I figured they'd died when the first Death Star destroyed the planet. Wedge took up Jansen's datapad and scanned Kel's record. It doesn't say anything here about Alderaan or the Doran family. They must have changed their family name, falsified records. The unit commander went to visit them not long after he'd sent them the official notification of Kisek's death. The story he was going to give her, supporting the one in the notification, was that he died in battle. But Kisek's wife had already heard the truth from someone, accused the Tierfan Yellow Aces not only of killing her husband, but of ruining the family name. Maybe she tried to fix things by changing their name and moving away. Wedge sighed over the datapad. Look at this. Tainer was a fighter craft mechanic on Sluis Van. When he came to the Alliance, he trained as a demolitions expert, served with Lieutenant Page's commandos, then demonstrated a native talent for fighting in recreational simulators and got permission to train in the real thing. Have you ever met Page? No. A good man. Teaches his people well. Wes, we really need Tainer, if we can persuade him to stay. Jansen gave him a look that was all mock cheer. Oh, wonderful. I killed his father. He hates me. He knows how to make bombs. Come on, Wedge. How does this story end? If he's an honorable man, you're in no danger. So he gets to the boiling point, then he pops like the cork on bad Tatooine wine? All Tatooine wine is bad. Don't change the subject. Anyway, keep reading. Wedge returned his attention to the datapad. In training, one headhunter crashed. One X-wing set down hard enough that it took a lot of damage. He claimed unresponsive controls both times. Jansen nodded. Typical response from someone who can't accept responsibility for his failures. Wedge looked up and gave his fellow pilot a piercing stare. So, back when you were hot to add him to our roster, how are you going to convince me to overlook this little crash landing problem? Wedge, answer the question. Jansen looked unhappy. I was going to point out that he could have been correct. The two crashes aren't consistent with his skill index. He's good, and I mean brilliant, in the simulators. Wedge considered the information on the data pad for long moments. Well, I'll accept your explanation. I want us to try him out. If he doesn't work out, I'll scrub him. If he does work out, and yet the two of you can't work together, in the long run, you actually need him in this unit more than you need me. Jansen's voice was weary. In that case, with your permission, I'd transfer back to the Rogues. I can swap with Hobby. Wedge nodded, solemn. Thanks, Wes. Jansen let Wedge do all the talking. Wedge imagined that it felt better not to have Kel Tainer turn any attention toward him whatsoever. Wedge explained the situation in a few words, then asked, Tainer, are you an honorable man? The pilot, his back once again locked into correct but over-tense military posture, said, I am. Do you think Lieutenant Jansen is any less honorable? Tainer took his time in replying. No, sir. The words sounded as though they were being ground out of him. You took an oath to serve the New Republic, and you have to understand that we need your precise skills more than you need to avoid reminders of what happened to your father. Jansen took the same oath, though in his case it was to the Alliance, to restore the Republic, back when you were still playing with toys. And he understands that we need his skills more than he needs to be free of the dislike you have for him, or of the memory of doing something he didn't want to do. Do you understand? Yes, sir. So I'm going to ask you to stay, for now. If you two can't work together, we'll make arrangements. But I have to warn you, with your record, placement in any other unit means you're not likely ever to fly a fighter again. You'll probably end up back in the Commandos. I like the Commandos. Yes, but you'll never be able to repair your father's name there. You'll never show the galaxy that the name Doran doesn't translate as pilot and coward. Tainer's head snapped down, and he finally met Wedge's gaze. His eyes were as full of rage as any Wedge had ever seen. Wedge resisted the temptation to take a step backward. How dare you? Wedge kept his own voice low. Attention! He waited 3 long beats until Tainer again assumed the proper pose and returned his attention to the wall above Wedge's head. Then Wedge continued. I dare, if that's the word, because it's the truth. I'll bet you've had this dream, a dream of being a pilot and restoring the honor to your family's name since you were back on Alderaan. Well, you've yet to fly a combat mission, and you're already about to wash out of the pilot ranks. Here's your last chance. So do you stay, or do you go? Tainer's jaw worked for several moments, but he made no sound. Then, I stay, sir. His voice suggested that he was speaking in spite of a deep stab wound. Good. Dismissed. When Tainer was gone, Jansen let out a low whistle. Wedge, I'm not criticizing, but that was the coldest maneuver I've seen in a long time. You fly through vacuum, you sometimes need cold space lubricants instead of blood. Wedge slumped wearily back in his chair. Suddenly he felt impossibly tired, and wondered how many pilots would regularly bring him problems like these. Kel strapped himself into his seat, an effort made a little difficult because the cockpit was so tight around him, and flipped the 4 switches igniting his X-Wing's fusible thrust engines, actually igniting the ersatz engines on this X-Wing simulator. Simulators being as sophisticated and realistic as they were, it was sometimes an effort to distinguish them from reality. They even used gravitational compensators to simulate zero-G during deep space mission simulations. Around him, in the view screens that simulated the X-Wing's transparasteel canopy, he saw a fighter launch bay. He knew the real one was actually half a click above him, much closer to the lunar surface. His board indicated that all 4 engines were live and performing at near optimal levels. Gold 1 has 4 starts and is ready. Primary and secondary power at full. All diagnostics in the green. His comm system crackled. Gold 2, identical report. Ready to fly. Kell didn't know who Gold 2 was. The other pilots in the Gold Group mission had been sealed into their simulators already by the time Kell had arrived for the mission. He wondered if they'd been getting in a few minutes extra practice before the exercise. He wondered if he should have been doing the same. Gold 2's voice, distorted through the comm system, was not deep but seemed to be male. Odd pronunciation suggested that Basic was not his native tongue. Gold 3, everything is nominal. Ready to go. Those were the mechanical tones of Piggy the Gamorrean. Kell was interested in seeing how that pilot flew. Piggy was the one candidate trainee who was physically even broader than Kell, even more uncomfortable in the standard X-Wing cockpit. Gold 4, everything nominal, ready to go. A female voice. Kell had met several female candidates trying out for places in this squadron, but comm distortion kept him from being able to match this voice to anyone he'd met. Lieutenant Jansen's voice crackled in his ear, not distorted at all. Kell stiffened. Launch in 60, Jansen said. We have incoming spacecraft, eyeballs and squints, screening a capital ship. Engage and hold them 10 clicks from base. Their job is to keep them off us long enough to launch our transports. You fail, we die. Training Protocol 179 is in effect. Control out. Kell tried to force his shoulder muscles to relax. He switched the comm over to a direct channel to his wingman. Gold 2, what's Training Protocol 179? We don't know, 1. We? Who's we? Gold 2, 1. Kell opened his mouth to ask for a clarification, saw that the chrono was down to 10 seconds, and decided to wait. At 5 seconds, he activated his repulsor lift engines and rose a few meters into the air. At 1 second, he nudged the stick forward, made sure he was aligned perfectly with the tunnel exit from the hangar, and kicked in the thrusters. A visual check showed the other members of his group doing the same. His X-Wing punched out through the magnetic containment field at the end of the tunnel into hard vacuum, straight into the incoming fire from a group of 4 TIE bombers, dupes already so close he could clearly see them with the naked eye. Kell snapped up on his starboard wing, put all shields forward, bracketed one of the oncoming dupes, and pulled the trigger even before the brackets could glow with the green of a laser lock, and pulled up in an arc that carried him to starboard and away from the lunar surface. He saw the rear edges of his control surfaces brighten with the glow of an explosion behind him. Communication from his R2 unit scrolled over his data screen. Confirm 1 kill, Gold 1. Panicky, incomprehensible chatter came over his comm system. Kell shouted it down. Quiet! Strike foils to attack position. Intelligence was wrong. The intruders are already all over the base. 2, stay with me. We're going up after our original objective. 3, 4, do a flyby over the base and report damage. He heard a chorus of subdued acknowledgments and saw Gold 2 pull up to his port rear quarter. Then he tried the comm again. Control, come in. Gold 1 to control. No answer. His sensor unit showed 3 remaining TIE dupes below, at just above ground level. Then 2, as Gold 3 scored a kill. But ahead and above, now at a distance of 4 clicks and closing, were 36 TIE fighter blips, 3 full squadrons. They maintained separation, were not converging on Gold 1 and 2. Gold 4's voice crackled over the comm system.
1, the launch tunnels are down, all of them. They've been bombed out of existence.
Even the main tube, the transport exit? That's the only one that concerns us.
100 meters of collapsed rubble, 1. Nobody's coming out of that.
4's voice sounded upset, even across the comm distortion. Kel wanted to tell her,
calm down, it's only a simulator run. Nobody real is dead.
But he had other problems. Control had given him a clear set of mission goals, and then had changed the mission parameters and invalidated all of them.
What should he do now?
And what was that damned training protocol Control had cited just before they launched?
1 group, our mission is scrubbed,
he said.
Our status is Omega. 3, 4, get to us and we'll punch a hole out of here.
3 and 4 acknowledged just as the range-to-target indicator dropped below 2 clicks. This meant the oncoming enemy was within their weapon range, and that Gold 1 and Gold 2 were within range of the enemy's targeting. They could either bug out and suffer long-range pot shots of the enemy on their way back to Gold 3 and 4, or try to punch their way through, get back a little of their own, and loop back to their comrades, hoping that their attack might leave the enemy in some disarray. The latter course was potentially suicidal. Kel said, Gold 2, let's get out of here. Gold 2's reply was a weird, warbling yell. His X-Wing headed straight toward the oncoming squadron. Little needles of green Imperial laser fire came lancing in, none too close to him.
Gold 2, return to formation! Gold 2!
Kel cursed. Had 2's comm unit malfunctioned? That would be in keeping with the foul-up nature of this mission.
All right, Gold 2, I'm your wing.
He continued in pursuit of 2 and prepared to cover him. 2's course carried him straight toward the center of the port squadron. The enemy's laser fire now flashed thick around him, and Kel saw some of it dissipating meters ahead of 2's fighter, stopped by its shields. 2 was performing the most dangerous and most effective sort of fighter maneuver, the head-on approach, but against an entire squadron. And 12-to-1 odds made it likely he'd end up being vaped.
Time to change those odds.
Kel lost a little relative altitude so that Gold 2 would be less likely to wander across his field of fire, then switched his lasers over to dual fire, giving him less punch but a much higher rate of fire. He hit the etheric rudder, slewing his bow to port while maintaining his current course, then traversed his bow back to starboard, and as fast as his targeting brackets panned across the line of TIE fighters and went green to indicate laser lock, he fired, sending streaks of destructive red light toward the enemy. The musical tones of successive laser locks filled his cockpit. He saw distant light flares indicating he and 2 had managed at least to graze some targets. His data screen showed 1 kill and a graze for Kel, just a graze for 2. He returned more incoming fire and juked as the oncoming TIEs were suddenly on them, then past them. Time to come around in a tight loop and hit the rear guard if the TIEs had one, fall upon the TIEs from the rear if they didn't. But damn it, he wasn't lead fighter. The erratic 2 was. He found 2 visually and on the sensors. The pilot was rolling out and coming around in a tight starboard loop. Kel kept with him. Sensors showed 4 TIE fighters coming around to engage them. The other fighters were continuing on toward their objective. Closer to the lunar surface, Gold 3 and 4 were approaching that remaining line of 7 TIEs in the weakened squadron. Good. They were obviously going to plow through the weakest link in the attacker's chain. There were no blips remaining from the 4 TIE bombers. 3 and 4 must have finished them. 2 was lining up for another head-on run, but Kel saw the 4 TIE fighters spreading out in box formation.
2, break off! They're setting up for you. Follow me in. I'm lead now.
2 ignored him, accelerating even faster and replying with another wavering war cry. Kel gritted his teeth. All right, let's see if I can save him in spite of himself. He let Gold 2 continue to increase the distance between them. He switched over to proton torpedoes. The oncoming fighters were arrayed like the corners of a two-dimensional box, and 2 was headed straight for the lower left corner. All 4 TIE fighters began spraying laser fire at him. Kel pointed his nose up, caught the upper left eyeball in his brackets. They immediately went red, indicating torpedo lock, and he fired. At this range, the TIE fighter had plenty of time to dodge or range the torpedo, but in so doing, he'd have to break off his own attack against 2. Kel rolled up on his starboard strikefoil, targeted the upper right corner the same way, and fired again. The 2 TIEs he'd targeted broke off their approach, going to evasive maneuvers in order to elude the torps. The other 2 continued firing. Kel rolled over to bring the lower right eyeball into position. That fighter must have had a sensor unit that could detect torpedo locks. It immediately began evasive maneuvers. He heard comm chatter that reassured him.
"You've aped him, 3. I'm your wing."
"Got it, 4. There's one coming up on my tail."
"He's mine."
Then 2's X-wing, invisible against the blackness of space, suddenly flared back into Kel's vision. It exploded, an expanding ball of orange and yellow. A dull weight settled into Kel's stomach. He knew the real Gold 2 was unhurt, probably now emerging from his simulator, but Control would probably blame Kel for failing to save him in spite of himself. He flipped weapons control back to lasers, linking them for quad fire. His target momentarily ceased evasive maneuvers, probably thinking he'd broken Kel's torpedo lock and was out of danger. As soon as his laser brackets went green, Kel fired. His lasers shredded the eyeball, one lancing beam slicing the port wing clean off at the pylon, and 2 others punching through the cockpit. The TIE fighter didn't blow up, but it did explosively vent its cockpit atmosphere and sailed past Kel on a ballistic trajectory that would end on the simulated surface of Folor. That left Kel with 3 immediate foes. No, 2. One of his torpedoes caught its luckless target, turning him into a rapidly expanding cloud of gas and shrapnel. But his other intended torpedo victim had eluded the explosive device, and that TIE fighter and 2's original target were now wingmates, looping around to get behind him. Kel pulled back on the stick, attempting as tight a turn as the X-wing could manage. TIE fighters were actually more maneuverable than X-wings out of atmosphere, but that meant less if they were being flown by indifferent pilots, as these eyeball drivers seemed to be. He was at the top of his loop, staring relative down at his pursuers and the surface of Folor beyond, when red laser fire from moonward sliced through one pursuer, and a torpedo from the same point of origin destroyed the other. He checked his sensor board and whistled. "Good firing, 3, 4. Tiggy's mechanical voice. "Thank you, sir. The eyeballs are breaking off. Shall we pursue?" They were indeed heading off. But why wasn't Kel's canopy fading to black, indicating that the exercise was over? Kel thought about that long enough to take a couple of deep breaths and steady his nerves. "No, they're heading back to their carrier, which means we have more incoming. Did anyone ever get a signal from Control?" "No, sir." "No. Then we have to assume Folor Base is a loss and we're all that's left. Close and follow my heading." Relative to Folor's surface, he stood his X-wing on its tail, then called up his nav program. Had this been a real attack and Folor Base unable to launch its transports, he would have been expected to get all viable forces to safety and later link up with other New Republic units. So he plotted a quick jump to get them away from Folor and to an unoccupied spot in space, somewhere from which he could set up a more sophisticated course to Allied-controlled space. The other 2 X-wings grouped with him. As soon as he had a navigation solution and had left the moon far enough behind to be free of its gravity well, he transmitted the course to the others. "All right, on my mark. 3, 2, 1, execute!" But instead of elongating into brilliant stripes of light, the first visual sign that a hyperspace jump was being successfully executed, the stars faded to nothingness. Kel's canopy rose, and harsh artificial light made him wince. Jansen gathered the 4 pilots together at a table beside the quad group of simulators, and Kell got his first look at his wingman. Gold 2 was not human. He was definitely humanoid, with arms, legs, torso, and head arranged in a comfortably recognizable fashion. But though nearly as tall as Kell, he was very lean, covered in short brown fur, with an elongated face, huge brown eyes, a broad flattened nose, and a mouthful of squarish white teeth. His were features better suited to a draft animal than a sapient being, but for the inquisitive, luminously intelligent quality of his eyes. He also had a head of hair that would be the envy of many a human, male or female. As Kell arrived at the table, Gold 2 was tugging his hair free of an elastic band and allowing it to shake out into a waterfall of mid-back length chestnut brown. Kell tried to rein in his irritation at the other pilot's blatant disregard of orders and protocol. He extended a hand. "Kell Tainer." The alien took his hand and shook it in human fashion. "We are Flight Officer Hohas Ekwish." "We? Is that a royal we?" That would explain the alien's apparent disdain for procedure. "No, a collective. Biographies can wait," Jansen said. "We're here to review performance, remember?" Kell stiffened up at the reprimand. "Yes, sir." "Good. All right, 4, you had 2 kills and did a good job on your reconnaissance flyby. 3 kills and initiative points for double-checking Tainer's hyperspace calculations." "Triple-checked, sir. I also ran the numbers in my head." Kell glared at the Gamorrean. "And did my numbers check out?" The Gamorrean nodded. "They were inelegant numbers, but perfectly functional and correct." "Gold 2, you scored no kills, disobeyed orders twice, though we have to drop one of those because Mr. Tainer yielded lead to you, even if it was a bit retroactive, and managed to get yourself killed through bad tactics." Jansen paused over the data pad. He kept his attention on the data before continuing. Possibly, Kell thought, in order to keep from having to meet Kell's eyes. "Gold 1? Very impressive. 5 kills, an instant ace if it were real life, including 1 snapshot while your strike foils were still in flight position. I'm saving that one for instructional holos. Good choice of new orders when the mission parameters changed. All in all, close to perfect." Jansen glanced around among them. "Now for scoring. This mission was worth 2,000, with bonuses possible for exceptional performance. Gold 4, 1,350. Gold 3, 1,200. Gold 2, 2,300. Gold 1, 0. "What?" The word exploded from Kell. "Lieutenant, I think you've got that backward." Jansen finally met his gaze and nodded. "That's right, it is backward, but still correct. Didn't you hear me cite Training Protocol 179? "I did, but I don't know what that means." Jansen smiled. "Piggy, it seems to me I heard you telling your wingman over your private channel what that protocol represented. Would you please inform your group commander?" Piggy cleared his throat. Through the mechanical translator, the sound emerged as an ear-popping burst of static. "It is a scoring variation in order to encourage cooperation, particularly among trainees who have not been together long. Each wingman earns the points his wingman scored." "That's—" Kell heard his voice try to crack. He lowered his tone, tried again, but couldn't keep the anger from his words. "That is manifestly unfair. Is it going on my permanent record that way? A 0 for what you called a near-perfect performance?" "Certainly it's unfair." Jansen closed down his datapad. "Take it up with the wingman who ended up with all your points. For now, dismissed." I recommend you all talk it over together at downtime. You're through for the day, but this is an order. Do not discuss your performance or the mission parameters with other pilot candidates until they've concluded the exercise. Understood? At their chorus of affirmatives, Jansen brusquely waved them toward the exit from the simulator chamber. 5. It was just over 300 paces along one broad cut-stone corridor, down a shuddering, clanking escalator, and through a small chamber to the cantina known as Downtime, and Kell glared at his wingman every step of the way. Finally, in the final chamber before they reached Downtime, the long-faced alien faced him.
"I am sorry, Flight Officer Taylor."
"Why did you do it? Fly off on your own, disobey orders?"
"I don't know."
"You don't know? If you're going to mutiny, you really ought to remember why."
"It is not so simple."
The alien paused to consider his next words, and the delay brought the 4 pilots into Downtime. This was a large chamber cut from living stone back when the Folor base had been an active mining colony. It was a large gallery, but its size was not what kept visitors from seeing the far wall. The absence of illumination, other than glows from neon decorations and holoprojectors, was to blame. Kell led them to a 4-seat table against one wall, but Piggy pointed to a much longer table nearby. "We'll be joined by other candidates," he said, his mechanical voice cutting efficiently through the cantina's ambient noise, and Kell had to agree. When they were seated, Kell turned back to the long-faced alien. "You were saying?" Gold 4 laughed. Kell turned his attention to her for the first time. By the standards of Downtime, they had pretty good available light, most of it a glaring cyan from a nearby holo advertising Abrax cognac, so he got a good view of her, and was stunned by it. If he could have created a holo of what he thought the perfect female pilot would be, Gold 4 would have matched it exactly. She was tall and slender, with light hair, probably blonde in normal light, worn long in a ponytail. Her features were even and expressive. Hers was the sort of face that could go from military blankness to unusual beauty just by assuming a smile, and she was smiling now. Kell covered up his sudden discomfiture by growling, "What's so funny?" He discovered that his mouth was dry. She stuck out a hand.
"Sorry, Tyria Sarkin. You're just so relentless it struck me as amusing."
Her voice was low, and she spoke with an accent, a rich roll that was as enchanting as her appearance. He shook her hand and grinned a little glumly. "It's less funny when you end up with vacuum for a mission score."
"I suppose. I'm sorry."
"I will answer," the alien said. "First, please, I am runt to my friends and fellows, even when they are angry with me." Kell frowned.
"Why runt?"
"It is accurate. Compared to my siblings, I am tiny. None of them would fit into a fighter cockpit. So, you ask why I did not remember doing what I did. I am beginning to remember, but I did not recall before because it was not I doing that. It was the pilot." Tyria asked,
"Which pilot?"
"Me." Kell slumped, momentarily defeated by the circuitousness of Runt's answers, and put his head down on the table. He immediately regretted it. His forehead adhered to some dark, nameless substance there. He pulled himself free and began scraping away the stain left on his skin. "I'm not reading you, Runt." Tyria said,
"I think I am. Runt, are you talking about many organisms or many minds?"
Runt smiled with the relieved satisfaction of someone who has finally gotten a point across. "Minds."
"You have many minds, and one of them is the pilot."
Yes, yes." Kel snorted. Your pilot mind owes me 2,300 points and deserves a good beating. Runt looked solemnly at him. We know. We are sorry. He, my pilot, has earned many such beatings, and transfers from many units. I think soon you will see the last of us. Kel was relieved of the need to respond by the arrival of the waiter, which was heralded by a repetitive squeaking. The waiter was a 3PO unit, a protocol droid, but this one was unlike most of the ones Kel had seen. Most were all gold tone or silver, but the waiter was mostly silver with several gold parts, and squeaked with each step. Kel said, "I'll have—" "Wait," the droid said, pleasantly but firmly, in the melodious voice all 3PO units seemed to share. "In the absence of a hierarchy of rank among you, I will default to ancient protocols and have the ladies order first. My lady." Tyria smiled. "A good one." Kel said, "I'll have—" "Wait," said the droid in the same tone as before. "You have now annoyed me twice. This means you will order last of all, but I will still take your order correctly. If you annoy me 3 times, you would do well not to drink what I bring you." He turned to Piggy. "My lord, a shot of Turban brandy," said the Gamorrean, "and a bucket of cold water." "That sounds good," said Runt. "The same for us. Me." The droid turned back to Kel. Kel waited until he was certain the droid was ready for him before speaking. "Corellian brandy, and a wet napkin, please." The droid bowed and departed. Kel heaved a sigh. "Not my day. Even the waiters around here are tyrants." Tyria turned her smile on him. "That's just Squeaky. You'll get used to him. He has a good heart, or whatever serves droids for a heart." "Why is an expensive protocol droid slinging drinks in a stony hole in the ground? That doesn't make sense." "He does what he wants. He was manumitted years ago. The runaway droid ride, you remember?" Kel frowned. "I don't." She leaned in close, the better to be heard. "Among droids and some pilots, he's famous. He was on the Tantive 4 when Darth Vader captured Princess Leia Organa several years back. The humans aboard ship were killed, but he and the other droids ended up on Kessel. He kept inventories of spice shipments for the penal colony. Then, one day, he arranges for a whole bunch of the colony's servitor droids to visit an Imperial freighter that had landed to pick up a load of spice. They arrive over several standard hours, so as not to make the guards suspicious, but they don't leave. And then the freighter takes off and escapes." "He flew it? I thought droids were forbidden to pilot spacecraft. Deep-down programming inhibitions." "They are, except for V1s and a few special cases. He didn't actually act as pilot. What he did was reprogram the ship's autopilot to fly them in terrain-following mode a couple of 100 clicks away from the spaceport, out of the range of the port's defensive batteries, then punch up out of the atmosphere and jump out of the system. But what he forgot," her expression turned merry, "was that due west of the spaceport was a series of canyons and mountain ridges, and his terrain-following program was strictly height above ground." Kel caught on before the other 2 pilots did and burst out laughing. "So all those escaping droids went on a wild ride." Tyria gestured with her hand as though she were following the path of a frantic oscilloscope wave. "So imagine you're on this tub of a Corellian bulk freighter, and suddenly you're all over the map, up and down, wee, ah, for more than 100 clicks. Runt and Piggy joined in the laughter. Runt's was a hyperkinetic wheezing, nearly an animal bray. Piggy's was a pleasant, deep grunt-like noise, one which his implant was apparently programmed not to translate. The laughter settled. "Anyway, Tyria said.
They survived, and he came to the Alliance with a bulk freighter and a lot of valuable information about Kessel, such as who was sentenced to serve there and what sort of supplies and defenses the Imperial garrison had. So Squeaky was given his freedom. He doesn't even have a restraining bolt port anymore, and he earns his living like people do.
Kell nodded.
By offering insult to those he serves. You know what I mean.
Runt turned to Kell. So, you would not release us from the subject. We should not release you until it is done. You will forgive us for our mistake. Sure, but tell your pilot mind I'm going to ride him hard if he fouls up again. I will do that. He deserves it. Squeaky returned with their glasses and buckets. Kell went to work on his sticky forehead with the napkin Squeaky gave him. As the droid departed, Tyria glanced at the entryway and straightened up.
The second wave has arrived.
The others turned to look. Approaching them were two men in pilot suits. With them was an R2 unit. Both men had been through rough times in the past. One would have been quite handsome, but for the long, wicked scar that puckered his left cheek, crawled across his nose, and marred his left forehead, while the other, taller man had a prosthetic shell over the upper portion of the left half of his face. The one with the scar said, "More survivors of Lieutenant Jansen's bait-and-switch mission scenario?" Kell managed a mirthless chuckle and gestured for them to sit. "You two just get out?" The pilot with the prosthetic headgear nodded. The portions of his face still exposed showed lean features, a cold blue eye, and a thin, immaculately trimmed mustache and beard that suggested ex-Imperial warlord more than New Republic fighter. "Ton Fanon. This is Loran and his R2 unit, Vape. The others in our group for the simulator mission were Chedgar and a Bothan who calls himself Grinder. Chedgar was still arguing about the scoring when we left, but I think it's because he knows he's about to be washed out." He leaned back in his chair, laced his fingers behind his head in an attitude of blissful relaxation. "I just made out like a pirate on points, shot down one eyeball, and got credit for Loran's 3. I could get to like this assignment." Kell introduced his companions, then took another look at the man with the livid scar. There was something familiar about the pilot, about the man's dramatic shock of black hair and emerald eyes, about his poise and ease among the others. Loran. Not Garrick Loran, the face? Fanon sat forward to take another look at his companion. Tyria did likewise. Tiggy and Runt merely looked quizzical. The scarred pilot nodded, looking rueful. "That's me." "I thought you were dead. 7-8 years ago. The story broke just before the news about the first Death Star." "We are sorry," said Runt. "It is obvious we should have heard of this man, but we have not." "Maybe it's just a human thing," Kell said. "The face, the most famous child star of Imperial holodramas, like the Black Bantha and Jungle Flutes. He made win or die, and Imperial military recruitment went up 5%. You never saw them?" The two non-humans shook their heads. Fanon obviously had heard of Loran. He grinned wickedly at this sudden revelation about his companion's past. Tyria had heard of him as well. Her jaw was slightly agape. Finally she said, "I had such a crush on you when I was 12. The scarred pilot snorted. "Don't feel bad. I was handpicked to be the boy most likely to be the subject of crushes." "What happened to you?" she asked. "Everyone said that Alliance extremists killed you." He shrugged. "Almost. About the time I was trying to make the transition to teenage roles, some ex-Alliance extremists kidnapped me. They wanted to kill me as a demonstration to those who aided the Empire in civilian roles." His voice was melodious, controlled. exactly what Kell would expect in a one-time actor. They thought it would be a blow to Imperial morale.
It was certainly a blow to the morale of young girls,
Tyria said. But first they decided to show me what the Empire was all about. I got the hardcore briefing on Imperial military and intelligence activities. Then, when they were set to kill me, an Imperial commando rescue mission struck. That's where I picked up my little facial blemish, a graze from a laser blast. The two sides damn near killed each other, with only a couple of commandos left alive. I was a real mess, emotionally as well as physically, so I hid from the imps. I decided not to be found until I could sort things out. Since my body was missing and never turned up, they reported me dead and claimed kidnapping me was an approved rebel mission, which it wasn't.
Tyria looked delighted. But where have you been all these years?
With some members of my extended family. I grew up on Pantalomen, but my people were from Lord originally, so when I got back to civilization, my parents arranged to send me there. From Lord, it was an easy step to reach the Alliance. My parents had invested my earnings pretty well, so I never lacked for money when hiding out.
If you don't mind the question,
Tyria looked a little distressed.
Are you allergic to Bacta? Is that why you still have your scar?
No, I just kept it. A little reminder I earned from people I helped quite a bit when I was young. He shrugged. Fanon held up a hand. I'm the one allergic to Bacta. That's why I'm 20% mechanical in gaining. He smiled at Tyria. But every human cell longs to become better acquainted with this lady. She shot him a look of amused scorn.
Is this going to be one of those units where there's one female pilot, me, constantly being pursued by every jockey with nothing better to do?
Fanon sat forward and grasped her hand. His voice became low, melodramatic in tone.
Tyria, I've just met you, and already I love you. And don't think I love you for your looks, which are stunning, or your body, which is stellar, or your manner, which is bold and inflames me with desire. No, I love you because I hear you're a Jedi in training, and I need all the powerful friends I can get.
She looked distressed and yanked her hand away.
You heard wrong, and you have the manners of a womp rat.
Kell said, Are you really a Jedi in training?
No. I have just a very little control over the Force. But I've been working on it for years and haven't improved on it much.
She managed a wry smile.
The Force is weak in this one.
Satisfied that his forehead was as close to normal as he could make it, Kell discarded his napkin.
Have you ever met Luke Skywalker?
She nodded.
He put me through some exercises. A lot of them, really. And he was so nice when he told me he didn't think I'd ever progress very far in my control of the Force, that this dream I'd had for so long was never going to come true.
The scarred pilot said, You know, if I had even the tiniest control of the Force, what I'd do with it? She shook her head. On those long missions, I'd scratch that little spot in the center of my back I can never reach. She stood up fast enough to rattle her tankard of lum.
Go ahead, make fun.
Oh, come on. You think Skywalker doesn't do that?
I don't have time for this. I have things to do.
She headed off toward the exit, her stride suggesting she was furious. Fanon twisted to watch her go. Can I walk you to your quarters? He called after her.
No.
She didn't look back. Can I help you with your things?
No.
What can I do for you?
Shoot yourself.
Then she was out the entryway. Fanon settled back in his chair, looking morose. I've done that a couple of times, shooting myself. Accidents, it's not fun. Kell glared. Thanks, Fanon, face, that helped a lot. The scarred pilot shrugged, apologetic. Fanon ignored him. He looked around, raised his hand. "Waiter, hey you, the bucket of bolts. We could use some service right now." Kell grinned. "Fanon, you just named your own punishment." The next simulated mission was an ambush on a volcanic world. Kell escaped that one, damaged but alive. He heard that Runt had once again been vaporized without scoring a kill, and that Lieutenant Mindonos, senior-ranking pilot candidate, was not required to undergo the scenario. Kell wondered why. On another simulator mission, Kell was paired with Runt again. In the exercise, Green Squadron and a squad of TIE interceptors converged on an asteroid field. Green Squadron was to defend the space station concealed there, the interceptors to find and destroy it. 8 clicks from the engagement zone, Runt let out another wild, warbling whoop and kicked his thrusters, moving out ahead of his wingman. Kell centered his targeting bracket on his partner's X-Wing. It went red, the computer giving him the tone of a good lock a split second later. A moment later, Jansen's voice sounded in his ear. "Green 5, what are you doing?" Kell tensed at the sound of that voice and silently cursed himself for doing so. "Just trust me on this one, Control." Runt's irritating war cry cut off. Then he said, 6-5, are you going to fire on us? -6. Well, then what are you doing? Getting your attention. Do I have it? Yes, 5. Then get back in formation, right now. I'm lead your wing, do you read me? Yes, 5. Runt decelerated a notch, returning to his proper position behind Kell. Runt was good until battle was well underway. Then, when he and Kell each had 1 kill, he belted out his war cry again and rolled out of formation, attempting a pursuit of 2 interceptors. Kell hastily said, "You have lead, 6," and followed. When the lead interceptor tried to peel off and circle back behind Green 6, Kell used his trailing position to cut a tighter circle and vaporize the Imperial craft. It took him a standard minute to pull up abreast of Runt again, and in that time Runt smoked his own opponent with a torpedo. Kell keyed his comm unit. 5-6. The war cries ceased, but it was a moment before Runt replied. 6 here. Just checking. Try to rein your pilot in whenever you don't need him. He's too noisy. We read you, 5. Good. Keep the lead. I'm on your wing. Kell ended that episode with only 2 kills. An interceptor smoked him with a pop-up shot from behind a rapidly twirling asteroid. Still, he didn't feel too bad about it. He was actually getting through to Runt, forcing him to respond. Kell's canopy seal broke, and the simulator canopy opened. Beyond were bright light and Jansen. Kell's gut went cold, and he suppressed the urge to stay under cover. Intellectually, he knew he was in no danger from Jansen, but he still felt a jolt of fear every time he saw the veteran pilot. In spite of it, he clambered out of the simulator and stood before the squadron's second-in-command. Jansen barely glanced at his datapad. "Average earnings this time around, Tainer, but some unorthodox tactics in," he hesitated over the words, "personnel management worked pretty well. Some bonus points there. Let's bring up the win-loss ratio a little bit next time. Otherwise, pretty good. Any questions?" "Yes, sir. Was it a program that vaped me or a pilot?" Jansen managed a tight smile. "There's pilot ego for you. Unwilling to accept that a standard program took you out. No, you're right. It was a pilot. You've heard of him. Wedge Antilles. Likes to sit in on these missions from time to time. Dismissed." The training took its toll on the roster of candidate pilots. Chedgar was gone the next day, the victim, Kell believed, of his own paranoia about officer conspiracies against him. The Quarren named Triogor Slus was washed out 2 days later for backhanding a Mon Calamari candidate named Jessamine Akbar, the niece, Kell learned, of the legendary Admiral Akbar. A human named Bana, a decent but not extraordinary code slicer, was caught improving his recorded scores. His bunk was empty the next day. Others vanished with no explanation, and Kell wondered if they'd all failed at their last chance at a piloting career. He wondered if he'd be next. At one of the pilot's downtime gatherings, he discussed this with other surviving candidates. "When I arrived to try out for this squadron, I thought I was the only one at the end of my rope as a pilot. But it looks more and more as though all of us are walking in thermal boots on thin ice. Am I wrong?" Most of the others looked sober. Ton Feynman didn't. He smiled with diabolic humor. "I have a bit of a problem with luck in combat. Unlike most of you, I've seen some of it." Tyria snorted. "Braggart." "But in 5 live-fire missions, I've been shot down twice and landed successfully 3 times. Not a good ratio. Between that and all the new prosthetics, I'm sort of an expensive proposition for any commander." Runt, his big eyes solemn, said, "We know why we are here. We lose track of ourselves. But Lieutenant Jansen says we are doing better, with many thanks to Kell." Kell smiled. "You're worth it. One day you'll be able to toggle between minds as though they were channels on the holoprojector. Tyria, Face, it's you two I don't get. You two don't act like screw-ups." Feynman glared with his good eye. "Unlike the rest of us, you mean?" "That's right. You especially." Far from being offended, Feynman grinned at the rejoinder. "Just so that's clear." Face leaned back, relaxed. "I bought my way into the fighter corps, Kell. That's what my first commander said, and he's right. I used my own money to purchase an A-wing, under kind of odd circumstances, and to get the training I wanted. Flew 2 missions with General Crespin's Comet Group, and had to punch out or eat a bomber torpedo. Bought an X-wing next time just for variety, and ended up back at the base run by Crespin. Just my luck. The general thinks I'm a dilettante who did too much good for the Empire in the old days ever to make up for it. Maybe he's right. But when he told me I'd never amount to anything, I snapped back at him like an idiot. I said I was just following in his footsteps. Well, that was it for my career, until this opportunity came up." He shrugged. "You're that rich?" "Not rich enough to keep buying fighters, no. I hope to be accepted as a real pilot someday. Enough so that if I lose this snub fighter, the Alliance, rather than my personal accounts, will replace it." They all turned to Tyria, who looked uncomfortable under their scrutiny. "I don't want to talk about it," she said. "Fair enough," Face said. "But tell us this. Does whatever it is that brought you here fall within the parameters we've been talking about? Something may have wrecked your chances for advancement?" She was silent, but nodded. "Interesting," Face said. "There's something else. I noticed one of the quartermasters delivering Lieutenant Donos a hard-shell case that suggested laser rifle to me." Feynman smirked. "There's another vaped career. You know that sim run on the Volcano World? I heard—" Kell's comlink beeped. As he reached for it, each of the other pilots' comlinks also signaled for attention. He turned away from them and activated it. "Flight Officer Tainer." The voice was female, impersonal, and, he suspected, recorded. "Your presence is required immediately in the X-Wing Squadron Briefing Amphitheater. Repeat, your presence is required immediately in the X-Wing Squadron Briefing Amphitheater." There was a click as the speaker disconnected. Kell heard the comlinks behind him all repeating the same message. He looked at the others. "I think we have a unit roster." he said. 6. The briefing amphitheater was a white dome. Several dozen seats were assembled along the wall of one half of the dome, long curved tables, a dais and lectern, and a holoprojector curved along the other half. Tyria sat at the end of one row of seats. Fanon smoothly moved in to sit beside her, but Kell, uncharacteristically awkward, bumped him out of the way with his hip and sat there instead.
"Oh, sorry, Fanon. Were you there? I didn't see."
Fanon smiled, unperturbed. "Perhaps you need an optical enhancement. I could arrange for you to lose an eye. Then you could put in for one."
"Thanks, no."
10 pilots arrayed themselves among 60 seats. Then Wedge Antilles and Wes Jansen entered the chamber. The door closed behind them. Kell felt his ears pop as a pressure seal activated. Jansen took a chair by one of the long tables. Wedge stood before the lectern and holoprojector. Without preamble, he said, "I'd like to congratulate you on surviving our initial culling process. We had 43 candidates. You 10 survived. We'd actually hoped to have 12, a full squadron roster of new pilots. But to put it simply, you 10 were good enough, and the other 33 weren't." Wedge glanced down at his datapad for a moment. "Now to what we're here for. You 10, plus Lieutenant Jansen and myself, are forming a new squadron. That much you know. What you probably don't know is that we're doing something a little new. Rogue Squadron, the last time it was reorganized, was built with pilots who had a number of intrusion skills. Our new squadron is the reverse, a full-fledged commando unit augmented by X-Wing fighters." He looked among the 10 pilots, making eye contact. "As much as anything, it is your secondary skills, some of them barely acknowledged in your records, that have earned your places here. We'll be doing as much work on the ground, sabotage, subversion, intrusion, as flying." Fanon put up a hand. Wedge acknowledged him by pointing. Fanon asked, "Assassination?" Wedge hesitated over his reply. "If you can find a way for us to infiltrate and surgically destroy an Imperial base without our enemies being able to call it assassination, I want to consult with you after this meeting. Other than that, under my command, members of this unit will never be assigned a task like picking off a speaker at an assembly or walking up to a target and knifing him." "That's fine, I just wanted to know. I actually don't mind assassination." Wedge gave him a cool look before continuing. "At the moment, we are designated Gray Squadron. Put in recommendations for a permanent name. If I see one I like well enough to choose it, the submitter gets a 3-day leave on Komanor. Now our roster. Most of you know one another. Because of our shortfall of pilots, Lieutenant Jansen and I will be flying with Gray Squadron, as well as being in command. Jansen, incidentally, is a crack shot with hand weapons and fighter weapons systems. Anyone who wants some extra weapons training should consult with him. Our next ranking officer is Lieutenant Mindonos." Kell looked over to where the emotionless Corellian pilot sat, well away from the other 9. "In addition to his flying duties, Donos is our sniper. The rest of you are all of equal rank. For this briefing, I'm going to dispense with the tradition of arranging you by the date of your commission or by your specific flight experience. Instead, I'll rank you by your scoring during our pilot training. So, first among equals of you flight officers is Kell Tainer. He's our backup mechanic when we're away from our support crew and is our demolitions expert. He also served with distinction among the commandos who helped take Borleas last year."
Tyria gave Kell a wide-eyed look. She whispered, "Did you really?"
He shrugged.
"I planted charges while my buddies returned fire against unfriendlies. Somebody thought it called for extra recognition."
Wedge cleared his throat to regain everyone's attention. Next, Garrick Lauren. He was interrupted as Face stood and took a bow. Several of the pilots offered mock applause. Amused, Wedge gestured for him to sit, then continued. Face is one of our insertion experts, proficient in makeup, speaks several languages other than basic. Face called out, "Don't forget, master actor." Wedge nodded amiably. "And sometime cook. You're peeling tubers on kitchen duty tonight. Do you have anything else to add?" No, sir." Phelan Sandskimmer knows a lot about ground vehicles and is a Y-wing ace. All glanced at the dark-haired woman from Tatooine. She stared back, an expression somewhere between hard-edged and actively hostile. Her look made her features, which under ordinary circumstances would have been attractive, rather forbidding. "In the absence of our support crew, she's also in charge of acquisitions." Kell raised a hand. "Mr. Tainer?" "Speaking of acquisitions, do we have a squadron quartermaster? I'll want to work with him on the matter of spare parts for the X-Wings." "We don't yet, but I'm looking among available personnel for someone who can do that. I'll let you know." Wedge looked down at his datapad to find the name of the next pilot. "Ton Fanon is our medical officer." 3 or 4 pilots burst out in laughter. The fact that Fanon was at least 1/5 mechanical and not possessed of a healer's manner was well known. Fanon himself grinned. Face asked, "Corpsman?" Fanon shook his head. "No, I used to be Dr. Fanon, fully licensed to cut you open and weld you shut again." Tyria leaned across Kell and whispered, "Why did you give it up?" He gave her his most diabolic smile and whispered back, "Because I didn't care for patching up people I don't care about, and do enjoy killing people I hate." Tyria drew back with a shudder. Wedge nodded to the female Mon Calamari sitting on the front row. Her chin barbels twitched at the recognition. "Jesmyn Akbar is our communications expert. Vort Sabinring, Piggy, is proficient in hand-to-hand combat and capable of infiltrating Gamorrean units, which will be helpful on certain worlds. Hohas Ekwesh, Runt, has substantial physical strength, nearly 3 times greater than a human of equal size, and I understand he's small for a member of the Thakwash species. Ursk Thriog, who many of you have met as Grinder, is our code slicer." The Bothan named Grinder sat upright, his gorgeous silvery fur rippling, and nodded at Wedge. Kell didn't know much about him. He'd kept to himself much of the time, not bonding with any of his flying partners. Wedge continued, "Tyria Sarkin is one of our intrusion experts. She is a member of the Antarian Rangers from Toprawa, and particularly proficient in silent movement in difficult terrain." Kell restrained a whistle. He'd never heard of the Antarian Rangers, but he knew the name Toprawa, a human-occupied planet where members of Alliance intelligence had staged the critical data that led to the destruction of the first Death Star. Not long afterward, Imperial forces had savagely destroyed the world's armed forces, incinerated its cities, and sent the entire native population out of the cities to live in undeveloped wilderness. Kell had heard that the surviving inhabitants had to participate in regular rituals of self-degradation before the Imperial conquerors in order to receive food. Wedge shut down his datapad. "All right, wingmates and designations. I'm Gray Leader or Gray 1. I'm taking both designations to limit confusion. Mistress Akbar, you'll fly with me as Gray 2. The Mon Calamari nodded again. "An honor, sir." "Phelan, you're 3. Grinder, you're 4. Both the woman from Tatooine and the Bothan looked unhappy with the pairing. Kell suspected that neither would be pleased with any wingman assignment. "Kell, you're 5. Can you guess who's 6? "Runt, sir." You're developing into something of a genius, Kel. The others laughed. Wedge continued, Con Fanon, 7. Face, 8. I want the majority of the squadron's sarcasm concentrated in one wing pair, so we can dispose of it more conveniently. Lieutenant Donos, 9. You're with Tyria, 10. Lieutenant Jansen is 11, paired with Piggy, 12. When we break down into 4 fighter flights, I'm in charge of 1 flight, Kel's in charge of 2 flight, and Jansen's in charge of 3 flight. Any questions on organization? There were none. Good. You're done for the day, except you, Mr. Tainer. We've received the first delivery of new X-Wings, 4 of them so far, and I want you and the mechanics to go over them this evening. Join us in the X-Wing hangar in 15 minutes. Tomorrow, live fire exercises in the real thing. Wedge smiled through the pilot's whoops and cheers, then added, Dismissed. Wedge waited until the last of them was gone. What do you think? Jansen stretched. Tendons popped. A pretty good roster, if we can keep them out of trouble. Some of them are experienced hard cases. How are you getting along with Tainer? Jansen slumped in his chair and grimaced. Oh, outwardly pretty well. But every time he sees me, he shoots me this look of pure hate and knots up into a ball of quivering muscle. He spooks me sometimes. I don't like being comforted by the presence of my blaster on base. I'd prefer to be able to relax among allies. Wedge nodded. Can you bear up under it for a while longer? I think so. All right. I'd appreciate it if you'd dig us up a squadron quartermaster sometime today. I'll be with the new snub fighters, and then with our guest, if you need me. Tyria seemed to be in a state of shock as they left the briefing room. Kel asked, What's wrong? I was the last one he named, she said. I'm last again, the worst pilot in the squadron. No, you're 10th out of 43. She glared at him. The washouts don't count, Kel. Well, let me put it to you this way. You're the lowest-rated pilot in a squadron assembled by Wedge Antilles. You're the worst of this group of elites. Elites, Tyria. And tomorrow you could be 9th, and the day after you could be 8th. Her expression softened. Well, maybe. But let me ask you something, Kel. Have you ever been the worst at something? He thought about it. No, I didn't think so. The X-Wing hangar, so called because there was only one X-Wing squadron on full-or base, and the hangar was given over to its sole use, was cavernously empty. It could have held 3 full squadrons of fighters, but now was occupied only by 9 vehicles. The largest was the Nara, the Lambda-class shuttle assigned to Gray Squadron. It had been captured not from the Empire, but from a rogue Imperial captain who had turned smuggler. This accounted for the way it had been retrofitted with a hidden, electronically enhanced smuggler's compartment worthy of Han Solo. The other 8 vehicles were all X-Wings. 4 had seen combat, the ones belonging to Wedge, Jansen, Donos, and Face. Now alongside them were 4 spotless new fighters. Kel smiled, cheered by the gleaming surfaces, the unscratched paint and canopies, the sentinel-like quality of the sleeping R2 and R5 units tucked in behind the cockpits, the overall appearance of invincibility. The man beside him said, How I hate these things. Kel looked at him. Cubber Dane, the squadron's chief mechanic, was a bit under average height and over average weight, straining a little at the seams of the jumpsuit that might have begun life an orange color, but was now so stained with lubricants that it was impossible to be sure. He had intelligent eyes, deeply sunk in a face that looked as though it had been sculpted out of chopped meat and hastily decorated with hair. You hate X-Wings? No. I hate factory new X-Wings. They look so sweet, but then you get in under the panels and what do you have? Factory defects just waiting to blow up in your face. Assembly mistakes no one noticed. And worst of all, they're always making improvements at Incom, slipping in these so-called technological upgrades without documenting them, without fully testing them, and without getting your explicit permission. Cubber's face broke out in a broad grin. You do understand. All right, kid, let's pop these things open and see what they've done wrong. Within a few minutes, Kell decided that Cubber was correct. The rails on which the pilots' chairs were mounted, so that they could be adjusted forward or back to account for the pilot's height, seemed to be a glossy black ceramic instead of the stainless metal he was used to. He had no idea how the things would hold up under hard wear. He resolved to make sure there were some of the old-fashioned rails in the replacement parts inventory. The canopy seal on one of the snub fighters was faulty. The inertial compensators, the anti-gravity projectors that kept the pilot from suffering ill effects from acceleration, deceleration, and maneuvering, were smaller than he was used to and lacked the external kinetic rod array that was supposed to supply their internal computers with data about current inertial conditions. One of the 4 X-Wings had a small rectangular equipment module mounted on its exterior, aft of the cargo compartment, but Kell couldn't find any wiring or other connectors from it into the fighter's interior. So when Wedge arrived and asked, "How do they look?" Kell pulled himself out of one engine and said, "Terrible." Cubber extracted himself from the next one and said, "The worst batch ever." The rest of Cubber's crew, crawling over the other 2 new snub fighters, shouted confirmation in explicit and unpleasant terms. Wedge stared at Cubber and Kell with the ill-concealed incomprehension with which normal people routinely greet the pronouncements of the Interplanetary Society of Mechanics. He heaved a sigh. "Can they be ready for training exercises tomorrow?" Cubber looked dubious. "Well, 2 of them, sure." Kell said, "If we get a perfect run-through first time on the inertial compensator checks, maybe 3. Cubber said, "And if a miracle occurs on the extruder valve tests, we could theoretically have all 4 ready. Maybe." Kell kept amusement from his face. There was no such thing as an extruder valve on the X-Wing design. Wedge looked unhappy. "Well, do what you can." Kell saluted. "Will do, sir." "And when you have a chance, though this isn't necessary for tomorrow, paint out the red stripes on all the X-Wings except mine and Jansen's. Replace them with gray." "Will do." When Wedge had withdrawn to his personal X-Wing on the other side of the hangar, Kell asked, "What do you think? 1 hour? 2? Cubber nodded. 1, unless we do the stripes tonight, which we won't. You play Sabac, son?" "A little, but I'm not very good at it." Cubber glared. "Do I look stupid? I'm not very good at it. Indeed, my 6-year-old daughter's a better liar." "Well, I lie a little, but I'm not very good at it." Cubber snorted and pulled himself back into his engine. Wedge Antilles wandered around the hangar for the next hour, long enough for the mechanics to grow nervous at his continued needless presence. They got back at him by loudly telling one another stories of amazing mechanical failures they'd heard about, and the great loss of life that had usually resulted therefrom. Their work was done, but Cubber couldn't dismiss them while Wedge Antilles was present. It would fly in the face of the story he'd told of the X-Wing's state of readiness. Finally, Kell heard a sound from the far end of the hangar's exit tunnel. Its magnetic containment field hummed into life, and a moment later the heavy doors just beyond it rolled open. Outside, Kell could see dusty lunar surface, blast craters, the silhouettes of other surface buildings of the one-time mine, the distant lunar horizon, and stars. Then a light dot in the distance, gradually growing as it approached. When it was several hundred meters from the tunnel entrance, it resolved itself into a shape Kell recognized. "Corellian YT-1300 transport," he said. "Not just any YT-1300. Cubber had moved up beside him. "That's the Millennium Falcon." Kell gave the approaching ship a harder look. "Are you sure?" "Oh, yes. I was a year on Hoth, passing by that slab of rust and bad wiring every day. I never got to service her. Solo and his Wookiee friend hated for anyone but them to work on her. You can always recognize her by the specific pattern of corrosion." Kell heard a distant pop as the ship breached the MagCon field, which obligingly permitted the ship through, but held the tunnel's atmosphere within. The twin-pronged prow of the ship dipped a little as it finished navigating the tunnel and reached the hangar proper. The Falcon moved smoothly to the largest bare patch of hangar nearest the tunnel entrance, then rotated in place so the bow was facing back out the tunnel. Only then did it set down, its master displaying considerable skill with the repulsor lift landing engines. Its boarding ramp descended as Wedge Antilles approached. Down the ramp came General Solo, but not as Kell had seen him on holo-recordings. Instead of being an uncomfortable-looking man in a New Republic general's uniform, Solo wore brown pants and vest and a light tunic much better suited to casual travel. He also wore a broad grin that did much for his craggy features. He and Wedge embraced, then turned toward the hangar exit. Kell caught a few of their words. "Flight in. Diplomatic functions. Zinj." Then they were gone. Cubber clapped Kell on the back. "There's your brush with greatness, kid. You can tell your children I saw Han Solo get off his ship once. He ignored me completely. Come on, let's get out of here." "Right." But Kell lingered and watched for a moment as a gigantic humanoid mass of hair, doubtless Solo's companion Chewbacca, descended the ramp. The famous Wookiee stood there a long moment, sniffing the air, then uttered a roar. Not menacing, but low and resonant, perhaps just announcing his presence or claiming this part of the hangar as his territory. Then the Wookiee ascended the ramp and was gone. As Kell returned his attention to the X-Wing he'd been working on, he heard a scuttling noise. He jumped, then spun around, looking for its source. The sound was what he'd expect if an insect the size of a small floor-scrubbing droid were running around in the hangar. But he caught no sight of such a thing, and the sound ended as soon as he moved. Cubber was already dismissing the men and waving Kell to follow. "Come on, kid. Remember Sabak." Right. Kell smoothed down the hair that had stood to attention on the back of his neck. He closed up the last of the X-Wing's engine panels and followed. "How was your flight in?" asked Wedge. "Dull, what do you think?" said Han. "But not as bad as a night of diplomatic functions back on Coruscant. Sorry I missed you when you got back from Typhira, but I was off on another pointless leg of the search for Zinj." They passed through the archway leading into the main access corridor serving most of the hangar chambers. "You're not still doing that. I was under the impression that you were on the Mon Ramonda and that the Millennium Falcon would be in storage until Zinj was flushed out." Han grinned. It was the roguish grin he offered up when he was among friends and enemies, but never at official functions, never in the presence of holo-recorders. "I escaped Coruscant and its endless diplomatic functions with the Mon Ramonda mission, but we haven't had any luck on the Zinj pursuit in the last few weeks, so it's all dull procedure and maintenance right now. You know how I feel about procedure and maintenance." "So you escaped your escape?" Han nodded. "Officially, I'm hand-carrying orders regarding the hunt for Zinj. Unofficially, I'm here to compare and evaluate on-base gambling all over the Alliance." He sobered. "The orders are variations of the ones Coruscant has sent out recently. They supersede those orders. We're trying to see whether Zinj and the other warlords have a tap-in on those transmissions. Meaning that if they set up patrols and ambushes that would be really efficient against the old orders, but not as good against the new, you have a problem. Right. I have to head out again tomorrow for my next destination, which leaves only tonight for recreation. So, what do you do around here for entertainment? Nothing. Wedge kept his face straight. There are no women assigned to Folor Base. Because of the General's philosophical beliefs, there's no alcohol, no gambling, and we can't watch broadcasts from Komanor. This has led to a rather high suicide rate, but there's no getting around that. We do have some holo recordings of Coruscant diplomatic functions, if you'd like to see them. Han wore an expression of growing horror. Then it became pure outrage. He pointed a finger at Wedge as though it were a blaster barrel. You! Wedge grinned. I had you going. You believed every painful word. Come on, I'll introduce you to General Crespin and then to Downtime, which has the moon's greatest supply of Corellian brandy. We'll see if we can put a dent in it. I should never listen to you. No, you shouldn't. Even Leia finally realized that you're a liar. Well, she's right. She always is. But if you ever tell her I said that, I'll be vaped for sure. I know. 7. 4 X-Wings raced through the hangar tunnel and punched through the MagCon field into the vacuum surrounding Folor. 2 group, form up on me, said Kel. Pack it in close. We're under the eye. The eye was another X-Wing, Wedge's, already on station half a click above their position. Runt, Fanon, and Face formed up smartly around him. This didn't do much to alleviate the tension that had clamped down on Kel as soon as he lit up the engines of the X-Wing. Jansen wasn't around to cause his concern. No, this was the old trouble, the tightness, the difficulty in breathing that came to haunt him whenever he was in charge of something. It wasn't the same in a simulator. Now he was piloting a real snub fighter worth a fortune in a mission where sloppy aim or bad maneuver could cost his life, or the life of a wingmate. He forced his shoulders to loosen, tried to bring himself under control. Maybe Wedge wasn't listening too closely to the comm, couldn't hear his labored breathing. Maybe no one was monitoring the biodata sensors that were sometimes wired into the chairs of novice pilots. Maybe no one would notice his trouble. He checked out the data currently reading on his navigational computer. Very simple data, as it didn't involve a hyperdrive jump or even extralunar travel. He transmitted the data to the others, then brought his snub fighter around toward the south. A visual scan showed the rest of 2 Group maintaining their positions. Sensors showed Wedge still on station, and another blip, doubtless related to their objective, straight ahead, clicks to the south. Wedge's voice broke over their comm systems. Gentlemen, this is a simple strafing run exercise. The blip on your sensors is not your target. That's Lieutenant Jansen in the Nara, our shuttle. With the shuttle's personnel retrieval tractor beam, Jansen will be maneuvering a target, which will be about 300 meters behind him. 5 and 6 will perform their run, then 7 and 8 30 seconds later. Your orders are simple. Arm at 2 clicks, fire at a click and a half, immediately disengage and return to base. There's now a governor on your comm systems. 5 and 6 will not be able to talk to 7 and 8, and vice versa. If you hear abort, break off your attack and await orders. It probably means one of you jokers has taken a target lock on the Nara. Any questions? Kel said, No, sir, and heard Runt repeat it. Good hunting, then. Kel watched the numbers on the rangefinder spin down at a rapid pace, then saw the faintest shadow of a new blip begin to flicker in and out of existence a short distance behind the Nara. Moments later he saw the Nara itself, a distant sliver of lightness against the backdrop of some of Folor's mountains. and saw the target, a sail of reflective cloth about the size of the shuttle when fully deployed. It was not fully deployed now. It twisted and curled in the shuttle's tractor beam. With its shape and size continually changing, it would be a challenging shot at 1.5 clicks. He addressed the R5 unit situated behind his cockpit. Reset Proton Torpedo 1 to a 10-meter proximity fuse. Communicate with 6's R2 and instruct him to do the same. The R5 beeped confirmation at him. Kell hadn't given a name to the shiny new droid. That was the privilege of the first pilot, to be permanently assigned to this X-Wing and its astromech. At 2 clicks, he called out, S-foils to attack position. He reached up and right to throw the appropriate switch, saw the strike foils to port and starboard part into the formation that gave the X-Wings their unique profile. As soon as they locked into place, his heads-up display faded. Kell had a clear sensor view of the target and no way to lock onto it with his weapons. R5, what happened to my targeting? The R5's confused whistle tweeted at him over the comlink, and the data board read, Unknown. 6, I have no targeting. 5, we have no weapon systems. We have a general failure. Damn it, damn it. Kell's guts were going cold so fast it was as though an overenthusiastic refrigeration unit had been installed there. He pointed his X-Wing in as direct a path as he could toward the target, corrected to a couple of degrees port to account for the speed of the towing shuttle. With seconds remaining, he checked visually and by sensor to make sure that the torpedo wouldn't come anywhere near the Nara. The rangefinder's numbers rolled down to 1.5 clicks. Kell fired, saw the torpedo flash toward the target, saw it miss by 40 meters or more. As he pulled up and began the long loop around to orient himself back toward Folor Base, he watched the torpedo continue on its ballistic path, eventually slamming into the side of one of the distant mountains, illuminating the mountain slope with a brief, brilliant flash. Not too good, 5, Wedge said. 7, 8, begin your run. 7 affirmative. 8 affirmative. Kell frowned. Suddenly he could hear 7 and 8 again. Doubtless, since he and Runt were through with the run, Wedge had re-enabled their ability to do so. R5, can you give me views through their telemetry, 7s and 8s? The R5 hooted in the affirmative. A moment later, 2 views of the distant target appeared side by side on Kell's main screen, views that were alike but not identical, so they appeared to be an unmerged stereoscopic image. 7, recommend we set the torps to a broader proximity fuse. That target's ugly. Good point. Doing so. All right, 8, strike foils to attack position now. Affirmative. A moment later, one of the visual images went to gray. Kell grinned sourly. 7 and 8 were about to experience the same failure he had. 8, my weapons are gone. Some sort of system failure. 7, my targeting's shot. Do you still have weapons? Yes. Hold on, I'm transmitting my targeting information to you. Wait for the lock. Got it. Firing, 7. We have detonation. Looks like a kill. But I still don't have targeting sensors. Mine show a clean kill. Good shot, 8. You did all the work. I just pulled the trigger. Kind of the way I like it. Wedge's voice crackled in. Good work, you two. It's back to base, so 3 group can do this. Do not inform anyone who hasn't gone through this exercise of its parameters. That's an order. Yes, sir. 1 out. Kell gritted his teeth. Once again, because of one of Wedge Antilles' oh-so-clever tricks, he had come out looking like an incompetent. He'd worked very hard to overcome that first score of 0 in the simulators, worked hard enough to put him at the top of the pilot's roster, and now it was starting all over again. The punching dummy was shaped like a man, That is, if you fed a man until he was so fat that his features half disappeared in folds of flesh, then mounted him on a flexible rod in the Folor Base gymnasium. Kell shook his head. He certainly wouldn't want to be treated that way. Nor would he want to suffer the damage he was inflicting on the dummy. He started with a 1-2 combination that rocked the dummy's head, deforming it temporarily. In seconds, the putty-like memory material inside began to restore the head to its proper shape, but until then it bore the marks of Kell's fists. He switched to a knife-like blow with the edge of his hand to the thing's neck, stepping in for a forearm shot to the nose, stayed in close to bring his knee up into the dummy's ribcage twice. Both times he heard cracking from within the dummy. It was constructed to feel like flesh, to give way like flesh and bone when the assaults were powerful enough, then return to its pristine state. He danced back, bobbing, weaving, threw a left-hand feint, followed up with a right hook that whipped the dummy's head part way around. Very satisfying, though not as gratifying as if it were the real Wedge, the real Jansen. Kell knew he wasn't the best hand-to-hand fighter around. His instructor in the commandos was a woman half his weight, a head shorter than he. She could throw him around the mats at will and could hit harder than he ever could. But he was big, fast, and trained, so he figured he was in the top 10% of unarmed combatants in the military. It was just something he was good at. Too bad it didn't help him on Folor Base. He spun, planted a powerful side kick to the dummy's sternum, watched the rig sway far back on its flexible pole, and then snap upright. Just like his tenure here on Folor. If all his skills were as polished as his fighting, all his objectives here seemed as resilient as that dummy. He gave them everything he had, and still they popped upright, unmoved, undamaged, unmarked. Are you mad at the dummy? Or is this a mad mind? Kell spun. Runt was seated on a balance bar, watching curiously, his brown eyes open wider than usual. The fur that covered his body was fluffed and disordered in places, patchy with moisture in others, clear signs of a recent shower and inadequate drying. I guess it's a mad mind, Kell said. It seems to be a competent mind. You seem to be able to abandon it when you want, else you would be attacking us. Kell smiled. He still couldn't quite work his mind around his wingmate's logic or figure out Runt's circuitous approaches to subjects of conversations. I suppose so. This mind works better if you can shut it off at will. Yes, our pilot mind is getting better that way. Have you noticed? You can cut through its haze sometimes. This is good. I'm glad. But you have another mind that worries us. Us as in all of Runt? Runt shook his head, sending his ponytail swaying. Us as in all the Squadron, all who admit to worry, that is. Kell picked up his towel from the floor, threw it over his shoulders, and sat up on the bar beside Runt. I don't get it. You have a bad mind in you. You think we do not see it? It speaks to you when you fail, and lashes you with your failure. Kell turned away from him, looking back at the dummy. Its features restored to normalcy, it seemed to be grinning at him, grinning with amused indifference or contempt. There's nothing wrong with that. Identifying failure correctly is just part of analysis. Then it keeps at you for days, weeks, eating at you, like some animal that has crawled into you and now wishes to chew its way out. Call it my motivational mind. No, it is not. It makes you think things that are not true. It is your enemy. I am your friend. I wish I could turn my guns on it. There was such bitterness in Runt's voice that Kell turned back to him, surprised.
Don't be ridiculous.
Phelan and Grinder also failed today's mission. Do you know where they are? In the cafeteria, eating, laughing, looking forward to tomorrow's missions. They and others have settled in around Mindonos and are trying to make him smile. Where are you? In the training room, punishing yourself and a dummy.
Is Tyria there?
Runt blinked at the sudden change of subject. Yes.
Have they been there long?
No.
Well, I haven't eaten. I think I'll take a quick shower and join them.
You coming?
I do not think you have heard what I have said.
Of course I have. I'll see you there in a few minutes. As he walked toward the showers, Kell heard Runt breathe a long sigh. It was as Runt had said. Most of Gray Squadron was at the longest table in the officers' cafeteria. Phelan and Jesmond had Donos pinned between them. They were laughing as Kell approached. Runt waved him toward a seat beside him, but Kell took the one beside Piggy, opposite Tyria and Phelan. Face was speaking. So here I am, stark naked, locked out of my quarters, running around the corridors looking for a towel, a rag, anything, and I turn a corner and bump right into the executive officer. He has about the same sense of humor as a Wookiee with a rash. So I throw my best salute and say, Major, I regret to report only partial success with the personal cloaking device. The others burst out in laughter. Even Donos, slowly stirring some sweetener into his cup of calf, managed a faint smile. Phelan asked, So what did he do? He turned out to be all right. He made me hold salute for a while, looked me over, returned my salute, and said, It's obvious this project was a failure. I suggest you go and cover up its shortcomings. So I did. Phelan snickered, then asked, What about the lieutenant? Face shrugged. She had a sense of humor like mine. Probably why we got together, and certainly why we got apart just as fast. The next day they found my clothes just in front of the intake door of the food reprocessing plant. There was a note on them saying, I cannot live with what I have done. Think of me whenever you have a bite to eat. She signed my name, of course. I got away clean, so to speak, with the naked in the halls thing, only to be written up for my practical joke. I had to clean everyone's dress uniform boots for graduation. Phelan said, So, Lieutenant. Donos looked up. We're off duty. You can call me Min. So, Min, do they do that sort of stuff in the Corellian Armed Forces? Donos nodded. A long and honorable tradition. I'll tell you sometime about the dead Gurkhat that wouldn't stay buried. Grinder sniffed. Practical jokes. A ridiculous waste of time. The others looked at him. Face said, You've never sliced into someone's secure files and changed them, left messages or something just for your own amusement? Or to make them look stupid? Certainly not. You're not like any code slicer I've ever met. The Bothan smiled. I'm better. Phelan turned away from him and back to Donos. So, were you really a sniper? The lieutenant nodded. Did you ever have to, don't answer that if it's too personal. Did I ever shoot someone in cold blood, without giving him a chance? She nodded, somber. Yes, 3 times I did that. I didn't much care for it. If I did, I'd probably still be doing it. But better to have dead enemies than dead innocents. He glanced at his chrono. Speaking of which, I need to suit up and get in some practice out on the range. Folor Base had an interior shooting gallery for blaster pistol practice, but the distances for which a laser sniper rifle was best suited were much greater. Donos and Jansen had put together a target site on a hilltop outside, in hard vacuum. Donos would be sniping on it from several surrounding hills. "Ten, are you still going with me?" Tyria nodded.
"I'm certainly not going to let you wander around out there alone."
Jesmond said,
"Please, let me. I need the vacuum suit practice."
She rose. Donos followed suit, and with a short nod for his squad mates, left with the Mon Calamari flyer. "He certainly opened up," Fanon said. "It makes me feel all warm inside, seeing the barriers come down. I think we should get him a toy bantha to cuddle at night."
"Oh, shut up,"
said Phelan.
"He is better. He talked a little. He even smiled."
"Imagining face naked would make anyone laugh." Phelan glared at him.
"Tan, would you die for Mindonos?"
The cyborg chuckled. "Maybe some other day."
"Would he die for you?"
"I don't know."
"He would. I'm sure he'd die for any of us. He wanted to die for his last squadron, but his responsibility wouldn't let him. As far as I'm concerned, that makes him better than you. Tan, what's it like to be constantly making fun of people better than you?"
She rose, not waiting for an answer, and stormed out of the cafeteria. Fanon raised his eyebrow. "I say she's sweet on him." He turned to Face. "Want to bet? I'll give you 3-1. "No, I'm betting your side." Grinder leaned in. "I'll have some of that. I'm an expert in human psychology. She's too independent and pragmatic to have romantic yearnings for him. She's merely responding to the pain of a hurt animal. This is a human female instinct. She wants to nurse him back to health." Fanon grinned. 20 creds? 50. Done. Kel fixed Tyria with a stare. "What do you bet?" She shrugged.
"They may both be right. Some women see a man who is a mess, feel the urge to repair his problems, and then fall in love with him while they're working on him.
Emotional distress as an attractant.
Say, Tyria, I have a sharp pain in my childhood memories."
Fanon winced. "What a terrible line. I wish I'd thought of it." Tyria stood and turned an indulgent eye on Kel and Fanon.
"You two go play your boy games. The rest of us have some studying to do. You know we're going to have a hyperspace nav mission soon. How are your nav scores?"
Kel shrugged. "So-so, but Piggy's the navigational genius."
"That's right."
She turned to walk away, but called back over her shoulder.
"That's why we can be sure Wedge will forbid him to help."
"You know," Face said, "she's right." Fanon looked glum. "I hate it when that happens." The file appeared on Admiral Triggett's datapad. Its title, Recent Mort Project Data Gathering Results and Conclusions. Its listed author was Gara Petithel, the code slicer who had been so useful to him in providing information leading to the demise of Talon Squadron. He brought up the file and read its contents, then skimmed them again. Finally, he crooked a finger to summon his XO. "Prep the TIE squadrons," he said pleasantly. "Do full diagnostics on our weapon and shield systems, and tell Nightcaller to prepare a load of the new Empian mines. We'll plant them in the unoccupied systems closest to Kominor, then head on to Kominor system itself. It looks as though the rebels are staging from the moon Folor, and I think it's time for us to put an end to it." 8. Over breakfast, Kel told her,
"I think I'm in love with you."
They sat again in the officers' cafeteria, but this time it was Kel and Tyria alone at one of the smaller tables, early enough that only Face of the other members of Gray Squadron was eating at another table. There were a few of the A-Wing pilot trainees about. Kel had arisen early, adjusting himself to Tyria's hours in order to catch her alone here. Something like exasperation showed in Tyria's eyes.
No, you aren't.
Kel nodded. I know you think I'm probably kidding, like Ton Fanon always does, but I'm not.
Oh, I'm sure you're not kidding. You're just wrong.
He laughed.
How could you possibly think that? How could I be wrong? Love is love. You're not making any sense.
She stirred listlessly at a nameless green pudding-like mass on her plate, then shoved the plate away.
All right, let's hear your reasons.
Reasons? He stared at her, genuinely surprised. Reasons why I love you?
Reasons why you think you do, yes.
He sat back, the cold of panic beginning to spread through his gut. She was not responding the way he thought she would. He'd prepared himself for acceptance, for refusal, for confusion, and let's talk about it later, but not this cold-blooded call for analysis. He took a couple of deep breaths to steady his nerves and organize his thoughts.
Well, it boils down to this. You're everything I want in a woman. Smart, talented, brave, beautiful. I've been attracted to you since that first simulator run. And yet you've barely talked to me. Well, you're aware I have no family? Well, yes.
Face had mentioned that to him in passing, that her family had died when her world of Toprawa had fallen, that she had survived by her ranger skills for years until a New Republic intelligence reconnaissance mission had brought her and a few other rescuees off-world.
Now, what I want to know is this. Is my lack of a family a draw because I'll bring you no in-laws to complicate your life, or because you'll get to bestow me with the boon of your own family and make me happy again?
He drew back. That's uncalled for.
Not the sort of thing you'd expect me to say, is it?
No.
Proving my point that you don't know me. You've just decided that I match the concept in your mind of what your perfect mate should be, so now you're in love. We'd be the perfect couple. I'm tall, so you wouldn't have to bend over too far to kiss me, and we'll look good on the holograms together. I'm a pilot, so we can be partners. I assume back when you were in the commandos that your perfect mate would have been a commando, right?
The coldness in his gut solidified into a block of ice.
You're wrong. You're wrong about me. Then tell me, she said, how much time you spent thinking about me yesterday.
What?
That's a simple question. How much time? 6 standard hours? 1? 10 minutes? Kel, give me a truthful answer. Set honesty to on.
He thought it over, and as the answer came to him, he felt his heart sink.
About 15 minutes.
She smiled without humor.
You don't spend very much time dreamy-eyed for a man who's hopelessly in love, do you?
He looked down at the tabletop and didn't answer. She continued, her voice ruthlessly gentle.
The good thing about fantasy lovers is they don't need much of your time. They're very low maintenance, unlike real people. I'm very flattered that you feel you've fallen in love with a fantasy Tyria, but she isn't me, Kel.
She rose and was gone. Miserable, he stared into his cup of caf, not seeking answers, just avoiding the eyes of those around him. She was right. Tyria was his idea of perfection. But the real Tyria? How close did she match his idea? He didn't know. Face wandered by on his way out. She shot you down? He asked.
Vaped me. 1 shot.
Cheer up. Maybe this was just a simulator run. Nor did the day's trials end there. Kell stopped in at his locker to retrieve his data pad. He keyed in his personal code and pulled the locker door open. Something shifted inside as he did so. Then a mass of wriggling tentacles leaped out at him, landing on his chest, wrapping itself around him. Kell let out a yell, tore the slick creature from him, and hurled it to the ferrocrete floor. He gave it a fast kick to send it skidding up along the aisle of lockers. He drew his blaster from where it hung inside the locker and aimed at his attacker. It lay there on the floor, a collection of greasy tubes and metal springs. Its parts waved in the air, slowly settling down to stillness. Chuckles and laughter broke out from all directions. Kell looked around. Other pilots, X-Wing and A-Wing, peering in down the aisles, ducked away as his gaze fell across them. Face was one of the other pilots, but he didn't pull back. A prank. Very funny. Ha ha. Kell wiped the sudden sweat from his brow and returned his blaster pistol to the locker. That's the last thing I need, to be reprimanded for shooting up the locker room. Well, maybe the prankster will turn his attention to me. Won't that be fun? I'll destroy him psychologically, put him in fear for his sanity, cost him the will to live. Sounds good to me. Of course, I don't know that you weren't the prankster. True. Face shrugged. Most of the rest of the squadron gathered for breakfast a little later in the morning. So I'm curious, Fanon said. Commander, Lieutenant, who do the old-timers think of as the greatest fighter pilot in the galaxy? Wedge and Jansen exchanged a look. Well, said Wedge, we can hardly speak for the old-timers. As a matter of fact, you're older than I am. I'm sorry, I actually meant your generation of pilots. Wedge sighed. It depends, Jansen said. What are the criteria for greatest pilot? I mean, I've seen plenty of pilots with brilliant skill. Luke Skywalker's one of them. On the other hand, he didn't fly regular combat missions for as long as most, so his kills aren't up there with other pilots who have been around longer. Other pilots were extraordinary too, but ended up drifting into the path of some imp gunner and were vaped. He glanced at his commander. If you want to go by numbers and survivability, of course, there's only one pilot who has survived 2 Death Star runs. From that perspective, Wedge Antilles is the best pilot ever. Phelan snorted with amusement. The rest looked at her. Something funny, Sand Skimmer? Jansen asked. Oh, no offense, sir. The sarcastic edge to her voice suggested that avoiding offense was nowhere in her mission parameters. But piloting is for the young. I'm sure Commander Antilles was very good in his prime. He may have been the best pilot at one time, long ago. And I know he's a good trainer even today, but Commander, you're what, 40? Wedge managed to look amused and regretful at the same time. 28. Exactly. Your reflexes are shot. There's only so far experience can go to overcome that handicap. Jansen said, Sand Skimmer. Wedge said, You're only 9 years from that same grim fate. If I should live so long, I'm sure I'll find some way to make myself useful, just like you have. Wedge stood. Come along. I'm not through eating, sir. You're young. You can afford to miss a meal. Wedge reached over and drew Phelan's tray away from her. Come on. Reluctant and annoyed, she stood. Where? We're going flying. A little competition, if you're up to it. No, wait, that's not fair. Until I'm through training, you still have some points on me in X-Wings. How about repulsor lift ore haulers? Do you give up any points to me in those? No, sir. Come along. The rest rose to follow, but Jansen waved them down. Finish your breakfasts and assemble in the briefing room. I'll follow and transmit. This should be interesting. It was the oldest, dingiest hangar on Folor Base, and not truly in use by the New Republic military. It held vehicles from the mining colony that had originally inhabited Folor, vehicles that were still functional but not in use by the base garrison. Among the vehicles on hand were 3 repulsor lift vehicles large enough to carry 4 X-wings nose to tail, with beds deeper than a man is tall. The vehicles still bore scratched traces of their original gray coats of paint, and their beds were littered with dust and pebbles from the last ore loads they carried years ago. None of the 3 had an enclosed cockpit. Data cards still in place in their simple computers indicated they'd been serviced within the last year, and all 3 started up when activated. Wedge and Phelan listened to all 3, agreed on which 2 engines sounded best, and flipped a Desicred coin to see who'd get the best one. Phelan won. Minutes later, wearing vacuum suits, they guided the open-air vehicles through the hangar's magnetic containment field and headed at a leisurely pace toward the near end of the pig trough. The pig trough was an anomalous geographical feature of Folor. It was a meandering lunar fissure created at some distant time when the moon's surface was not quite cool and tectonic plates were still in motion. Its near terminus was only a click from Folor Base, and the lengthy geographical feature wandered for thousands of kilometers to the northeast, then cut sharply northwest for an even greater distance. The nearer portions of the trough were too broad, with curves too gradual to be of any use to the trainers, but more distant portions were used by pilot trainees for trench maneuvering and bombing practice. On the lip just above the first descent into the trough, Wedge and Phelan brought their ore haulers to a halt. "Com check," Wedge said. "You receiving?"
"Yes."
"Wes, I'm here. I've dropped a flare 4 clicks up on the trench. That's your goal." "Sand skimmer, you ready?"
"I've been ready since I confirmed seal on my suit."
"Go." He issued the command in a mild tone, but there was nothing restrained about the way Wedge kicked his ore hauler forward, roaring down the trough's shallow slope, as though he were in command of a fast-moving combat assault vehicle.
"Cheater!"
Phelan was only a split second behind him. Well before they reached the bottom of the slope, she'd drawn almost even with him to the left. She side-slipped into him. Wedge felt rather than heard the impact, but it didn't maneuver him out of line. He grinned. Only the greenest pilot would have failed to anticipate the maneuver and compensate for it. He gunned his engines and leaned into his leftward side. The nose of his hauler was still a few meters ahead of hers, and thus able to push hers out of line. He shoved her until her left side began to scrape along the rift wall. The sudden friction slowed her, and he shot out ahead. "Keep trying, Sand Skimmer. I'm old. I might be tiring already." Her curses lit up the comm unit. The other pilot trainees gathered in the briefing room and watched the visual sensor feed from Jansen's X-Wing. Jansen was pacing the ore haulers at an altitude of about 50 meters. Kell guessed that Jansen was running on repulsor lifts, occasionally hitting the thrusters, else he wouldn't be able to move slowly enough to keep them in his sensor view. Donos said, "She's actually moving that bucket around pretty well. She was probably a pretty hot stick back on Tatooine." He sounded more analytical than admiring, but it was the longest single statement Kell had heard from him. Kell shook his head. "I've serviced rigs like that. They're not like recreational skimmers. Their repulsor fields extend out ahead several meters. They have to be anticipatory to keep those haulers from gutting themselves on rough terrain. If she doesn't know that, she'll bounce. There she goes." Indeed, the front end of Phelan's hauler rose an additional 2 meters as the craft approached a boulder outcropping. The hauler went skyward, gaining enough altitude to lose repulsor lift contact with the ground. and Wedge's vehicle gained another handful of meters on her. Donos said, "She'll take him." Kel pulled a handful of coins from his pocket.
10 credits.
"You're on." Donos's coin joined his on the tabletop. The other pilot candidates rummaged through pockets and began pulling out coins, money transfer cards, jewelry, pieces of candy. They ran now with Phelan's bow to Wedge's stern. Whenever she sideslipped to try to pass, he broke in that direction, blocking her move. The richness and color of her non-stop cursing were testimony to his success. It couldn't last forever. She slid rightward, he followed suit, and noticed too late that the maneuver led him right onto a nest of boulders. Their proximity kicked his bow up into the air, and she slid around to his left, passing him before he re-established contact with the rift surface. He laughed. "Not bad, Phelan. You've proved you can learn at least one thing a day."
"You're going to look funny spitting out lunar dust while you're teaching me, sir."
Ahead, the rift turned leftward. Near the right wall was a tumbled pile of stone. Between it and the wall itself, the floor curved gently upward. Left of the pile was broad open ground. Phelan headed for the broadest open area. Wedge slid rightward, angling between the stone pile and the wall. As he squeezed between them, his repulsors kicked loose stones from the pile of boulders, raining them down on Phelan's hauler. Her reflex slid her leftward, and he gained on her going around the turn. He was a few meters ahead as they came out of the curve.
"Obviously you can't win by flying fair, sir. What happens when we get to the end? Do you shoot me?"
"I'm thinking about it." The end of the run was within sight, a distant red glow where Jansen had dumped his flare. The rift bottom was flat and smooth to the right of the straightaway, but grew stony and broken along the center. Phelan drifted right. Wedge drifted left, toward the more difficult terrain. He saw Phelan turn to look at him. He couldn't read her expression through the vacuum suit's polarized shield, but knew that she had to wonder what his plan was in giving up the speediest approach to the finish line. She gained on him as they approached the rockiest portion of rift floor. But as they reached the point where the tumbled boulders were worst, he sideslipped right, and his nose crossed over the highest of them. The move kicked him up several meters, and he came down right on top of her hauler. His vehicle's weight forced hers down, compressing her repulsor emissions, slowing her vehicle. His own repulsors kicked him forward off her hauler. He held his control wheel on course by brute strength. His hauler straightened out as it came fully down off hers and onto the rift floor, and a second later he passed the glowing flare, Phelan's hauler tucked in right behind him.
You...
"That's right, Sand Skimmer. I won."
"You cheated."
He laughed as he slowed his hauler and swung its nose around. "Phelan, consider this. When an Imperial laser cuts through your canopy and hits you, the energy will superheat the water in your tissues. They will literally explode. If there's enough of your X-Wing to retrieve, they'll have to hose down the inside. When that happens, will you complain that the TIE fighter pilot cheated?" Her voice was grudging.
"No, sir."
She followed him through his maneuver. "And what will you say?"
"I won't say anything. I'll be dead."
"So, to keep one of these bad boys from cheating until you're dead, what are you going to do?"
"I guess I'll have to learn to cheat, sir."
"Congratulations. You've proved you can learn 2 things in a single day." At mission briefing that afternoon, Wedge announced, "We have 2 pieces of good news. Our other 4 snub fighters are in, and Cubber's crew has cleared them for use." He paused as the squadron applauded, then continued. "Also, we now have a unit designation. Courtesy of Tyria Sarkin, we are Wraith Squadron." Several of the pilots made appreciative noises. Face merely looked disgusted. Runt asked, "What is a wraith?"
"Something I heard about in my childhood," Tyria said. "Dark things that come in the night for you. That's what I think we are. For the Empire, for the warlords, we're the phantoms under the bed, the monsters in the storage cubicles."
Runt smiled, showing big teeth, and narrowed his eyes. The expression made his long face look sinister. "We like that." Wedge said, "So Tyria wins the 3-day pass. But not today. We still have a run to do. A full squadron run for the first time. Other news, we now have a squadron supply officer. Please come in." The pilots turned toward the entrance. The supply officer's arrival was heralded by a set of rhythmic squeaks.
"We are in trouble,"
Kell said. Squeaky, Downtime's 3PO server, walked in and up to the speaker's podium. He turned to the pilots. "Let me begin by saying that I am delighted to bring my years of experience to this novice squadron. I expect that my skill will keep some of you alive." Thanen whispered, "Inevitably, some of us will prefer to die." Squeaky continued, "I am also pleased once again to be serving a fine officer named Antilles. A pity what happened to the last one. I'm sure we will all pitch together to keep fate from repeating itself." Wedge looked pained. Most of the pilots knew that a Captain Antilles, no relation to the commander, had been master of the Tantive 4 and had died at the hands of Darth Vader. "In dealing with you," Squeaky said, "I will match courtesy with courtesy, insult with insult, incompetence with incompetence. I have transmitted requisition forms to your astromechs and to your datapads. Please use them, and always check your spelling. Thank you." He bowed to Wedge and moved to sit by Lieutenant Jansen. Wedge's mouth twitched as he too obviously restrained a smile. "Thank you, Squeaky. Wes." Jansen stood and tapped his datapad. The room's holoprojector glowed into life, and on it appeared a dark field with a few dozen glowing points arranged within it, a small area star map. He pointed into the mass of stars at a bright golden one. "Here's Komenor. You are here. Here's Corellia and more core systems. Farther out we reach border and then rim territories. This star is nicknamed Doldrums for its lovely, featureless, uninhabited planets. That's our destination. Each of you is to spend an hour with your astromechs putting together a 3-stage course to get us to Doldrums, and a 2-stage course to bring us back. These navigational paths should follow normal security guidelines for limiting observers' abilities to follow our course or trace our routes. When you're done, transmit your course to Control. We'll choose the one we like best, the one that burns the least fuel and appears the most elegant. And then we'll fly it as a test of your hyperspace skill and accuracy. Questions?" There were none. "Good. We'll see you in the hangar in an hour." The pilots rose to head toward their X-Wings and astromech droids. Face looked rueful. "I can't believe you, Tyria. I thought I had that pass locked up."
"What squad names did you suggest?"
she asked. "Well, there was Silly Squadron." She shook her head.
"We'd have to repaint the X-Wings."
"Then there was Rogue Squadron."
"Taken."
"I know, but it was a good idea." "Then there was Dinner Squadron."
"I take it you were faint from hunger when you were coming up with these."
"How did you know?" Less than 2 hours later, Wraith Squadron was skirting Komenor, preparing to slingshot past it to get clear of its gravity well and into the proper orientation for the first leg of Piggy's proposed course. Folor was moments from disappearing behind Kominor's horizon when Jesmond transmitted,
"Wraith Leader, this is 2. I have transmissions on an Imperial channel."
Kel knew Jesmond had installed an upgraded communications and sensor package in her X-Wing, appropriate to the squad's communications expert. Wedge's voice was next. "Squad, break off the exit maneuver. Circle here at a diameter of 50 clicks. 2, are they transmitting in the clear?"
"No, sir, it's encoded. I'm working on that, but there's something else. It's a tight beam transmission, and the origin of the transmission is pretty close to our flight path from Kominor. 2 possibilities are that they're waiting there for us, or they're using Kominor as a backstop for the signal so it won't reach Folor."
"Right. I'll inform Folor. Wraiths, maintain station. Make yourselves useful." Kel gritted his teeth. Another test. The crucial duties of warning the base and breaking the transmission code were assigned. Wedge obviously wanted to find out what additional use the other Wraiths could make of themselves without suggestion from him. Almost immediately, Face's voice came back. 12, here's an idea. Query 2's R2 unit for the signal she's receiving. Analyze it for wave shift and see if you can determine how fast the signaler is coming. Piggy's voice, distorted by the comm unit, was completely mechanical and inflectionless. "Will do, 8. Kel's shoulders tightened. Once again, Face was jumping right into a useful task, showing leadership qualities. If Kel wasn't careful, Face would grab control of 2-flight. Kel had to respond, to do something just as useful. He had to think fast. Kominor was a planet fringing on Core World's territory. Its government dealt and traded with the New Republic, with the shrinking Empire, even with warlords. So if the incoming vessel or vessels, which were either Imperial or warlords, because they were using Imperial frequencies, were transmitting to Kominor, they were either announcing their arrival or making requests of the government. 4, this is 5. "I hear you, 5. "In all the time you've been here, have you sliced into Kominor's official computer system?" Grinder was slow in responding. Finally, "Yes, 5, just to keep in practice." "Good. Can you slice in now with the gear you have on your snub fighter?" "In no time, 5. I have my list of key codes with me, always." "Right. Punch in now. We're going to look for a few things." "Making contact, 5. Starting the approval dance. What are we looking for?" Kel thought back to the sorts of record changes the commandos had taught him to look for. First, any new mobilization of government forces. Second, new reservations for ship berths. Sort by ship class, prioritize for military ships and hyperdrive-equipped shuttles. Take reservations made for tomorrow as well as today. Sudden large block hotel and resort reservations, especially the cheaper ones, just in case there will be some rest and recreation for a capital ship. Also, I want astronomical data, if possible, from any observatories pointed out toward the origin of Jesmond's signal." "Would you like breakfast in bed with all that, 5? "That's right, 4, but that's after everything else." They waited in silence for a few minutes. 5, this is 4. I read one government shuttle assigned in the last few minutes to convey documents and an observer to the incoming flight, granting it the right to perform military exercises above Folor." "Thanks, 4. Leader, that marks the base as their probable target." "Leader here. I read you, 5. 5, there's more. Orbital Space Yard 301 has been ordered to clear a servicing berth for private yacht Implacable." Kel frowned. Implacable is the kind of name they give to Imperial capital ships. 5, the berth they've cleared is the largest they have. This is no pleasure yacht. 5, 4, this is Leader. You're correct. Implacable is an Imperial Star Destroyer commanded by Admiral Trigget. He went rogue when Isan Isar died. Good work, you two. We're going back to Folor, and we're going to set up a greeting for Admiral Triggett that he's going to remember for a while. Form up on me." Admiral Triggett beamed as he viewed the moon Folor through the bridge's transparasteel windows. An ugly, mountainous, frost-coated thing that was well-positioned to be of considerable use to the rebels. He'd put an end to that. An aide appeared beside him. "Sir, we have low-level beacon transmissions and encrypted transmissions on rebel frequencies from the far side of the moon." Triggett nodded. "Pinpoint the transmissions, then set a course for that location. Launch the TIE squadrons at 1,000 kilometers to target. They'll escort us until we order otherwise." "Yes, sir." General Crespin's voice echoed in the ears of all the Wraiths. "They're coming in on the most obvious heading. They're a few minutes from arrival. Transports are loading. 4 A-wings each from Gold Squadron will escort them. Blue Squadron, Gray Squadron, remain on station for delaying action." Wedge's voice came back immediately. "Wraith leader acknowledging." Other voices, pilots of the transports and squadron leaders, responded likewise. Wraith Squadron sat on an icy field between 2 hill ridges about 10 kilometers from Folor Base. They'd landed as per squad organization, with each group of 4 snub fighters 100 meters from the other, arranged in a triangle. Kell decided against another unnecessary check of his power levels and weapons readiness. His right leg was getting twitchy, refusing to sit still, a sign of his growing nervousness. He switched the comm system to Wraith Squadron's frequency and dialed it down to a transmission strength not likely to extend beyond this valley. "Commander, this is 5. Shouldn't we be up there engaging them, slowing them down so the transports can launch?"
"That's a negative, 5.
"But they're going to arrive and pound their target flat."
"That could well be, 5.
"Sir, I don't understand."
"That's affirmative, 5.
Kell shut up. He could imagine the other Wraiths, especially Jansen, snickering over that rejoinder. Rather than humiliate himself further, he restored the comm system to its default settings and waited, seething. "No sign of defensive measures, Admiral." The Implacable was 100 clicks from the target.
"We'll just have to lure them out," Triggett said amiably. "Dispatch the bomber squadron and a screen of fighters."
"Yes, sir." A moment later, 2 squadrons of TIEs blasted past the Implacable, approaching from the rear, popping over the aft command tower, and diving so that they seemed to swarm before the bridge viewports as they sped toward their target. As each TIE fighter or bomber dropped into view, it waggled its wings, a show of respect. Triggett smiled. He appreciated the showmanship. Those squadron commanders deserved a little reward. He'd have to think about that.
"Keep me updated on their defensive posture."
"All squadrons, all ships, this is Folor Base. We read multiple bombing runs and strikes on target."
It was General Crespin's voice again. Kell looked to port, to the west. If the report was true, he should see bright flashes of light limning the tops of the hills between their position and the base. But there was nothing. Crespin continued.
"All ready transports. Gold Squadron, launch. Good luck, and the Force be with you."
Kell sank back into his seat as the truth dawned on him. "Coming within bombardment range now, Admiral." Triggett looked at his sensor screen, which showed the Folor Base site. It was a broad plain of ice situated between 2 mountain ranges. Now it was littered with craters. The 1 or 2 sets of buildings he could make out seemed to be burning. Doubtless they were fuel or chemical depots. Otherwise they could not burn in the vacuum around Folor. He frowned. Idiotic of the rebels to have surface-based fuel depots.
"Any communications from them?"
"No, sir. Their beacons are still transmitting, and their coded signals became more agitated, but they haven't responded to our hails."
"Commence bombardment."
Why did the matter of the surface fuel stations bother him? Ah, yes. Komenor's files on the abandoned mining facilities on the Moon mentioned numerous surface buildings. The plane Trigget viewed was almost entirely clear of such construction. Obviously, the rebels had destroyed or concealed the ruins in order to make it harder to find the base. A sensible measure, yet more work than the short-handed rebels were typically capable of performing. Nor was it sensible for them to remove most surface traces, and yet allow surface refueling depots to remain. It was the contrast that worried him. His sensors officer looked up at him from the crew pit. "Sir, I'm reading launch of a capital ship, a Gallo-free medium transport, from its sensor echo and maneuvering characteristics." Trigget stared unbelieving at the little sensor screen on the arm of his command chair. "Where?" "On the other side of Folor, sir. It just cleared the horizon." A cold wash of realization went through the Admiral. "Lieutenant Petithel." He kept his voice cool, calm. His new favorite data analyst looked up from her station's screen. She was a lean woman with medium-length hair and a beauty mark on her right cheek. Her features were elegant, mesmerizing. He often had to make an effort not to stare. "Sir?" she said. "Call up the maps Komenor provided us of Folor." "Done, sir." "Establish the location of the mining facilities suitable for rebel occupation." "Yes, sir." "Where are they?" "They're—" She winced. "They're halfway around the Moon, sir. The base is at this same latitude, 180 degrees around." Trigget slammed his fists down on the arms of his command chair. A simple trick. Plant beacons and false buildings far from the true base location. Light them up when trouble is spotted. All he had to do was make sure the base they were targeting was in the same position as the mining facilities. But he'd let the rebels make a fool of him. "Navigator, set course for the coordinates Lieutenant Petithel will give you. Get us there as fast as possible. Communications, transmit that location to the squadrons. They're to stay before us as a screen." There was little to be gained by dispatching the fighters and leaving Implacable vulnerable to an ambush. "Yes, sir." Trigget watched the squadrons in the viewport as they heeled over and vectored north, the across-the-pole route being the shortest one to target. The horizon tilted as the Implacable slowly followed suit. He couldn't feel the maneuver take place, couldn't feel the tilt of the ship. Inertial and gravitational compensators eradicated the sensation. He could feel annoyance, and a certain admiration. Well, if he couldn't destroy Folor Base with its entire staff complement inside, at least he could annihilate the stragglers, destroy the base itself, and deny it to the rebels forevermore. A partial victory. Crespin's was now the mechanical, condensed voice of a fighter pilot in a cockpit. Wedge wasn't surprised. If he knew the aging general, Crespin would personally lead Blue Squadron into combat. The training squadron would benefit from his long experience and might, just might, get out of the conflict alive. "Confirm Implacable and escorts oncoming by the most direct course," said the general. "Borleas, Bright Nebula, are you ready to lift?" Wedge couldn't hear the transmissions of the two transport captains, but a moment later General Crespin came back. "Bright Nebula reports ready to launch. They'll be away before the TIE squadrons get here. Borleas is still suffering a malfunction on the ion engine initializer. Blue Squadron, Gray Squadron, Wraith Squadron, we're going to have to buy them some time and hope they can make use of it. Commander Antilles, any suggestions?"
"Yes, sir. If I remember Folor's geography right, a straight polar shot from the false base to the real one has to bring the invaders across some portion of the pig trough."
"That's correct, Wraith Leader."
"I suggest we calculate the interception point the TIEs and the Implacable will most probably pass. Send a unit of spotters to some point even farther north of that point to confirm their arrival. Have them power down so they won't show up on routine scans. When the TIEs reach the trench, Wraith and Blue Squadrons pop up out of it and chew them up. Our spotters can either fall on them from behind or hit the implacable if it's close enough to cause them some consternation.
Wraith Leader, your plan is approved. You send 2 spotters, I'll send 2.
Wraith 5, Wraith 6, get out of there. Run along the pig trough to bypass any sensor packages they might have ahead of their squadrons.
Wraith 5 acknowledging.
Kel powered up his repulsor lifts and turned in place to orient himself toward Folor Base.
Wraith 6 also acknowledge.
Crespin's voice came back.
Blue 9, Blue 10, join them, same approach. We'll transmit your destination and the most likely intercept points when we have them.
Kel heard acknowledgments from Crespin's A-Wing pilots. Then he brought thrusters up to full and shot toward the closest hill pass between this position and the start of the pig trough. 9. Kel and Runt reached the opening into the pig trough seconds ahead of the A-Wings from Blue Squadron. Kel saw them visually moments before the X-Wings banked and entered the mouth of the trench. No one had said X-Wing or A-Wing, the first fighter to reach the assigned location, is the winner, but everyone involved knew that was the challenge. It was always the challenge, and A-Wings were just plain faster than X-Wings. Blue 9 and Blue 10 caught up with them on the first straightaway, blasting past without difficulty. Kel saw the pilot of one of the fighters wave jauntily at him.
Keep celebrating, Blue Boys, he thought. Just tell yourself you've already won.
By the time they reached the end of the trough's first long straightaway, many kilometers of it, the A-Wings were out of sight ahead. At the first of what would be numberless bends and zigzags, Kel said,
"Follow my lead, Runt,"
stood his X-Wing on its starboard wing, and roared through the turn, slewing so close to the fissure wall under his hull that he could make out small cracks in the stones. Runt's response was his pilot mind's war cry. But for once, Runt didn't try to pass Kel by. He stayed close on Kel's tail, a demonstration of precision flying to make his squad mates proud. After a few minutes of wall-hugging corners and precision turns, Kel caught sight of the A-Wing's thrust emissions ahead. Moments later, they could see the speedier fighters, and with each turn in the course of the fissure, they found themselves closer. One more turn, and Kel nearly smashed into an A-Wing, his keel to the A-Wing's top, as they navigated a sharp angle in the fissure's course. The A-Wing pilot veered out of reflex to get clear, and since he was already standing on his port wing, the maneuver popped him up above the fissure rim for a moment. Kel rolled until he could see the pilot's helmeted head, waved cheerfully, continued the roll until he was inverted from his previous angle, and whipped around the next turn. Then there was no sight of the A-Wings for several torturous minutes of precision flying. Kel knew that shortly after the pig trough turned northwest again, they'd reach the broader portion of the fissure where the Y-Wing bombers liked to make their runs, a straightaway that would allow the A-Wings to regain much ground. If only he and Runt could build up enough of a lead in the winding snake-like portions of the fissure, they'd be able to keep their lead. A short straightaway gave Kel time for a moment of reflection. Here now, though a single slip could put him against the side of the fissure and kill him instantly, he knew no fear, no tension. It was just him and his fighter against the challenge of speed and obstacle. If he fouled up, if he died, Runt would take that as a warning, slow down fractionally, reach the observation site alive. Or the A-Wings would get there. No one was really depending on him, and that was the way he liked it. 13, his R2 unit, recently assigned to him on a permanent basis when the final X-Wing assignments were established, beeped at him. He glanced at his main display. It now showed the path of the pig trough, his location, the A-Wing's locations, the oncoming TIE fighters and Star Destroyer, and 2 projected sites, the spot where the TIE fighters would theoretically cross the pig trough, and the spot from which Kel and companions were supposed to surveil the enemy. That was a spot just on the lip of the trough, several kilometers northwest of the projected intercept point. If Kel had it calculated correctly, he'd be able to give Wraith Squadron and Blue Squadron a bare few minutes of warning from point of first sighting to the time the TIEs reached the trough. That meant the two New Republic squadrons had to be underway already, following Kel's path at somewhat less reckless a speed. Owing to a programming error, Kel's R2 unit initially responded to any request for a random number with the value 13. Kel had arranged for Grinder to fix the programming glitch, but had given the astromech unit 13 as a name. He suspected the R2 actually liked it, for it implied that the droid was the 13th member of the squadron. They reached the first bend that would angle them northwest, through the main bomb run and to their destination. 6, take lead. I'm your wing. Runt bellowed out an incomprehensible reply and moved up past him. Kel concentrated on duplicating his wingman's maneuvers, anticipating them as much as he could, flying wing just as precisely as Runt had flown it for him. Then they were in the bombing run. They leveled out and put all energy to thrusters. Kel glanced behind him. Still no sign of the A-wings. Moments later they were halfway along the straightaway, and the other fighters had not shown themselves. Kel felt a sudden grip of guilt. Had he and Runt flown too well? Had the A-wings, wishing not to be shown up by the more experienced pilots, overflown themselves and been destroyed against the fissure walls? But no, just as they arrayed themselves to enter the narrow continuation of the trough, Kel saw the A-wings' lights behind, just entering the bomb run. A bare minute later, with their lead over the A-wings still solid, Runt reduced power to the main engines and cut the repulsor lifts. Kel followed suit. The two of them angled northward and rose smoothly along a jagged cliff face, clearing its top by a mere 2 meters, and set down 20 meters from the drop-off. 6, cut all power, Kel said, except life support, communications, visual sensors. No cockpit lights. Tell your R5 to shut down its exterior lights.
Will do, Runt acknowledged.
A shadow fell across Kel's cockpit as the two A-wings settled in beside them. Kel switched his comm system from the squad frequency to the general New Republic frequency, but kept power scaled so far down that it would be unlikely for anything more than a click away to pick them up. Glad you two could join us. We've been here a while. Would you relieve us while we take a nap? Ha ha, came the reply. A woman's voice, Kel thought. Who are we talking to? Kel Tainer, Wraith 5. To my starboard is Hohas Equish, also known as Runt, Wraith 6. Kel saw the two A-wings powering down and was relieved he didn't have to remind them. Dorset Conair, Blue 9. The pretty boy to my port is Tatengo Noor, Blue 10. You two got some fair speed out of those outdated piles of junk. Why, thank you. Of course, we would have beaten you if Tatengo here hadn't remembered he'd left something in the oven back at base. We went back for his supper.
The other pilot's voice cut in.
I didn't want to go into combat on an empty stomach.
Kel snorted. The affection A-wing pilots had for their fighters' speed was legendary, as was their contempt for any vehicle slower than theirs. Let's just keep that little story to ourselves, he said. We don't want Blue Wing pilots to pick up a reputation for turning tail. Blue 9 made an outraged noise. It sounded like a giant insectile buzz over the comm transmission. You'll get it for that. You have your visual sensors oriented toward their projected arrival zone? Blue 9 said, naturally. Blue 10 said, oops. Snap it up, 10. For a few minutes they didn't speak. Then Blue 10's voice cut in. I have them. Kel panned his visual sensor around, but couldn't pick up the enemy. Blue 10, feed me those coordinates. A moment later, his screen brightened with a jittery view of numerous tiny glows, TIE fighter ion engines far to the north. Kel fed that sensor data to 13 and received back the precise map coordinates of the point on the pig trough the incoming fighters could cross. That and the exact time of their arrival here, assuming they did not change speed. Kel said, This is Wraith 5. Did anyone else run the numbers? Blue 9 here. I'll show you mine if you'll show me yours.
Their numbers agreed to 2 significant digits. Kell transmitted them encrypted, a short burst aimed directly at Folor Base. With luck, the attackers wouldn't pick up the signal, wouldn't be able to track it, or would dismiss it as irrelevant. Kell waited with his hand on the power-up switches. 4 minutes until the ties reached the pig trough. They'd be a long 4 minutes.
Wraith 5, I have the Star Destroyer.
Kell checked his sensors, saw the blip moving in along the wake of the TIE fighters several minutes back.
The signal wouldn't be this strong if they didn't already have their shields up. The captain in charge of that Star Destroyer is pretty cautious. Blues, do you think there's anything we can do about that capital ship? Wraith 5, Blue 9. I don't think so. I suppose we could crash into her bow like bugs hitting a speeder bike. That might upset their frail temperaments. A charming image, thanks, Blue 9. Kell tried to let go of the idea of hindering or diverting the massive vessel, but he couldn't. If the vessel joined the impending fight between the TIEs and the New Republic fighters, more of his friends and allies would be killed. If it reached Folor Base before the last transport lifted, that ship would never see freedom. He felt the muscles in his upper back begin to knot. What would turn a Star Destroyer away from its mission, even temporarily? A greater perceived threat? How would they simulate one? Perhaps a greater prize for the captain to gain. Kell sat upright. Blues, Wraith 5. Our astromechs are factory new. There's no sense of history to them. Does either of you have in your computer records any of the older encryption codes? The expired codes?
Blue 10, I've got a whole string of them.
Good. Here's what we do.
On this final stretch of the pig trough, Wedge didn't bother to check on the formation of the other 9 members of Wraith Squadron accompanying him. They'd formed up tight on the straightaways, loosened up for the stretches requiring tight maneuvering, but always formed a screen forbidding General Crespin's A-wings to pass them. Up ahead was the fissure bend that marked their exit point, the place where 6 TIE squadrons would be passing overhead any moment, if Kell Tainer's math was right. He glanced up above the rim of the cliffs and saw the first of their targets, an oncoming wave of enemy fighters mere seconds from passing overhead.
Strike foils to attack position,
he said, and followed words with action.
Wraiths hit the interceptors first, if there are any, then bombers, if possible. Follow me in. Damn Blue Squadron!
That was Grinder's voice. Wedge glanced back just in time to see the A-wings, no longer needing to maintain secrecy, rise above the fissure walls and kick in their full acceleration, firing up out of the fissure faster than the X-wings could follow.
4, this is 1. Refrain from personal comments. Wraiths, they seem to be going after the lead eyeballs and the dupes they're escorting. That leaves us free to hit the squints. Let's go.
He pulled back on the stick, punching up both the thrusters and the repulsor lift engines. Wedge's X-wing cleared the lip of the fissure wall by only a few meters, but its proximity to the lip kicked in the repulsor lifts, which bounced the X-wing up faster and harder, giving him an extra edge in altitude. He was pleased to see Jesmyn Akbar still with him. She had to have been proficient with the same little trick to do so. Above and ahead, less than 2 clicks away, were 6 full squadrons of TIEs. Wedge set his jaw. They faced 3-to-1 odds. This was going to be bad. He homed in on the squadron of squints, interceptors, and swept his targeting brackets across them. The brackets immediately went red, and he fired, sending a proton torpedo toward them. He saw other reddish streaks of acceleration as 4 more Wraiths fired their torps, then pure red needles of light as the remainder cut in with quad-fired lasers. Wedge saw no less than 4 of the interceptors flare out of existence from that first barrage. Almost directly above, TIE fighters and bombers flared into incandescence and faded into nothingness as General Crespin's Blue Squadron hit them. Then all 6 flights of TIEs were dissolving into flurries, pairs of fighters rolling out and diving toward them, already firing green laser lances.
2, stay on me.
He corkscrewed upward, gaining altitude west of the main body of descending TIE fighters.
"1, we have 3 incoming."
Target the one to starboard, 2.
Wedge transferred more energy to the bow shields. 3 TIE fighters dove toward them, firing continuously. Wedge almost smiled at their lack of marksmanship. Wedge closed with them, half rolling his fighter back and forth to present a more confusing profile, and switched to lasers, linking them for quad fire. He waited until he had a solid lock on the port eyeball and fired. The shot melted and tore away the entire starboard side of the fighter, sending its severed wing in a plummet toward the lunar surface. The TIE fighter banked as though the pilot were still futilely trying to regain control, then exploded. Wedge saw a quad pattern of laser fire hit the starboard fighter, coring it through the center of the cockpit. The eyeball, still virtually intact, heeled over and began its final descent to Folor. Yes, they were beginners. The third pilot panicked, rolled out to begin his escape, and presented both Wraiths with a beautiful side shot. Both linked sets of lasers hit it, melting it to slag in the brief instant before its twin ion engines lost integrity and detonated. Wedge and Jesmond wheeled around, seeking the area where the interceptors were most likely to be. Over the babble of instructions and outcries occupying the airwaves, Wedge heard Piggy's voice. 7, this is 12, recommend you dive, now. 8, recommend you fire, now. Wedge frowned. Piggy needed to be fighting, not acting as ground control. But Jansen was the Gamorrean's wingmate and could control him. Wedge picked up the blips of a cluster of fighters, probably eyeballs, at the extreme range of his lasers. He evened out his shields, said, 2, fire at will, and began taking target of opportunity shots as his brackets flashed green. Then across his comm came the last thing he expected to hear. Han, can't you coax any more speed out of that pile of junk? Admiral Trigget switched his chair monitor to the plotting graphics showing the fighter engagement. He frowned. They no longer had 3-to-1 odds. The rebel fighters were putting up a ferocious fight after an ambush of considerable efficiency. Of 72 fighters, Trigget had lost 21, with only 2 kills among the enemy. That would change. Numerical superiority would eventually make the difference, but these losses were costly.
"Admiral, new target, designated Folor 3. About 40 clicks to the west and heading west slowly."
Identify it, please.
"It looks like 2 groups of X-Wings and a ship of unknown type. We're picking up transmissions."
Put them through routine encryption. Let me know if you get anything. If they're headed away, they're not a threat to us.
"They're already decrypted, sir. They're using an older code, one we cracked a couple of weeks ago."
Well, put them on, from the start.
The voices were crackling and full of mechanical buzz.
"Han, can't you coax any more speed out of that pile of junk?"
A female voice answered.
"Han can't come to the cockpit right now. He's up to his armpits in what's left of the main engines. We've got only repulsor lifts running."
"Princess, repulsor lifts aren't going to get you off Folor. If you can't get those engines up in a couple of minutes, go to ground and hide out. We'll try to come back for you."
"That's very encouraging, Rogue 2.
Trigget snapped upright.
Sensors, does this ship of unknown type match the parameters of the Millennium Falcon?
Sir, they don't match anything. Some sort of odd-shaped thing with an oscillating shield system we can't get a good fix on. Those shields can't be offering too much protection, though. Records indicate that the Millennium Falcon has had 3 distinctive sets of parameters just since the death of the Emperor.
Yes, continual retooling and all that.
Trigget drew his sleeve across his brow to wipe away the sweat that had suddenly appeared there. Han Solo and Leia Organa here? Escorted by units of Rogue Squadron? Why? He was under the impression that their respective missions for the rebels currently had them separated, with the Millennium Falcon not even in service. But he knew it had to be them. The base was surely abandoned by now.
So why would the base's A-Wing and X-Wing trainees be waging such a furious defense?
It only made sense if they were covering the flight of the Princess, one of the most influential figures in the New Republic. Pilot, close with target designated Folor 3. We're going to capture some famous rebels. He smiled at the cheers of his bridge crew and returned to his command seat.
That's very encouraging, Rogue 2.
Wedge realized his mouth was hanging open and shut it.
Rogue Squadron and Leia here?
When the Millennium Falcon had arrived and departed without the rogues days ago?
It made no sense.
Then he caught sight of the data screen and the information his astromech unit, Gate, was scrolling across it. These transmissions had been encrypted in the Dara 114 protocol, a code they'd been instructed to abandon weeks ago when they'd learned the warlord Zinj's forces had cracked it. It was the same as broadcasting in the clear. New Republic fighter voice transmissions were often crude, part voice and part static buzz. This wasn't because the New Republic couldn't afford better transmission gear. It was a tradition dating back to the earliest days of the Alliance. New Republic comm units, by reducing voice data to the smallest set that would convey data and be recognizable, were able to broadcast transmissions across a wider set of subfrequencies, making it more difficult for enemies to jam them. The data reduction had another effect that was vital back when the New Republic was a rebellion. The voice distortion made it next to impossible for Imperial investigators to conclusively match transmissions with those who had sent them, so it was difficult to prove that a given person was the pilot at a given fight. Still, Wedge thought he caught some of Kel Tainer's vocal mannerisms in the voice of Rogue 2, meaning the supposed Millennium Falcon group had to be Kel and his 3 companions. It was some sort of ploy.
Leader 2. Implacable is breaking off.
The sensor screen showed Jasmine to be correct. The Imperial Star Destroyer was turning slowly to the west, away from the fighter engagement. Wedge smiled broadly. Wraiths, this is Leader. We've been given some extra time. Make the most of it. Ahead was the thickest swarm of the dogfight, at least 20 TIEs mixing it up with half that many New Republic fighters. Wedge set his lasers to dual fire and angled in toward the swarm. Strafing run, 2. Fire at will. Engines wailing, they dove into the thickest of the dogfight, firing as fast as their targeting computers showed green. Green return fire and red crossfire from their own allies flashed before them, above, below, beside, but Gate gave him no indication that he'd been hit. The comm was alive with the fog of communication. Blue 3 is gone. I repeat, gone. Somebody get this Minoc off my tail. Wraith 4, this is 12. Spin out now. 3, your target should be coming into range now. Blue 4, this is 3. I'm still here. Where are you?
Then who's that cloud of debris?
Wedge emerged from the far side of that cluster of fighters, certain that he'd hit a TIE fighter, equally certain that he'd vaped an interceptor and winged 1 or 2 other enemies. He glanced beside him and was reassured to see Jasmine still on his wing. 2, this is Leader. Status?
Leader, I'm hit. I show significant damage to etheric rudder.
Can your R2 patch it up?
I think so. He's shrieking at me not to maneuver, though. He says it will tear apart the few connections I have left.
Wedge bit his lip. If that report was accurate and Jasmine returned to the fight, she'd probably lose maneuverability fast, and that would make her an easy target for opportunistic TIE pilots. 2, break off. Return to Folor base, maneuvering by engines only. Take up station there and keep me updated.
Yes, sir.
Even with comm distortion, there was no mistaking the resignation in her voice. Wedge felt for her. He knew she'd be berating herself for failing the squadron. He'd felt that way himself 8 years ago when ordered to break off his attack on the first Death Star. But he had no time to play morale officer now. He waited until she locked her strike foils back into cruise formation and began her long, gentle curve back toward base. Then he looped around in a tight arc and headed back toward the fight. Sensors showed the ties dropping at a good rate, though battle damage was taking its toll on the X-Wings and A-Wings. If the Borleus didn't launch soon, Wraith and Blue Squadrons were going to be in deep trouble. Blue 9 and Blue 10 flew wingtip to wingtip with a precision that made Kell jealous. He'd always thought of A-Wing pilots as being a little sloppier than X-Wing pilots because their crafts were not quite as maneuverable, but Blue Squadron was putting the lie to his suppositions. He revised his opinion of General Crespin from pain in the rear to pain in the rear but a fine trainer. Wraith 5 and Wraith 6 paced the two A-Wings, and their rate was appallingly slow, about the same as a fast human sprint, the maximum rate of some repulsor lift engines. Though their course was a straight line northwest, they kept the pig trough within a kilometer of their position. Kell checked his monitor, still showing sensor data. The fighter battle was a confusing blur of specks far in the distance. Closer, the Implacable gained on them with frightening speed. They were already within range of the Star Destroyer's bombardment cannons, though those weapons were not accurate against fighters at this distance. "Runt, anything from Folar?" "Negative, 5. He switched back to the Darrow 114 encryption and boosted his transmission power. "Princess, they're gaining on us. I give you 2 minutes before we have to cut and run." Blue 9's voice was a plea. "Just hang on a little while, Rogue 2. We're almost there." Kell grinned. He and Blue 9 were pretty bad actors, but the crew of the Implacable apparently hadn't noticed. Maybe if he survived, he'd get Face to teach him some of the tricks of the trade. "5, this is 6. Borleus reports launch." "Falcon, sorry, you're on your own. Go to ground, get to cover. We'll meet up with you at new downtime." "I read you, Rogue 2. Be strong in the Force. Falcon, out." That was their bug-out signal. Kell instructed 13 to cut the power boost to the X-Wing's transponder and shields. Runt would be doing the same, and this would drop the signal strength to that appropriate to a pair of X-Wings instead of 2 groups of them. The A-Wing pilots would now be shutting down the program that oscillated the energy going to their own shields, which had yielded the odd signal Blue 9 had hoped would attract the Implacable. If this all worked, a presumed Millennium Falcon and 6 or 8 X-Wings would magically transform on the Implacable's sensors to a mere 4 fighters. The 4 rolled to port and blasted their way to the pig trough, now only half a click away, then dropped back into the fissure and headed southeast again. The sensors officer looked confused. "The signal changed. I think they're trying to jam us. They've certainly gone into that prominent canyon formation."
"Pilot, new course due south. When you get to these coordinates..."
Triggett tapped the point where their southern course would intercept the fissure.
"Hover. Weapons, prepare the tractor. We'll pluck them out of that ravine like a Gamorrean plucks morts."
"Admiral, this is tactical. The rebel fighters at the main engagement are breaking off. We also show another transport well out ahead of them, clearing Folar's gravity well."
"Tell the interceptors to keep on their tail, pick off stragglers, plot their jump course if they jump."
"Sir, the interceptors are all gone." Triggett looked up.
"Wait, there was another transport?"
"Yes, sir." The Admiral felt his stomach begin to sink.
"Pilot, bring us to flank speed. I want us over that canyon now." "Coming to flank speed, sir."
Jensen's voice crackled over the comm unit. "Borleus reports she's away and within a couple of minutes of entering hyperspace." Then Crespin's voice. Wedge was pleased to hear that the aging pilot was still among the living. "Blue Squadron, Wraith Squadron, break off and regroup. We'll reunite at Rendezvous 1.
"Blue leader, Wraith leader, acknowledged. Best of luck."
Wedge, just having completed another head-to-head run-through of the most energetic swarm of fighters, began a long circle.
Wraiths, you heard him. Break off. Form up on me.
The surviving ties, reduced in number by half and never reinforced by the presence of the implacable, let them go, all but a pair of overeager eyeballs who pursued and were vaped almost immediately by Jansen and Piggy. Wedge brought Wraith Squadron around to a southwest course toward base.
Wraith 5, Wraith 6, do you read?
We read, Leader. We're coming. Too busy to calculate ETA.
The implacable slowed to a full stop with its main tractor array poised over the fissure. The sensors officer immediately spoke up.
4 ships incoming along that geographical formation, but they're not target Folor 3.
Triggett frowned.
What do you mean? Who are they?
2 X-Wings, 2 A-Wings. No Corellian YT-1300s.
No Millennium Falcon. Triggett closed his eyes. Twice he'd been fooled, twice in one day. Not even his own children, bright and malicious as they were, had ever done that to him. He rubbed his forehead at the headache that had suddenly appeared there. "Forget the tractor," he said gently. "Maximum laser bombardment. I want them dead." Kell finished his transmission with the implacable almost directly overhead. Then the Star Destroyer's laser cannons began raining columns of pure destruction down on them. The first blast hit the fissure wall less than 100 meters ahead, filling the fissure and sky above with blinding light and melting stone debris. Kell headed to starboard of the blast center, flying by memory while his sight and sensors were useless, and cleared the blast field only to run right into another one. He heard stone shards hammer against his cockpit, against the side of his fighter.
6, we're in trouble.
5, I'm taking lead. It was Runt's voice, but different, neither the polite runt of ordinary conversation nor the inarticulate screamer who did his best flying. Kell saw Runt overtake him, could barely pick him out visually and by sensor. Runt continued, "Blues, follow me in. This is an easy one." Obligingly, Kell brought his fighter up on Runt's wing. Each debris cloud they cleared brought them into another one, more hammering sounds of stone shrapnel, more buffeting from the suddenly expanding clouds of gas that used to be ice and solid rock. But Kell maneuvered when Runt did, and miraculously avoided tearing himself to shreds on the fissure walls. Then a sharp right turn and they were beyond the bombardment. Laser blasts the diameter of fighters hammered the fissure rim above them, but did not reach the depths. Runt led them down to the fissure bottom and reduced their speed from insane to merely near-insane velocities.
"Great work, 6. Who was that?"
"The student.
The one who remembers, who studies for tests. Tell him he just scored very high."
Kell brought diagnostics up on his main monitor. They showed minor damage to both port strike foils and a slow leak, a very slow one, of cabin pressure.
"Blue 9, Blue 10, status?"
"We're chewed up, Wraith 5, but we can make it back to the group."
"Good. This far from the implacable, I think we'll save fuel and jump out of the pig trough. Head in straight."
"Suits us."
Kell found his hands were shaking, that his heart was hammering like Twi'lek warrior music. He'd just led a Star Destroyer on a fruitless chase and survived its attempt at retribution, and that called for a celebration. Just before they jumped out of the fissure, Kell set his comm unit to broadcast in the open.
"Attention implacable," he said. "Be advised you've just become the victims of Dinner Squadron."
Runt's voice came in almost immediately.
"And Silly Squadron. Consider yourselves humiliated and welcome to Folor. Out."
10 X-Wings and the squadron's Lambda-class shuttle, the Nara, were already lining up for departure as Kell and Runt arrived. The late arrivals slid into formation with Fanon and Face. Then Wedge brought the squadron up to speed and oriented them away from Folor. Wedge's voice came over the comm unit. "Wraiths, I have the pleasure of reporting no losses among our forces. Ton Fanon has reported some minor injury. Fortunately, he has our doctor with him. Everyone else has sustained some vehicle damage, none critical. For a unit's first engagement against a numerically superior force, that's brilliant flying." "Leader, 8. How did Blue Squadron make out?" "Not so well, 8. 5 lost, serious damage to most of the rest. We have 2 kills today for Face, which brings his total to 6. You're an ace, Loran." "Do I get a trophy with that?" "No, but someone may buy you a drink. I also need to commend Wraith 5 and Wraith 6 for exemplary tactics in drawing the Implacable away from us."
"Thank you, sir."
"Pipe down, 5. Also to mention that I'm thinking of putting you 2 on report for that stunt with the clear air broadcast to the Implacable. What were you thinking?"
I guess we weren't, sir. I was just shot through with adrenaline because I'd survived."
"Well, I expect it all balances out, and by way of reward and punishment, I'll just hammer medals straight into your skulls."
"Thank you, sir. Who's piloting Nara?"
Another familiar voice cut in. "It's Cubber, 5. I have Squeaky with me." Wedge said, "That reminds me. Wraiths, be advised that instead of taking the first transport off this rock, Squeaky raided your quarters and lockers, bagging anything he thought would be of importance to you, especially personal items. They're all aboard the Nara." There was a chorus of thanks, whistles, and short cheers over the comm. Then Squeaky's voice. "It was enlightened self-interest, I assure you. Had I not done this, I would have been barraged with requests for replacements for your lost goods. I'm far too busy to attend to such irrelevant requests." "Leader 5, what's our destination?" Folor had shrunk to a small coin-sized disk of silver gray behind them. Their current course was taking them around Komanor in a wide arc. "As before, doldrums. We're going to take the same navigational exercise as before. We'll be joining the rest of the Folor base evacuees at doldrums."
"They're going there too? That's an odd coincidence."
"No coincidence, 5. When I reported the Implacable coming in, I also told General Crespin of our training mission and mentioned that doldrums would be a good site to stage a regrouping. The rest of the evacuees are going there in one jump. We're going to do our exercise just because we can use the practice. Which reminds me, I need fuel reports from each of you." Malicious cheer clearly visible on his face, even through the wavering hyperspace connection. Warlord Zinj's hologram smiled at Triggett. "Well?" Triggett didn't bother to conceal his glum mood. "I have both good news and bad to report. The good news, the base on Folor is gone, and I think I gave it enough of a pounding to make it impractical for the rebellion to reestablish it." "Good. And?" "Due to some unanticipated reconnaissance and some superior tactics on their part, the rebel garrison got away without significant loss. We, on the other hand, had substantial losses. 26 ties of various types destroyed, another 11 damaged so badly that they withdrew from the engagement. I've already transmitted a requisitions request to your bridge."
"Apwa, Apwa. They outmaneuvered you with such ease, and you expect me to replace your losses?"
"Yes, of course. I don't ask for unnecessary excesses of supplies when I perform brilliantly for you, and I do ask for ordinary replacements on those few locations I come up short. So far, I believe you have little to complain about." Triggett finally let a smile spread across his face. "Besides, I had already set some activities in motion to capture possible evacuees. With luck, I'll have some better news to report to you in the near future." Zinj sighed, rippling the holographic image.
Very well. I'll signal you when I have replacements available for you. In the meantime, keep
you informed, as ever, sir.
Zinj gave him a frosty smile and wavered out of existence. Before they made the jump to hyperspace, Wedge switched his comm over to give him a private channel with Jansen.
Wes?
I'm here. What was Piggy doing? I'm not sure how to describe it. I think he was running like a tactical planning computer. In addition to doing all his own flying, he vaped one interceptor. He seemed to be keeping track of all the Wraiths and their current opponents. He offered a few suggestions at critical times and gave us a handful of kills we wouldn't have had otherwise.
I've never heard of anyone able to do that.
Well, he's not human. He's not even exactly Gamorrean.
What's your assessment of the overall squadron?
They're not as good as Rogue Squadron was when you reorganized the squadron, but they're still pretty good. Why?
They're just different. Hand them an ordinary set of instructions and they'll carry them out in an ordinary fashion. Hand them an objective without instructions and they accomplish it some strange way, like that whole fake Millennium Falcon ploy and what Piggy was doing and the data they got off Komanor's planetary computer net. I'm having a hard time anticipating them.
Hey, you picked them.
I picked them? What were you doing during those pilot interviews?
Daydreaming.
Traitor.
Wedge hit the comm key to send a click, signaling the end of the conversation, and switched back to squadron frequency.
Wraiths, 30 seconds to jump.
During the first of 3 long jumps leading them to doldrums, Kel forced himself to calm down, to settle his nerves. He couldn't quite extinguish his jubilation, though. In his first combat mission as a pilot, he hadn't so much as fired a shot at an enemy, but he'd executed tactics that might have saved the Borleas from destruction, or saved some of his fellow Wraiths from death under the guns of the Implacable. Even Wedge Antilles had been impressed, at least more impressed than annoyed. The jump was long enough, though, that he couldn't just reflect on his recent victory. There was Tyria to consider. How would he persuade her that she was wrong about his feelings for her? First, obviously, he'd have to think about her more during the day to answer her objection on that score. What else did he need to do? He considered that, approaching the problem from a dozen logical angles, but an answer he had not expected and did not like began to lurk at the periphery of his thinking. Finally it moved in, squeezing aside his other trains of thought, and demanded that he pay attention to it. Tyria hadn't been wrong. She was right. You don't actually love her. Kel frowned at the traitorous voice. What are you, one of Runt's leftover minds? You don't love her. You feel about her the way you did about Tuatara Lone when you were 15. Tuatara Lone was a holo actress on Sluis Van. Short, shapely, so cute she was toxic. She was particularly adept at portraying madcap girls with odd lifestyles or nosy investigators capable of bluffing their way out of any problem. For 3 years, Kel had been mesmerized by her, seeing every one of her comedies and dramas, agonizing at night over her beauty, projecting himself into fantasy situations where he'd rescue her from harm or solve a crisis threatening her happiness. Then he'd learned that the actress was in fact extremely happily married, with 2 children and another on the way. Kel, finding himself out of the running in a race he had actually never entered, was crushed. He moped around his home and was nearly fired from his job as a mechanic. Only when he entered the New Republic Armed Forces and was too busy to do anything but work and sleep had he forgotten his pain. Now she was back, Tuatara Lone in all her beauty hovering beside him alongside Tyria. And that drove it home. his two obsessions side by side as no previous argument had. He really was in love with holograms, images that only dimly reflected the real women they represented.
Tyria was right. You don't love her.
I know. Shut up. Just go away. He sighed, dejected. 13 beeped at him. Startled out of his painful reverie, he saw the timer on his main monitor counting down 1 standard minute. Time until arrival in the Zobom system, the uninhabited first stop on their route to Doldrums. He did a visual check around his X-Wing, seeing only the usual effect of a hyperspace jump, the corridor of light formations in endless, beautiful motion. Everything normal, and he had enough fuel, just barely, for the 2 farther stages onto Doldrums. At 27 seconds until the end of the jump, the stars appeared as elongated columns like millions of laser beams extending into infinity, and then snapped into a motionless star field. Immediately, a bright glow swallowed the stars, erased them. Kel's instrument panels and forward viewports went dark. A bright flash of light rocked his snub fighter. A shower of sparks erupted from his main monitor, landing on his flight suit, threatening to set his legs on fire. There was more smoke in the cockpit than those sparks could have produced. He cursed and batted at his legs to put out the sparks. His vision and the viewports cleared, the starfield outside returning to normal. In the distance, he could see one star that was noticeably brighter than all others. If this was indeed the system they were aiming for, that was Zobom, but they'd arrived well outside the region they'd targeted. He could see another X-Wing half a click or so to his starboard, drifting slowly away. He couldn't make out the pilot, but if it was the closest snub fighter to him, it should be Runt. His instruments remained dead, and there was no hiss of air to indicate his life support systems were functioning. Glancing back, he could see lights flickering on 13. The droid seemed to be in the middle of startup procedures. Kel pulled off his flight suit gloves, then reached under the instrument panel, unhooked latches there, and swung the whole panel up. Here was the source of some of the smoke. Several wires burned and semiconductors fried. All delicate diagnostic circuitry, it appeared. The wiring and circuitry associated with his restart system seemed intact, so he swung the instrument panel back into place and dogged it down. Then he reached past his left shoulder, pried open a small, innocuous panel there, and depressed the red button beneath it. He held down the button there until he heard the comforting, familiar whine of a snub fighter trying to bring itself back online. Immediately, words appeared on his data screen. R2-D609 is active. How may I serve you? Kel frowned. R2-D609, what's your name? The R2 unit beeped irritably at this simple test. I am R2-D609. Can you give me a random number? 13. Damn it. 13's temporary memory was gone. It had returned to its default memory and settings, the ones burned permanently into its circuits. They'd been hit by some sort of ionization bomb, he was sure of it. In his experience, only an ion cannon could scramble all a snub fighter's electronics this way. But what had hit them was more powerful, and ion cannons couldn't cause a ship in hyperspace to pop back into real space prematurely. His communications board lit up, and immediately he had voices. He's just drifting. I have one engine coming up. I'll try to maneuver over to him.
Do that, 3. Is anyone else active?
5 here, said Kel. I'm in the middle of a cold start.
4.
11. There was a noise over the comm, something like an animal grunt. 12, this is 11. Was that you? Another grunt. Piggy, is your translator burned out? Once for yes, twice for no. One grunt, a short, irritable one. Are you injured? Has it done any damage to your throat? 2 short grunts. Good. Stand by. Sir?
This is Leader. Who's speaking?
Sir, Shiner isn't responding. Shiner was Donos's R2.
9, is that you?
Sir, Shiner isn't responding.
I read you, 9. Are you injured?
No, sir, but Shiner
isn't responding, I understand. Let him be for the time being.
Yes, sir. Kel frowned. Donos didn't sound like himself. He did sound like someone suffering a concussion or other injury. Within the next couple of minutes, the remaining Wraiths had reported in, all but Runt, Fanon, and Grinder. Most also reported electronics system damage, some of it trivial, though several engine units and a couple of astromechs were not coming online. Everyone reported total electronic memory loss, from the X-Wing's configuration choices to the astromech's full memory banks to the contents of the pilot's data pads and chronos. That meant their nav course to Doldrums was erased. Even a return to Komanor system was impossible. Wedge doggedly worked his way through their options. They didn't have enough fuel to go looking for a safe landing zone in another system. The X-Wings were running close to dry. The Nara had nearly a full load of fuel. The Wraiths could improvise a fuel transfer between the shuttle and the X-Wings, but under these conditions that would take hours. If, as Wedge suspected, this attack would result in pursuit by their enemies, such a tactic would doom them. Or the shuttle could dump all its cargo, the pilots could assemble on board, and they could jump around until they reached a system where they could reacquire navigational data. That would bring them to safety, but would cost them 12 X-Wings, 8 of them new. That would probably be the death knell of Wraith Squadron. On the other hand, if he had the Nara use its personnel retrieval tractor to drag the inoperable snub fighters to available cover where they could be repaired, the energy-expensive effort would burn off enough of the shuttle's fuel to make the squadron's escape impossible. But they would be operable and perhaps able to take out the pursuit vessels. Finally, Wedge said, "All right, Wraiths. 2 reports a planet and satellites not too far away. I'm pretty sure that it's Zobome 6, the outermost planet of the system, and it has an atmosphere warm enough for us to effect some repairs, and an asteroid ring, just the thing if we're being pursued, and I'll bet my Endor patch that we are. We'll transit there, with the Nara towing the 3 non-functional fighters with its pilot retrieval tractor. That'll be slow going and a significant power drain, Lead." "I know, 11, but we don't have another choice that'll keep the unit in one piece. Once we're in position, we'll try to effect repairs, first on the fighters that are out of commission. That means, 5, how's your suit integrity? Can you stand a few seconds of hard vacuum to make a cold transit to the shuttle's emergency airlock?"
My suit diagnostics are down too, sir, but I think the suit's otherwise intact.
Good. You and Cubber will put on vacuum maintenance suits Cubber stowed on the shuttle and effect repairs as best you can. I'm assuming that we're going to have pursuers on our tails soon, so work fast and be as messy as you have to. Everyone but 4, 6, and 7, head on over to Zobome 6. Land and effect what repairs you can, all but 5. You remain in orbit. I'll stay on station with the inert fighters while Nara tows them in one by one. Execute."
Kel, who had 4 engines showing ready, brought his fighter up to speed and in line beside and aft of Wraith 12. Even at proper trailing distances, he could recognize Piggy by his profile in the cockpit.
"Demolitions?"
Kel jerked upright. In commando operations plotting, he knew he might be referred to as demolitions instead of Wraith 5. A check of his comm board told him this was a private communication from Wraith Leader.
"Yes, Control."
"What do you think hit us?"
"Nothing I've ever heard of. But I think I could build something to do this, though I could bank the money and live off it for the rest of my life instead."
"Describe it."
You'd need 4 basic components. No, 5. First, a pretty standard ion projector, probably rigged for a single detonation instead of multiple shots. Second, an electromagnetic pulse generator with the same area of emission. Third, a sensor rig that can detect hyperspace anomalies, that is to say, ships jumping into the system. Fourth, a gravitational pulse generator like the ones off the Imperial interdictors. And fifth, a communications device, probably a one-shot hypercom unit, something to throw off a single alarm at the time of detonation.
So you're talking about a bomb that detects hyperspace arrivals, puts out a gravitational pulse to bring them out of hyperspace prematurely, and then hits them with both ion pulse and electromagnetic pulse.
That's about the size of it.
I don't buy it. Energy drop-off is such that it couldn't be made practical. What if you arrive in a system and this bomb is on the far side? It would detonate and do no harm to the arrivals.
I thought about that, sir. And if I think as a bomber, not a demolitions professional, it occurs to me that you plant bombs where people are most likely to be.
Explain that. Up ahead, a tiny white dot, Zobome 6, appeared among the stars and began to grow.
Sir, most nav courses are plotted from the point of departure to the center of the system where you plan to arrive, that is, the sun. It's simple and it's safe. You taught us that. You can set distance so you drop back into real space short of the system with no chance of hitting any natural gravity well, or you can fire straight into the system, and if you hit a gravity well before you reach your destination, it pops you back into real space before you're close enough to the center of gravity to endanger you. Correct?
Correct.
So everyone knows that most courses are aimed at the sun of the arrival system. And if you already know that there's going to be a jump from Komenor to Zobome's sun...
Oh! The word emerged almost as a bark. You set up your bomb on that straight-line path, just short of any normal arrival point at the system, and you're almost sure to bag your target, meaning that someone knew or suspected there would be traffic from Komenor to Zobome.
And since there's no trade between the two systems, it had to have been planted by the forces that attacked us. They knew we'd flee, and knew or suspected that some of us would flee by way of Zobome.
Right. That makes sense. Thanks, Demolitions. Control out.
Kel had had a little training in zero-G hard vacuum work. He'd done some exterior repairs on a cruiser over Sluis Van and had gone through the standard demolitions training in planting charges on a vessel in orbit. That didn't make him proficient. That didn't mean he liked it. In the cumbersome vacuum maintenance suit, which had built-in maneuvering jets, he could move around and stay warm. But he and Cubber didn't have tools rated to the cold of space, just toolboxes cobbled together from the X-Wing hangar back on Folor, and this left them cursing over frozen and vapor-locked hydrospanners, while Grinder, safe inside his cockpit, watched them impatiently. Still, Kel could look up for an unimpeded view of an infinity of stars, the sort of vista he could never see on any world with atmosphere, and never had time to appreciate while in the cockpit of a snub fighter. He could look down past his feet to see the world of Zobome 6 rotating with a slow majesty. Somewhere down there on a high plain blasted by freezing winds, most of the Wraiths were trying to make repairs to their own less damaged X-Wings. They were probably looking up now and envying Kel his comparatively warm environment suit. Kel floated beside the open hatch to Grinder's port dorsal engine. Its internal diagnostics said it was online and ready to supply power, but it was receiving no data from ship's controls. Kel brought himself back to his task. Could all 4 data relays have been shorted? On the other side of the X-Wing floated Cubber. Even through their respective polarized faceplates,
Kel could see the mechanic shake his head. All of them identically? No, it's got to be an interruption farther up the line. Think you could get into his cargo hatch and splice into the data feeds under the cockpit? I'll monitor here. Cubber shrugged an exaggerated motion. I'll give it a try. Tiny jets vented at intervals across his back, turning him toward the X-Wing's bow, moving him forward. Kel? The voice was faint, eerie, and emerging from within Kel's own suit. Kel's mouth went dry. He used his tongue to hit the microphone off switch, then said, "Who's there?" "Kel, it's Min." "How did—" Kel sighed and relaxed. Donos had apparently patched into Kel's own private comlink, the one he carried in his breast pocket. Kel tugged his helmet forward so he could angle his chin down past the bottom of his helmet, making it easier for him to make himself heard. "Min, call me on the main squadron channel."
No, I need privacy for this.
"I need your help." "Go ahead."
"Shiner's still down, Kel.
"I need for him to be up. We have more important problems right now. Shiner can wait."
"Please, Kel."
Kel frowned, troubled. The pain and worry in Donos's voice were clear enough to carry even over standard comlink distortion. "What's he doing?"
"Nothing. He won't respond to verbal commands for a warm start, and the reset switches for a cold start don't do anything. I think he's dead."
"Probably just in need of repair. Stop worrying." The droid's power converter could be down, or it could be powered up, but with its programming locked, unable to begin a restart sequence until power was actually shut off throughout the unit and the system was restarted. "Hey, try this. Do you have a restraining bolt? You or any of the others?" A long pause. Then,
"Yes, you have one."
"All right, insert it. In him, I mean." Donos didn't laugh at the joke.
"It's in, but nothing's happening."
"Right. Now switch it over to power down."
"Done. No change."
"Now switch it back to power up."
"No. Hey, it's working."
Kel smiled. Among the many features of the standard restraining bolt, an attachment designed to maintain control over a fractious or independent-minded droid, was an external means to shut off a droid's main power converter. Kel's guess had been right, and this external shutdown had flushed the droid's locked-up programming and allowed it to begin a cold start. "Call me again if you absolutely have to, but don't call me just because his memory's gone. All their memories are gone."
Right. Thanks, Kel."
"Min out." Cubber summed it up.
"Commander, we got Grinder and Runt mobile in record time, but Fanon's X-Wing is a loss until we can get it into a full shop setup."
Within his cockpit, Fanon looked pale. He said he'd gotten bandages over his injuries, but there was no doubt that he couldn't give himself full medical attention within the cramped confines of the cockpit, without the medical kit now occupying his cargo bay. He also wasn't moving too well. It was evident some of his cybernetics were still malfunctioning. Wedge's voice sounded resigned.
"All right, pop the hatch and get him into the shuttle. Don't forget his medical gear. In the meantime, we can assume that the bomb that stuck us here also sent out a signal to whoever planted it, meaning they'll be coming soon. If it was a hyperspace communication and they were signaling the implacable, the Star Destroyer could be here in another couple of hours. We could make a blind jump to deep space or the nearest star to get away from them, but that'll probably end up killing us. We don't have enough fuel to do any significant exploration. Anybody have any ideas?"
Cubber, floating beside Ton Fanon's cockpit, pressed his faceplate against the transparasteel and began speaking. The words didn't come over the squadron frequency.
From the slow pace and deliberate way he was shaping his words, Kel assumed he was shouting. The sound would conduct through faceplate and canopy, and Fanon would be able to hear him. He saw Fanon nod listlessly. "Leader, this is 8. I say we leave 7's X-Wing up in orbit for them to find, and when they pull it in, we board and seize them."
"Thanks much, 8. Anyone else?"
"Sir, I'm serious. I've been thinking about this."
"Very well. Give it to me step by step."
"Well, we leave the fighter in orbit, broadcasting a distress signal. Put up some debris with it to suggest that maybe another X-Wing has been destroyed. Among the debris, we have someone in one of the extra vehicle suits, carrying Donos's laser rifle for maximum firepower."
"And they draw the suit in, and the pilot inside starts shooting?"
"Yes, sir."
"They do this even when their sensors say there's a live body in the suit?"
I'd forgotten about that." Atmosphere began venting from around the seals of Fanon's cockpit. Kel saw Fanon check and recheck the integrity of the bandages he'd slapped onto his pilot suit where shrapnel had cut through it.
"Next plan?"
Kel keyed his microphone. "Sir, wait a second. We could put our intruder in the Nara's smuggling compartment. Its systems will conceal the presence of a living person. Pull it out of the shuttle, attach a battery pack to maintain its electronic countermeasures, and float it among the debris." Squeaky's voice was distinctly irate. "Cubber, we have an additional compartment in here, and you didn't tell me? I could have packed more gear, more supplies."
Wedge cut him off. "Continue, Mr. Tainer."
"Well, that's all I was going to say."
"And what do we do if they don't tractor in our intruder?"
"Make sure he can play some solo games on his datapad."
"Not funny, Mr. Tainer."
Face cut back in. "Could we mount a propulsion unit to the compartment? The thrusters from an ejection seat?" Kel said, "Yes."
Wedge said, "But it would be pointless. Can you imagine trying to aim a rig like that before firing off the thrusters? Odds are 100 million to 1 that he'd miss and shoot off into space. And those are odds even a Corellian will pay attention to."
Kel said, "Put the thrusters at one end and an astromech at the other end. The astromech can feed visual data to the intruder's datapad. The intruder steers with the datapad, and the astromech translates that into precise thruster control. That makes the odds pretty good that he'd make it where he was aiming."
"That's crazy, Mr. Tainer."
"With all due respect, no, it's not, sir. It's merely desperate. Speaking of which, the sniper rifle may not be rated to hard vacuum in the cold of space. It might freeze up. And we can give our intruder a much better weapon anyway."
"Such as what?"
"Well, if we're using a battery to keep the smuggling compartment powered, we might as well use the 04-7 power generator off Tan's X-Wing. And if we have that much power available, we could pull the guts out of one of the laser cannons, cable it to the power generator, and rig it with a trigger. That'd give our intruder a few shots with something powerful enough to cut through bulkheads, much less through stormtroopers."
"The laser cannon is 9 meters long, 5.
"Not the essential components and housing, sir. Strip out all the computerized aiming and synchronization equipment, the diagnostics, the flashback suppressor. I think we could chop it down to 1.5 meters, 2 meters." The canopy on the X-Wing came up, and Fanon clambered out, surrounded by the distinctive glow of a personal MagCon field. He immediately began to drift away from the craft. Kel saw from Fanon's expression that cold was already eating its way through the atmosphere around his compromised suit. Kel and Cubber closed on him, each grabbing one of his arms, and began to maneuver him toward the Nara's emergency airlock. Wedge took a long time to answer.
"Face, Kel, that's the craziest idea I've heard in a long time."
Face said,
Maybe, sir, but we've answered all your objections. We can do this.
Well, let's say you're right. We have one pilot with a powerful, crude, prone-to-failure weapons rig, and he's in a hangar on an Imperial Star Destroyer. What then?
Leader 11, a couple of ideas. If he could get to a computer interlock, he might be able to load in a program that would broadcast a distress to the New Republic. The rest of the pilots might be able to hide out until rescue. Or it may not be implacable. It could be one of their support vessels, and we might be able to take it.
You too, Wes?
Yes, sir. I think this plan is marginally better than dying of asphyxiation or starvation out in empty space, and it has the virtue of novelty. Implacable couldn't anticipate we'd do it. Only crazy people could anticipate we'd do it.
True.
Wedge's voice sounded resigned.
Cubber, your professional opinion. Can you do this? Patch this aberration together in an hour or two at most and make it work?
Cubber shut the airlock hatch on Ton Fanon as he answered. With the kids' help, yes, sir.
The chrono's running, gentlemen. Do it. And may the Force be with you. You need it.
Face said, I have some Force here in my pocket. Kel, Cubber, you can have it if you need it. Oops, no, it's gone. Or maybe it's in my cargo.
8?
Yes, leader?
Be quiet.
Weary, Wedge sat back in his pilot's chair. He switched the comm link over to his private connection with Jansen.
Wes?
Here.
They're doing it to me again.
That's right.
I haven't reached my 30th birthday, Wes. And once again I feel like the conservative old man in charge of a new generation of insane young pilots.
That about sums it up.
Thanks for the moral support, Wes.
11. They had to tell Squeaky and Fanon to squeeze into the shuttle's tiny airlock. Fortunately, both were thin. Then depressurize the Nara's interior and open its main boarding ramp. Cubber and Kell could then enter and disassemble the mounting, concealing the smuggling compartment. As soon as they had the compartment unplugged and towed back out into space, they saw where their plan couldn't succeed.
It's not big enough, Cubber said. These suits, with all the thrusters and life support, are too damn bulky to fit into the compartment, and I don't recommend we cut them down to fit.
Good point, Kell sighed. Well, our intruder will just have to wear a standard pilot's suit. This compartment is supposed to be airtight. That'll help.
Airtight enough to fool mechanical sniffers, true, but it's only rated for pressurized environments. The seals aren't strong enough to hold in atmosphere against hard vacuum. Also, we're going to be drilling holes in it to mount the thrusters, to cable the battery to the countermeasures, to get the data feed from the R2.
So we don't put the intruder into our fake debris field until the last possible moment.
Cubber shook his head. And if they just take a few extra minutes to creep up on the site, our intruder freezes to death. It's not going to work, kid.
A new voice cut in, a strong and harshly mechanical one.
It can work.
Kell smiled. Piggy, they got your voice working again.
Grinder and his datapad got it started. I feel much better, and I should be the intruder.
Why is that?
Physical structure, Kel. My body is swathed in heavy layers of fat. Humans find it unappealing, and it is a detriment in hot environments, but my fat will sustain me against starvation and will insulate me from cold temperatures. In an ordinary pilot's suit, I'm rated at half an hour's survival after ejection into space, rather than a few minutes. 2, my suit is intact.
Kell whistled. Well, unless we get a better idea, Piggy, I think you're our man.
You're Gamorrean.
While Cubber and Kell assembled the jury-rigged vehicle, which they nicknamed the Lunatic,
Grinder and Piggy worked out the programming of the R2 unit and control datapad. Occasionally, Kel listened in on the conversation. Grinder and Piggy had to work from within their cockpits and communicate via comm. "What sort of targeting model do we use?" That was Piggy.
"Visual pattern recognition, I think, with the star field as the primary element. It'll be static. Perhaps we can limit it to stars of a certain brightness. That will reduce the amount of data to be processed. If the ship is a recognizable type, the R2 can add a detailed map of its configuration to the pattern. Otherwise, you'll just have to aim at what you think is a cargo hatch and pray."
"What if imbalances or faulty thrusters throw me off course?"
"Well, we have to have some sort of correction built into the R2's programming. The crudest way is to have it evaluate the visual input and overcorrect really, with the time involved, if the visual image traverses too far."
"Very crude, prone to error, and to overcorrecting, as you say."
"Yes. Hey, Kel?
"I read you, Grinder."
Is there any way to put some sort of mass sensor in our insertion vehicle? Something to calculate load balance, center of gravity, that sort of thing, to improve flight accuracy?"
Kel thought about it. The X-Wings had such a system, of course, which used pulses from the inertial compensator to calculate the snub fighter's mass characteristics several times per second. "No, not a chance. I'd have to have exact data on all the components going into this cobbled-together rig. I'd have to have a precise graphical model of it. Piggy would have to remain as still as if he were in a pilot's seat, and you'd have to have even more time to do all the physics-heavy programming."
"Forget it then, thanks."
Within an hour, the lunatic took shape. The storage compartment, roughly the size of a large coffin, was the main element. At one end, Thanen's R2 unit, Gadget, was mounted by way of crude brackets, metal strips cut from some of the cargo crates on the Nara, attached to the compartment's hull through simple bolts. At the other end were mounted the fuel pods and some of the thrust nozzles from Thanen's ejection seat. Other nozzles were attached near the R2, pointed in 4 directions horizontal to the plane on which Gadget was standing, to give the rig as much maneuverability as was possible. Metal tubing carried fuel from the pod to the nozzles. A data cable ran from one of Gadget's ports through a hole drilled in the compartment. Inside the compartment, it was attached to the datapad that now held Grinder's and Piggy's maneuvering program. A power cable ran from the electronic countermeasures socket on the outside of the compartment through another hole into the compartment. It currently floated free. When Piggy was placed in the compartment, he'd be carrying on his belt the bulky main components of the Novaldex 04-7 power generator from Thanen's snub fighter. The cable powering the electronic countermeasures would be inserted temporarily in the power regulator fitted to one of its power-out sockets, while another socket was fitted with a cable running to the crude 6-foot-long cylinder that was what remained of one of Thanen's laser cannons.
"This is without a doubt," said Cubber, "the most inelegant rig I have ever had the pleasure of working on. Not counting the first still that I ever built, which was even more dangerous."
"Tests all show in the green. I think we're done."
"Call it into the commander, kid."
In his cockpit, watching the universe spin around the asteroid on which he'd landed, Wedge relaxed with the calm of the seasoned New Republic pilot. He knew the others, excepting Jansen and maybe Donos, would be fretting, ready to go. If they lived long enough, they'd learn to conserve their energy, to catch catnaps whenever they could. The Wraith's X-Wings, as repaired as they could be during their stay on the ground, now rested on some of the planet's larger asteroid satellites in power-down mode. The Nara waited with power up, ready to go, with Piggy standing by in the airlock. Thanen's X-Wing, some stony debris retrieved from the asteroid wing, and Lunatic spun lazily in an orbit closer to the planet's surface than the asteroids. The X-Wing's comm system continuously broadcast a distress signal, a plea for help recorded by Face. Wedge could not but admire the skill of Face's performance, the realistic pain and fear he injected in his voice as he begged for rescue. The comm unit popped. With power output turned so far down, no ship entering the system would be able to pick up their transmissions. In fact, some of the X-Wings were having trouble reading them.
Nara, this is 5.
Go ahead, 5.
Cubber, wasn't Seven's fighter the one designated 3-0A when it came in?
That's right.
Do you remember some sort of attachment mounted toward the aft end of the cargo bay? A rectangular thing, no ports or screens?
No, none of the X-Wings have anything like that.
Well, one of them did. It was about 25 centimeters long, maybe 6 broad and 4 thick. It was painted in Standard Alliance gray.
I'm telling you, kid, there's nothing like that on any of the X-Wing... Wait, hold on.
A long silence, then Cubber's voice was replaced by Squeaky's.
Flight Officer Tainer, there is an attachment like that at the bottom of the main drive unit of the Nara. I noticed it because it wasn't identical to the drive units on other Lambda-class shuttles. I saw it several times during the many trips I made loading the Nara up with the pilot's personal gear.
Cubber, I've serviced the Nara. There's nothing like that back there.
I know, kid. Something's very wrong.
Wedge started to request that one of the X-Wings ease out of the asteroids and make a visual check of Nara's aft end. But before he could speak, his wingmate's voice came in.
Wraiths, this is 2. I have faint chatter on Imperial frequencies, encrypted.
Wedge finally did speak.
Nara, this is Wraith Leader. Place your package, then scram back to one of the big rocks and power down. Wraiths observe communication silence. Piggy, good luck.
He watched as the Nara drifted to within a few meters of the insertion vehicle. The shuttle's airlock opened and Piggy pulled himself out, hampered by the bulky belt he wore and the man-height pole he carried. He shoved off from the airlock with confidence and drifted over to the insertion vehicle, which he grabbed. The impact of Piggy's mass sent both pilot and Lunatic drifting away from the wrecked X-Wing and debris. But as Piggy pulled open the compartment's door and began to squeeze in, the drift suddenly stopped. Lunatic moved slowly back to its original position relative to the X-Wing. It hung there, rigidly unmoving in the grip of the shuttle's tractor beam, as Piggy hooked up his belt power generator to the compartment's electronic countermeasures, then pulled the compartment door shut. Wedge breathed out a sigh. Now it was all in Piggy's hands. The compartment interior was lit only by the glow from the datapad's screen. Piggy patted at the gut of his flight suit, assuring himself that his blaster and the one Grinder had given him were still tucked away there, that the data card containing the program that might force Implacable's computers to send out a rescue message was still in his pocket, that the suit's seal was still intact. Then he seized Lunatic's control datapad. "Status," he said. His suit comlink was at minimal output power and set to the standard datapad channel. Gadget's reply appeared as text on the datapad screen. "Operational. I calculate a chance that I will not remain operational. I'll get you out alive, Gadget." The words "Movement detected" appeared. The screen switched from pure text to graphics on top, text at the bottom, and Piggy got a crude monochrome view of the stars. From the way the starfield was moving, Piggy supposed that the Lunatic was now rotating slowly, and that Gadget was turning his hemispherical head to keep the camera within it aimed at his target. A tiny white dot moved across the starfield and slowly began to grow. More text appeared. "They will detect that I am operational." "That's all right.
They won't consider an astromech droid to be a threat. R2s are built for hard vacuum repairs. So many of you have survived the ejection of their pilots into space. The dot grew until Piggy could make out its shape. It was not the Implacable, nowhere near so formidable a vehicle. It was a Corellian corvette, a long, narrow vessel with a blocky engine housing at one end. At the other end, the bow looked like an ancient warhammer head turned sideways. Even at this distance, and through the crude imager of the datapad, Piggy could see a bright vertical slit of light appear at the bow as the hold doors there were opened. Two large silhouettes emerged from the light and rapidly grew as they came closer. They resolved themselves into TIE fighters. The two starfighters roared past Fanon's X-Wing and its debris cloud, close enough that Piggy imagined he could feel their wake. They looped and came back, then decelerated for a close view of the X-Wing. They are querying me. Respond truthfully, but only with data you have in your defaults. You don't know what happened to your pilot. You don't know how you came to be here. Piggy magnified the image of the Corvette on his datapad screen, focusing in on the open bow hold. What's our range to target? 300 meters. Can we make that? The vehicle is coming straight at us on an unvarying course. If we make no mistakes, we can. Piggy took a deep breath and brought up the crude targeting brackets Grinder had added to his cobbled-together flight program. He set the brackets in the center of the open bow hold and hit the execute button. He felt faint pressure against his back as one or two of the lunatic's top thrusters fired, orienting its bow, gadget, toward the Corvette. Then it was as though he were in a turbolift, sudden weight as the thrusters beneath his feet fired off, and the image of the Corvette's open hold began to grow. He was suddenly banged up, down, and sideways by thruster corrections, and could no longer keep his attention on the datapad. Then gravity had him, and he was standing on his head. He heard a wild musical shriek, Gadget emitting a sound of pure droid terror, and there was an impact. Something gave way under the blow. Piggy was slammed forward, banging his head, then slammed onto his back. He had heard Gadget screech. They had to be within atmosphere. He popped the seal on his pilot suit and dragged out one of the blasters with his left hand, then kicked open the hatch of the smuggling compartment. Bright light flowed in to blind him. He couldn't wait for his eyes to adjust. He squeezed out of the compartment. He was on his back on a metal floor. It was a miniature hangar space, mostly filled with 4 gigantic metal racks situated side by side. The 2 end racks held TIE fighters upright. He was almost directly beneath the starboard side TIE fighter. Forward was the open hold door framing Starfield and the planet Zobome 6. He could not see the magnetic containment field holding in the hold's atmosphere, but if it were not there, he'd already be strangling on vacuum. The sound of a laser blaster's discharge and the impact of the bolt on the metal bracket nearest him made him jerk. He rolled over onto his belly, dragging the chopped-down laser cannon out of the compartment after him, and aimed the blaster pistol. Nothing directly ahead but metal stairs going up. But above them was a gray catwalk, and on it men in mechanics' overalls running toward an exit, and 2 men in standard stormtrooper armor aiming rifles his way. He snap-fired at one, hitting the wall behind the man, and tried to crawl backward from the smuggler's compartment and under the cover offered by the nearest TIE fighter. But as he crawled, the lunatic came after him. It wasn't as heavy as it should have been. He saw that Gadget was no longer attached, and the brackets that had held him there were bent and broken. He swore to himself, a Gamorrean grunt, as he realized the power cable from his belt generator was still plugged into the compartment's electronics. He got 2 fingers of his blaster hand on the cable and yanked it free. A blast from the second stormtrooper hit the compartment dead on, chewing a head-sized hole in its metal side. Piggy got back under the cockpit of the TIE fighter. A marginal improvement. They couldn't see him, but he couldn't see them. He felt the air pressure change. Then a wash of heated gas rolled over him from behind. Shrapnel clattered across the TIE fighters, and little pieces stung the backs of his legs. Something had happened just outside the bow hold door, but he couldn't turn back to look. Tactics. The stormtroopers would be separating on the catwalk, moving in either direction to bracket him with fire. He half stood and put his shoulder against the TIE fighter's wing. The sturdy starfighter resisted his efforts, but some of the brackets holding it in place broke. The TIE fighter rotated, the remaining brackets acting as a pivot, and suddenly he could see the rightmost stormtrooper. The trooper fired at him, but the TIE fighter's solar wing, held before Piggy like a shield, absorbed the bolt. Piggy returned fire with the blaster pistol, saw black charring appear on the stormtrooper's chest, saw the trooper collapse to the catwalk, twitching. He continued pushing against the wing, rotating the eyeball farther still, firing almost blindly as he went, until the second stormtrooper came under his gun. He hit the trooper twice. The trooper smashed back into the wall behind the catwalk, then stumbled forward and went over the rail. A moment's breather. The hold crewmen had all escaped through the door. Then there was also the open hold door leading to space. These were the only ways out. Gadget! An irritable, nearly musical chittering from the far side of the hold reassured him that the R2 was functional. Tactics. If he were the ship's captain, he'd shut the internal door and turn off the MagCon field, venting the bay's atmosphere into space and suffocating Piggy or launching him into the void. Well, he'd have to do something about that possibility. Wedge saw both of the TIE fighters rotate, trying to track the lunatic, but only one managed to maneuver fast enough to get off a shot. The shot missed the wildly rocking assembly of parts. Then at full speed, the lunatic shot into the open bay door. Wedge realized his mouth was open. I'll be damned, they did it. He hit his comm key. Wraith, power up and target those eyeballs. Lasers only. Do not abandon your positions. He switched channels. Attention, TIE fighter pilots. This is Commander Wedge Antilles of the New Republic. We have you under our guns. Surrender or be vaped. The two TIE fighters ceased drifting. One came up to speed, heading toward the Corvette, and the other spun back toward Fanon's X-Wing. That eyeball fired, its green lasers shredding the derelict snub fighter. Wedge grimaced. Amateurs. Wraiths, open fire! Not all the Wraiths had angles on the eyeballs, but enough did. The fighter approaching the Corvette was hit by two quad-linked bursts, the one that had destroyed Fanon's craft by 3. Both exploded. His blaster pistol once again tucked away, and the chopped-down laser cannon hanging from its power cable, Piggy climbed the TIE fighter's landing brackets. He kept a strong grip on those brackets. If the atmosphere vented, he didn't want to be pulled out with it. He saw the door through which the hold crew had run begin to close. At the top of the brackets, he was only 3 feet from the hold ceiling. If he remembered the layout of Corellian corvettes from the training he'd received, there would be a floor of officer and guest quarters above the hold, and the ship's bridge would be immediately above that. If his cannon would chew holes in both ceilings, and he could find a means to keep climbing, he could be in the bridge before anyone knew he was coming. He dragged up the cannon, pointed it at the ceiling, averted his eyes, and fired. The light produced by the shot was overwhelming, dazzling him even when reflected from the canopy of the TIE fighter below. The noise was incredible, a shriek of metal and displaced air. Melting metal scraps fell all around him, and on him, burning through his pilot's suit. He ignored the pain. As his eyes cleared, he clambered up atop the bracket beams and leaped up through the hole he'd made into the bridge. Around him, lying on the floor where they'd leaped for cover, running toward the exit, reaching toward holsters for blasters they'd never grasp, were the members of the bridge crew. Where was the officers' quarters floor? It didn't matter. Piggy shouted, "Stop where you are! One move and I fire!" And he aimed the still-smoking laser cannon toward the bow of the bridge, where metal walls and transparent steel windows were all that held in the chamber's atmosphere. The bridge officers glanced at one another, then at an officer wearing the insignia of an Imperial naval lieutenant. The lieutenant nodded glumly and raised his hands. Only when ash began to drift down from the ceiling did Piggy glance up, there to see what was left of another ship's officer. "Captain Vortz Bin Ring of the New Republic corvette Nightcaller, hailing Wraith Squadron. Wraith Squadron, come in." Wedge couldn't restrain his grin. "Captain? That's a sudden promotion." "A temporary promotion, sir. I am in command of this vessel. I thought a captaincy would be most appropriate." "Oh, it is. Permission to come aboard?" "Granted. Then please hurry." 12. Inconvenient as the planet's weather was, they brought Nightcaller down to the surface of Zobome 6 to perform their examination. Jesmond Akbar remained on station in orbit to alert them to any other enemy arrivals. Wedge stayed on the bridge, accumulating information, while the Wraiths performed their duties as fast as possible. Wedge could see them, dim shapes moving among the rocking X-wings, while the wind drove ice particles past the bridge windows and obscured his vision. He was careful to stay well away from the hole melted in the floor. The object fried to the ceiling above that hole remains that had once been a man named Captain Zurel Derillian, had fallen free during the ship's landing and dropped into the TIE fighter hold. Phelan Sandskimmer, unperturbed by their grisly nature, was dealing with them. Squeaky, just back from his initial tour of the ship, seemed fascinated by what he'd seen. "It's all so very clean, sir. The captain must have been quite a stickler for cleanliness." Wedge gave him a rueful look. "Usually a sign of a diseased mind. What about the structural modifications?" "It has been very heavily modified from the standard corvette, Commander. Where the Tantive 4 had a luxury quarters deck beneath the bridge, Nightcaller has eliminated the deck. I suspect to make extra room in the bow hold for the 4 TIE fighters. The bow has also been widened, the hull armor on the sides of the bow narrowed, electronic apparatus that should be between bulkheads there moved somewhere else. The topside hold has been converted into a skimmer hangar. There are no laboratories. That's where the luxury quarters are located." Wedge nodded. "It appears that this was no retrofit job. It came out of the shipyards this way." "I agree, Commander." From the main weapons console, Jansen said, "They've given up one of their bow turbo laser twin cannons and installed a tractor beam instead." "Most ships this size have a tractor." Jansen grinned. "I mean a real tractor beam. Something suited to a frigate or larger war vessel, not just a beam suitable to drag a fighter around." Grinder, bent over one of the bridge's data consoles, called, "Oh, Commander." He made the rank sound like part of a song. When he straightened and turned, Wedge could see the Bothan's teeth bared in a meat-eating smile. "Yes?" "Piggy got to the bridge so fast, oh, this is sweet, they didn't have time to shut down, to purge the memory, to activate the most basic security. They have a state-of-the-art Imperial holonet system, a real luxury on a vessel this size, and it was hot, ready to go, and they didn't even get a message off." Wedge blinked at him. "Whatever fleet it came from is unaware it's in trouble?" "Completely. I pulled up its mission profile, its standing orders, its schedule, everything." "Tell me." "It belongs to Zinj."
No surprise. No surprise, but it's temporarily assigned to Admiral Apwar Trigget. Its mission is to lay mines, Empion mines, a type I'm not familiar with. Ask Kell about them. I think I had him redesign them in his head earlier today. Right. Anyway, it's supposed to plant them to monitor their hypercom frequency for alerts that they've been triggered to inform Admiral Trigget of the results when they go off. Go on. I also got their schedule, mostly visiting unaligned planetary systems and demonstrating that Zinj has muscle. Also, some routine meetings with refueling ships. The schedule they're supposed to return to once this mine laying is done. Show me. Grinder brought up a list on screen. Wedge read off the list of planets. Viamar 4, Zartun, Belthu, M2398, Todirium, Abinapur, Finian. Can you plot that for me? I'm way ahead of you. That seems to be a short description of my recent command history. Wedge looked over at the star chart Grinder brought up. It tracked a course through rimward planets just outside the New Republic's current zones of control. And Trigget doesn't know we've captured this vessel? Grinder shook his head, sending ripples through his silver fur. Sir, he can't. Wedge whistled as the first elements of a plan began to percolate in his mind. Cursing the cold, Cubber and Kell staggered against the gale-force winds of Zobome 6 and reached the stern of the Nara. There, as Squeaky had described, tucked neatly away in one of the recesses beside the main thruster of the main drive unit, was a rectangle of the dimensions Kell remembered. This one was black to match the surrounding components of the drive unit. The two mechanics looked at each other. "Doesn't belong here," Cubber said. "Let's pull it off." "Let's scan it first, Cubber. Remember my other occupation?" "Oh, yes. I'll wait over there, behind the outcropping." Kell pulled out the sensor pack Squeaky had saved for him, the one optimized for demolitions work, and hoped that it would hold up in this cold environment. He moved it slowly across the surface of the mystery box and carefully watched the sensors display. The heat-based visual display showed intricate electronic components inside, some of which were consistent with advanced comm gear, none of which seemed to include the sort of non-differentiated material that usually made up the explosive portion of a bomb. There seemed to be some sort of armature attachments on the other side, holding it to the shuttle's surface. He waved Cubber over, then carefully gripped the box and pried at it. It resisted him. Then, as he applied more pressure, it came away from the shuttle. 4 mechanical limbs, each articulated, half a meter long, and ending in gripping hands, hung limply. "I think it's dead," Cubber said. "What do you want to bet that the bomb that scrambled our droid's memories did the same thing to this?" "No bet. Let's get inside where it's warm and find out for sure." Jasmine remained at her station in orbit. Phelan and Runt guarded 50-plus ship's officers and crewmen, now crowded into the stern lounge. The rest assembled in the small meeting room that was part of the captain's quarters. "First," Wedge said, "I want to commend the principal parties involved in the capture of Nightcaller. Piggy, Face, Kell, excellent work." There was general applause, and Piggy said, "Can I keep the ship?" "If you mean as a personal possession, no. If you'd like to remain in command, the answer is probably yes." Piggy looked startled. "I was joking." "Well, the question would have been a joke in the Imperial Navy or the Corellian Fleet or a lot of other places, but it's actually a reasonable one in the fleet of the New Republic. It's all because many of our traditions are rooted in the more piratical times of the Alliance's first days. Still interested?" Piggy nodded, silent.
His expression was made up of surprise and confusion.
The first thing you'd do is transmit an informal request for command of Nightcaller to Fleet Command. Then you'd submit a formal application for transfer out of Starfighter Command and into Fleet Command. I'd have little choice except to approve it, and the Navy is nearly 100% likely to accept you. They have a keen appreciation of officers who capture ships to add to the fleet, after all. Then you'd receive a crash course in naval traditions and capital ship command, along with a promotion to naval lieutenant and an immediate temporary promotion to captain. Because of your lack of experience, you'd be given very simple missions for your first several months, guarding convoys of ships carrying non-essential goods, for example. Eventually, within the year, I'm certain, they'd become aware of your competence, begin giving you more critical missions, and make that last promotion a permanent one. Let me just say, though, I personally think it would be a shame to take a promising fighter pilot like yourself and turn him into a barge driver. But I have to admit that those are the words of an irredeemable X-Wing jockey.
Jansen barked out a laugh, which Wedge ignored. Wedge continued,
"What about it, Piggy? Naval captaincy within a year? Still interested?"
Piggy was still for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "Perhaps I am selfish, but everyone remembers Lando Calrissian and Wedge Antilles and what they did at Endor. Who remembers the name of the captain or the gunner on the Home One at the same battle?"
Wedge smiled. "I do, but I know what you mean, and I appreciate the fact you're staying."
He turned back to the others.
"All right, back to Nightcaller and our current situation. Cover? Fuel? We're good. Nightcaller's tanks were almost full, and they have proper refueling equipment. I've siphoned off enough to top off the Nara and all the X-Wings except Jessamine Akbar's. As soon as we're done here, I'll bring her down and send Min up so you can refuel her as well."
Jesmine's voice came out of the intercom on the table.
"Thank you, sir."
"Oops, forgot you were listening. Grinder, did you transfer the nav data?"
The Bothan nodded.
"We can jump out of system at any time. Fanon, your status?"
Ton Fanon looked less pallid than he had up in orbit, but he looked no less unhappy.
"They blew up my snub fighter."
"Your physical status, I mean."
"Oh, the damage to flesh was all trivial. I didn't lose any limbs or organs this time, which is quite a treat, I assure you. The damage to the prosthetics is not all fixed yet, though. My left leg isn't receiving proper neural input and drags a bit. And my right hand works just fine for most things, but when I start to work with a data pad, there's some sort of leakage of signals and it just goes crazy."
Fanon waved the hand in question. It ordinarily looked like a normal hand, but now it twitched continually, the ring finger jerking rhythmically and the flesh on the back of the hand crawling in an inhuman fashion. Fanon did not seem disturbed by the phenomenon.
"But with a little more work with the ship's computers, I should be able to set everything right."
"Cover? Kel, the attachment on the shuttle?"
Kel shrugged.
"It's hard to tell with its memory blown out, but I think it was some sort of parasitic communications device. It was mobile and had a camouflage coating. It can alter its color to match whatever vehicle it's attached to. It also has a very small, very limited hypercom ability. But again, with its memory gone, I can't find out where it was transmitting to. My guess is that it went from ship to ship and occasionally broadcast its current location to its maker."
Grinder said, "Which is nothing if there's only one of them, but important if they could build hundreds or thousands. They could build a map of anomalous hits and find all sorts of things. Smugglers' bases, deep space assembly points."
Wedge said,
"And Hidden Alliance bases. Jessamine, add that to the report we're sending to command. All ships be advised."
"Understood."
Wedge checked the next item on his list. All right, we've faked up a report in Captain Durillion's name with all the appropriate security checks on it, explaining that he jumped into this system, found the abandoned X-Wing, assumed that the pilot had ejected, sent over a party to retrieve it, and it blew up. Some nasty treachery on the part of its original pilot. We've sent that report off. We hope it will forestall any further inquiry on the matter of the Zobome system. Now, we're going to take some time rotating you among the guard duties, but giving everyone a chance for a few hours rest. When we're all feeling a bit more recovered, we launch.
Kell said, "Doldrums, here we come."
No, Mr. Tainer, not doldrums. First, we're going to 3 different uninhabited systems to pick up 3 unexploded Empian mines. Then we're going to the Viamar system.
Kell frowned, confused. "If I may ask, sir?"
Why this schedule? Because that's the order of business for Nightcaller. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm acting on my own initiative and sending off a request that High Command approve my new plan, which is this. We've just become crewmen in Warlord Zinj's fleet, and we're going to do his bidding until we can find a way to strike at him.
Kell emerged from his temporary quarters wearing a black TIE fighter pilot's jumpsuit, one that was miraculously large enough for him, and toweling his hair dry. Nightcaller seemed eerily quiet. They were still on the ground, so the ship did not tremble from the efforts of her engines, and she was massive enough to be immune to Zobome 6's winds. With most of the old crew collected in the stern lounge under guard, and with Wraith Squadron spread thinly throughout the rest of the ship, there were few noises to be heard. He headed forward toward the bridge along the main corridor running the length of the ship. When he was almost to the bow, he heard voices drifting down a stairwell to port. He followed them up. Off the main corridor of Deck 1, he found himself peering into the ship's main communications bay, a smallish chamber whose walls were solid modular blocks of communications gear. Jesmin and Face were seated there, and another man was with them, a hologram actually. The man, thin, clean-shaven, with hawk-like features, was dressed in a sharp-looking black uniform with Imperial captain's bars. He was seated in an imposing command chair and was much given to irritating theatrical gestures as he spoke. "We have been charged," he said, "with weaving the net that will capture any rebels who are so fortunate as to survive the destruction of the base on Fulvar and flee. Our assignment? Lay Empian bombs along the 4 most likely escape routes, and then wait at the astrographical center of that array to snatch up whatever poor insects fall into our trap." He leaned forward, eyes glittering. "Personally, I hope some of them can effect repairs in the time it takes us to get to them. I could do with a bit of a fight." The Wraiths burst out in laughter. Jesmin hit a button on the main console, and the captain's image froze there, his expression still suggesting he had just let the viewers into his confidence with that little revelation. "What is this?" asked Kell. Face leaned back and stretched. "That's our former ceiling decoration, Captain Zurel Durillion. He apparently kept the ship's log in full holo." "What an ego." Kell shook his head. "That must take up massive storage." Face said, "The ego or the graphics?" Jesmin turned one eye admonishingly toward Face, then nodded toward Kell. "Oh, it does. But I thought that since Face was an actor, he should see this man's performance. I've seldom seen anything so florid, so self-satisfied, so repellent." "Oh, I have," Face said. "I once sat in Isan Isard's lap." Kell and Jesmin stared at him. Kell said, "You're kidding." "Oh, no, I'm not. Win or Die had just been released empire-wide. I played a little boy, a son of 2 patricians of the old Republic, only I know that the Empire is the way to go, and I try to run away to safety with the new Emperor. But my dad doesn't see it that way and shoots me in the back, and I die in the Emperor's arms, begging him to finish conquering the galaxy so that the evil of people like my parents can be eradicated. Jesmond burst out in gales of laughter, then clamped both hands over her mouth while she shook. When she had herself under control, she said,
"Face, that's horrible."
Face grinned. That was the old propaganda machine. So I got a trip to Imperial Center, Coruscant, to meet the real Emperor. But he'd been called away to deal with some problem. I heard later that he'd just received one of the early reports informing him of the degree of organization the Alliance actually had, and he wasn't in a very good mood. So I saw Isan Isard instead, and she sat me in her lap and told me what a good boy I was. Kel finished with his hair and slung the towel over his shoulder.
What was that like?
Something like being stroked by a poisonous reptile wearing a human suit, only not quite so comforting. Face shuddered. The most crushing blow I ever felt after joining the New Republic was learning that Rogue Squadron had killed Isard, meaning that I wouldn't be able to. Anyway, Captain Derillian is nothing in comparison. He was just a petty guy who reached his ultimate level of usefulness driving a mine-laying barge for a warlord, and then had to be scraped off the floor.
Jesmond said, "You'd better finish getting ready, Kel. We take off in half an hour."
How are we doing that? With most of us returning to the X-Wings, who's going to pilot Nightcaller, and who's going to deal with the prisoners?
We landed 4 X-Wings in the topside hold, strapped them down tight almost on top of one another so they'd fit, Jesmond said. And the Nara is hooked up to the Corvette's port docking station. Commander Antilles will be piloting the Corvette. He says he used to pilot Corellian freighters, and Fanon, Face, Grinder, Squeaky, Cubber, and I will be aboard.
Her voice turned sarcastically sweet.
I think we will be able to manage.
Well, all right. You have my permission, Kel reflected. Say, since we're sending messages to Warlord Zinj, why can't we just track them along the holonet and find out where he is?
Jesmond said, Face asked the same thing, and it might be that simple if we had regular communications with him in the usual fashion, but Nightcaller is not actually using the holonet for reports. We're to send hypercom transmissions along specific courses.
Meaning Zinj's ship, or just relay satellites, can be anywhere along those courses, across hundreds or thousands of light years. Jesmond nodded. That's why I'm demolitions and not communications. Much simpler just to blow things up. Kel gave them a mock salute and left. In the corridor leading back to the temporary quarters, Kel saw Wes Jansen heading his way. The 2 men passed without comment, each moving as close to the opposite side of the corridor as decorum would allow. At his quarters, he nearly bumped into Donos emerging from the cabin next door.
Min, how's Shiner?
Donos looked rested and uncharacteristically cheerful. Shiner, he's fine. Why?
Well, you seemed so concerned about him the other day. I was wondering if he'd suffered some sort of physical damage I'd need to repair.
Donos shook his head. No, we just... He stopped for a moment and appeared to be organizing his thoughts.
Kel, we leave them hanging out in hard vacuum. I just think we need to protect them.
Right. Kel tried to relate that answer to Donos's behavior of a few hours ago and couldn't.
Well, I'm glad to hear he's in good shape.
He pushed into his quarters and escaped the peculiarly uninformative lieutenant. It took them the better part of 2 days to retrieve the 3 undetonated Empian mines and return them to Nightcaller's belly hold.
The X-Wing pilots were rotated through duties on the Corvette so that everyone got an almost adequate amount of sleep. Kell suggested some changes to Wedge and ended up pulling a succession of Corvette shifts while he and Cubber implemented them. They welded metal sheets approximately the size of TIE fighter solar array wings between the escape pods hanging from the Corvette's flanks. They stowed 2 of the ball-shaped escape pods in the belly hold and painted the others the same dark Imperial shade as TIE fighters. Then Wedge personally flew the 2 remaining TIE fighters to dock them at the empty escape pod hatches. The end result was that from any scrutiny except close examination, the TIE fighters looked like escape pods, and would actually be faster and safer to launch than out of the bow hold. With the TIE fighters out of the bow hold, Kell and Cubber disassembled the braces designed to hold them. They used that metal and more from the belly hold to fabricate a new set of braces and rails, 3 rows of them, one above the other, built at the very rear of the hold. It would require delicate piloting, but an X-Wing could now use repulsor lifts to back into the bow hold and accept instructions from a ground-guiding crew member to slide into rails spaced to accommodate their strike foils. Once they reached the rear of the rails, they could be locked there by metal brackets lowered into place. This gave them an array of 3 X-Wings by 3, the strike foils on each row overlapping one another slightly. With the bow doors open, the X-Wings in the center column could launch quickly and in relative safety. The 6 along the sides would have to launch a little more slowly, but the guidance rails would probably keep accidents from happening. With 9 X-Wings in the bow hold and 2 more up in the top hold, Nightcaller could now carry 11 X-Wings and 2 TIE fighters. Cubber cackled and rubbed his hands together. More than a squadron's worth, by virtue of superior engineering. Wedge said, "Not bad. Not bad at all." He reached out to grasp the nearest vertical brace and heaved against it. The bracketing rig didn't budge. He smiled. Nightcaller was ready for action. 13. The records said Vyamar 4 was an agricultural world, somewhat higher in gravity than Coruscant Standard. Its chief export was a subterranean fungus whose offshoots and tubers sometimes grew to the diameter of a kilometer or more. The fungus, inaccurately called Vyamar blackroot for its color, was well liked for its meaty texture and nutrient balance. "Who has TIE fighter experience?" Wedge asked. "Even in simulators?" He held up his own hand. So did Piggy, Phelan, Face, and Jansen. "Piggy, how were the simulator cockpits for you?" "Terrible, sir." "All right, I want West to remain on Nightcaller. Phelan, suit up. You and I are going to buzz the capital of Vyamar 4. The somber woman from Tatooine gave one of her rare smiles. Wedge continued, "Squeaky informs me that there's a TIE fighter simulator in the stern lounge. Not too surprising, since this Corvette is trying very hard to be a pocket carrier. I recommend that the rest of you get some experience in it. We may be flying a number of TIE fighter missions." Wedge looked over the half-familiar array of controls and monitors, let out an irritated sigh, and flipped 2 switches. The TIE fighter immediately hummed, indicating it was powering up. "We have 2 lit and in the green," he said. Automatically, he glanced to port and starboard, a visual check of his surroundings, and bit back another annoyed remark. There were no windows to the sides. Had there been any, their view would only have been of the fighter's wing pylons and large hexagonal solar array wings. The TIE's only viewports were forward and above. They showed endless starfield, reminding Wedge that he was hanging from what until a few days ago was an escape pod dock. No shields, no ejection seat. TIE fighters were disposable attack vehicles for disposable pilots, and Wedge never cared to feel disposable. "Laser cannon readings nominal. How am I transmitting?"
Jesmond came back. Sir, until you launch, your communications are coming in over direct communications.
Wedge grinned. Sorry, I'll ask again after launch. Gray 2, what's your status?
Phelan's voice sounded a bit nervous. Twin ion engines are live and running at optimal. Ship's systems all in the green. 2 laser cannons at full power. Shields, damn. Sorry, sir.
That's all right. I feel the same way.
And I don't look forward to landing this thing. Sir, even in the simulators, I've never landed straight onto a docking station.
You'll do fine. Just remember to crank the hand yoke over to minimal responsiveness. That'll make you feel like you're crawling along centimeter by centimeter, but you won't crash into anything on landing. Watch what I do.
Now he had to match action to words.
He cranked the knob on his control yoke down as far as it would go, then cut the connection with Nightcaller and kicked in the ion engines. He drifted free of the Corvette. When the rangefinder said he was 50 meters from the ship, he rotated in place, looking back across Nightcaller's belly. On the far side, Phelan's TIE fighter was also in a slow, smooth descent relative to the Corvette's keel. Good, he said. Ready to fly?
Ready, sir.
Gray, flight away.
He pulled back on the yoke and twisted its adjustment knob, feeding more power into the engines. The TIE fighter glided smoothly forward. He heeled it over toward the distant planet of Viamar 4. He was pleased to see Phelan follow him with adequate skill. Apparently her simulator time had been put to good use. A while later, they dove into the atmosphere of Viamar 4 and headed toward Valeri, the planetary capital, a community of 100,000 on the largest continent of the southern hemisphere. The land surrounding the capital was largely forested, with numerous tiny communities of wooden buildings. Finally, someone was alerted to their presence. Incoming craft, this is Valeri Station. Please identify yourself. Do you read? Wedge switched his comm to broadcast in the clear. Valeri Station, this is Gray Flight, escorting private yacht Nightcaller. Ah, yes. The voice became noticeably more agitated. Gray Flight, please come to the heading 255 and make landing here at Valeri Station. Can't do it. Sorry, not in our mission parameters. The mission assigned to Nightcaller's TIE fighters was a simple one. Buzz the town of Valeri a couple of times, spook any air traffic, ignore attempts by the local government to impose its authority, and return to the Corvette. Simple. The agrarian settlers of the planet didn't have any significant defenses, nothing even to make TIE fighters worry. May I inquire as to what those parameters are? Stay where you are and you'll see them in just a minute. He could see the interruption in the forest ahead that had to herald the presence of Valeri. The sensor board beeped a strident signal Wedge recognized. He switched to Nightcaller's frequency. Follow me, two. Someone's trying to paint us for laser fire. He pulled back on the yoke and went skyward. As he climbed and then looped backward, he could see their pursuers through the viewport atop the TIE fighter's cockpit. 2 stubby fighter craft, their noses similar to X-wings except for the bubble canopy. Headhunters, he said. Evidently Viamar had picked up some fighter defenses when Zinj wasn't looking. Mark 1s, Phelan said. See the swing wings? They're pretty old. Maybe, but they're as good as TIE fighters in atmosphere, and their lasers can cause you to have a bad, bad day. Wedge saw the headhunters climb in an effort to stay on the TIE fighters' tails. Then they were on the comm. Gray Flight, this is Blackwing 1. You need to comply with Valeri Station's instructions right now. The voice was male, young, rustic. Wedge shook his head. Farm boys in headhunters trying to point laser cannons at him. Oh, we can't have that. He snap-rolled and dove, pushing the TIE fighter's atmospheric capabilities to their limits in an effort to come down in firing position behind the headhunters.
Atmospheric drag on the solar arrays caused him to slew to port, but he kept the fighter in line through experience and brute strength. He had a moment's worry, wondering if Phelan could keep up with him, tried to spot her visually and couldn't, then caught sight of her blip on the sensor monitor. She had lost ground to him, but was in control. Mere meters above the treetops, he rolled upright and began another climb, this time with the port side headhunter in clear sight. He brought up the TIE fighter's targeting equipment and immediately had the headhunter's jittery silhouette bracketed. "Blackwing 1, if I were in an irritable mood, one of you would be dead now." "So you say. These things can take a lot more punishment than those pasteboard boxes you're flying." The headhunter, in his brackets, juked left, then rolled up on its starboard wing and began a tight roll to starboard. "And they'll do just that if you don't stop annoying me." Wedge easily stayed on the headhunter's tail, anticipating the fighter's banks and turns, gaining on the older vehicle until he held at a mere 50 meters back. He glanced at his sensor board. Phelan wasn't talking, but she was still behind the other headhunter, mimicking its maneuvers. Finally, her voice came across on Nightcaller's channel.
"Sir, it won't be hard, but I really don't want to vape these plow pushers."
"Keep your guns on them and outfly them, too. Maybe they'll grow a brainstem."
Wedge's target rolled left and suddenly lost altitude, diving straight toward the trees. Wedge followed him in, blinked in amazement as the headhunter crashed down through the top layer of branches. Follow or break off? That pilot was young and arrogant, but didn't seem suicidal. Wedge followed. He felt his solar arrays tear through branches, then suddenly he was below the level of the treetops. His target was angling to starboard, following the course of a low river. Wedge tucked in right behind him. "Blackwings, are you ready to break off and go home?"
"Gray 1, you're about a second from me turning around and giving you 6 laser cannons worth of dental work."
The voice of Valeri Station cut in again.
"Blackwing flight, break off and return to station. That's an order."
"Sir!"
Blackwing 1's voice was sulky, frustrated.
"That's straight from the governor. Or do you want your pilot's licenses transferred to tractor operations?"
"No, sir." With no further taunts for the TIE fighters, Blackwing 1 reduced speed, then punched up through the light canopy of tree branches. On the sensor screen, Blackwing 2 was also headed toward the Valeri Station coordinates.
"Good flying, Gray 2. Now, let's buzz their administrative buildings."
"Sounds like fun, 1."
Jesmond leaned back from the comm station.
"Lieutenant, we're receiving a communication from Valeri House. That's their Capitol building. They're asking for a specific encryption that's in our computer. Obviously, they've talked before."
Jansen, lounging in the captain's seat, looked confused.
"There's no provision in the mission profile for this. They weren't supposed to call. They were supposed to batten down hatches and ride out the TIE fighter's overflight."
Jesmond gave him a very human shrug.
"I know."
"Well, take the call. Tell them the captain is taking a bath or something."
"Sir, Nightcaller followed Imperial protocols under Captain Derillian."
"Meaning?"
"Meaning it wouldn't have a Mon Calamari communications officer."
Jansen uttered an irritable hiss.
"Well, I can't take the call. My face is fairly well known."
They both looked at Face, seated at the navigational console. He straightened up. Even with my scar, they might recognize me. Some of the Wraiths did." Jansen didn't bother to conceal his frustration.
"Face, you're an actor. Do something."
Face stood, looked frantically around the bridge. There wasn't much on hand. Items dropped by the bridge crew behind consoles, plus Cubber's toolkit over where the mechanic had been cutting the sharp edges away from the hole in the floor, preparatory to putting down a metal sheet. He ran to the toolbox, pulled out Cubber's welding goggles. then a cylinder of orange paint used to mark spots on a ship's exterior where repairs were necessary. He sprayed the interior of the goggles until they were opaque. Containers of grease, hydrospanners, cables, sensors, tubing. He took a tube half the length of his forearm, inserted one end in his nose, the other in his right ear. Then he put the goggles on, resting them on his forehead, and hunted up one of the bridge crewmen's hats. "Give me the chair." Jansen vacated it. Face settled in, pulled the goggles over his eyes, pulled the hat down low on his brow. "How's that look?" He couldn't see their faces, but Jesmond responded with gales of laughter. He could barely hear Jansen's reply. "That's disgusting." "But they won't recognize my features." "All right, put him up on the screen." He turned toward the bridge's main view screen. He could dimly see the light intensity in the room change. Then he heard a voice. "Captain Oh, my." Face took a deep breath and ran his voice down into the bass range where it could vibrate locks and desktops. "Captain Derillian is having his bath. I am Lieutenant Narol. Who are you? What do you want?" He injected both boredom and contempt in his voice.
I am Governor Watesk. I would very much like to speak with Captain Derillian."
The man's voice was a plea. Face angled his head down so he could peer between the top of the goggles and the bottom of his officer's hat. The face on the view screen was of a graying, bearded man dressed in rustic brown tunic, but with expensive wood paneling behind him. "Was basic your first language? Do you not understand the captain is in his bath?"
"You could give me voice-only access."
"He's dictating his memoirs and doesn't want to be disturbed."
"In the bath?"
"Of course in the bath." Face's tone was an explosion of anger. "Where else? The captain is a very busy man. He's not some desk-bound colony governor with enough time to pick his nose with one hand and skim the cream off taxes with the other. If you have anything to say, you can say it to me. Or perhaps we'll just jump on to our next destination, and I'll give the captain a report of your bad manners. And the manners of your pilots, who for some unknown reason decided to play tag with ours."
"No, Lieutenant, please forgive me."
The governor looked appropriately contrite.
"Our Air Force is very new, the pilots not yet very experienced. They acted on their own initiative. They will be punished, but that's not what I'm calling about."
Face contrived, with posture and the set of his mouth, to look bored. "Go on."
"I'm calling about the agreement. I'm ready for Weimar to become a signatory. A proud signatory."
Face glanced at Jesmond. Her fingers flew over her communications console. Then she began a wild pantomime that said clearly to Face that there was nothing about this in the ship's records. "It has been a while," Face said smoothly. "What makes you think that the original offer is still available?" The question caught Governor Watesk off guard. The man had to take a couple of gulping breaths before he answered. Before he could reply, the wall panels behind him vibrated, and Face could clearly hear the sound of a TIE fighter screaming by near the governor's position. The governor tracked the TIE fighter's movement with his eyes, then returned his attention to Face.
"Sir, the warlord said I'd have until your next visit to decide."
Face gave him a cold smile. "And what did the warlord say after the last time he talked to you?" The governor looked stricken.
"I don't know, sir. I couldn't possibly know."
"Correct. Well, you tell me what you think the warlord offered, and I'll tell you what part of it is still on the table." Jansen smiled broadly and gave Face a thumbs-up of approval.
Yes."
The governor glanced down, apparently looking at a datapad or documents the screen didn't show.
We are to provide his army with supplies equivalent to 1/10 our exports.
And?
And you are to... And you would give us a location where we could transmit requests for aid in case of attack or invasion. You'd protect us.
And?
And we would, of course, provide you with information about any dealings with the New Republic, the Empire, other warlords.
Of course. And?
The governor's lip trembled. That was all.
Face looked steadily at him. There was something in the governor's manner, something that said obsequiousness was his nature, but that he was actually simulating it now. That suggested he was holding something back. Face turned to the side.
Ensign he coughed. Akron, inform Greyflight that they should blow a few things up before returning to us. We'll be jumping out of system as soon as they return.
No, wait.
The shrill desperation in the governor's voice seemed real.
Sir, you have to realize the warlord told me not to talk about the last part with anyone but him.
Well, after you've convinced me, I will support your claim to the warlord that you told me nothing. Now, go ahead.
The land is ready.
Ah, good.
Face waited. The governor looked more confused.
That was all.
No. Does the land conform to the warlord's specifications? Location, size, documentation.
Of course it does.
Face slammed his arm down on the armrest.
Of course it doesn't. It doesn't until I know it does. I don't see the file appearing on my datapad, Governor. Where are those specifications?
But
nothing. Unless you transmit me that information, I have no way of knowing whether you've given him exactly the location he wanted. And you've probably sliced back the dimensions of the property to save yourself a few credits.
No, sir.
The governor's voice was at full bellow, the yell of a new soldier inductee just learning to fear the non-commissioned officers.
I'm transmitting that information now, sir.
Face glanced over at Jesmond, waited until she nodded to indicate that she'd received the file.
Lieutenant, does this data match what we're supposed to be getting?
She shrugged at a loss for how to answer. Out of the corner of his eye, Face saw Jansen nodding.
Jesmond said, "It does, sir."
Good.
Face turned back to the governor. He made his voice pleasant, soothing.
Watesk, I commend you. You are unusually cooperative and forthcoming for a planetary governor.
I am?
The man sagged in relief and used his sleeve to blot at the perspiration sheening his forehead.
You are, and the warlord will be pleased. We'll forward to him the information of your acceptance, and he will arrange for a formal document to be delivered that everyone can sign. Will that be satisfactory?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Good. I look forward to sampling some of your fungus. Now all out.
Jesmond cut the signal. Face slumped and pulled off the hat and goggles.
I hate improvisation.
They gathered in the ship's conference room.
What in the name of the Sith is Zinj up to?
Wedge asked.
A trade of supplies for protection, I understand, but land deals?
There's more,
Jesmond said.
The records they sent us have the land transfer registered to a person named Cordell Stees. I must assume that's an alias for Zinj, but we should look for the name anyway. Whoever Stees is, he has his choice of how the land is to be subdivided and zoned.
How much of it is there?
A good-sized island, 50 clicks long by about 30 wide.
Interesting.
Wedge glanced at Face.
Good work. By the way, you still have some of that paint on your face.
Around the lines and spots of paint, the unscarred portion of Face's skin was red from scrubbing.
I know.
Face's voice held a hint of complaint.
It won't come off. Cubber snorted. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to mark work sites. Very reflective and shows up very well under ultraviolet. You need solvent to get it off. Solvent? Do you have some? There was malice in Cubber's smile. Sorry, used the last of it cleaning out my goggles. 14. When they jumped into the doldrums system, 2 ships were on station waiting for them, the transport Borleus and the Moncal MC-80 star cruiser Home 1. Wedge, piloting Nightcaller, whistled as he saw the smooth, almost organic lines of the cruiser. Admiral Akbar's command ship. Maybe our recent communications struck a nerve. Ton Fanon at the sensors snorted. Let's hope we can offload a whole lot of whining, mewling, boring prisoners and take on some decent food to replace the slop they stock their galleys with.
Communication from Home 1, Jesmyn Akbar said. A request from the Admiral to come aboard. He's sending a shuttle over.
Acknowledge with permission and greetings, of course. Starboard docking station, please.
Wedge's tour of Nightcaller began and ended at the bridge. Admiral Akbar looked off through the viewports at his own vessel in the distance and said, "Am I mistaken, or are your methods becoming even more unorthodox?" Wedge smiled. "I think you're mistaken. It may just look that way because the new unorthodox methods are stacking on top of the old ones." Akbar's barbels twitched with amusement. "So, well, I come with news in addition to congratulations." From a pocket he pulled a data pad. Wedge brought his own out in case Akbar decided to transmit files. "First," Akbar said, "based on this training squadron's exemplary performance at Folor, Zobom, and Viamar, I have the pleasure of declaring you fully commissioned and operational." Wedge rocked back on his heels. "I'm delighted to hear that, thank you." "You are also worried that it is premature?" "No, sir. The Wraiths are a little rough around the edges, but they perform like a unit that has completed training. I just forgotten that we weren't officially operational." "Ah, how anticipatory of you, General Antilles." "How anticipatory of you? It's still Commander Antilles, sir." "Of course. Second, we are in the process of alerting the armed forces about the small parasitic droids you described. We'd already had reports of rectangular apparatuses with melted parts aboard some ships. It appears the devices do have a self-destruct mechanism that fuses their interiors when they are forcibly detached from their host vehicles. But with your examination of the one you captured, and the device itself, if it is still intact..." "I'll have Grinder deliver it to you, sir. And one more of the Empion bombs." "With a sample to examine, we should be able to capture more of the parasites alive and begin releasing others with false data. Use them as a tool against Zinj instead of simply suffering their effects. And with the Empion bombs, we may be able to equip our ships with shielding against the precise frequencies they emit in order to reduce damage. Third, we have brought you some replacement equipment and supplies, including gear suited to commandos from Special Forces and Intelligence." "I'm glad to hear it. Do we have a replacement X-Wing, sir?" "No, not yet. None to spare, but you're at the top of the replacement list. The Borleus will deliver to you one of the X-Wing simulators and backups of all your Astromech's memories. We also have food, fuel, X-Wing replacement parts, and a piloting and maintenance crew for this Corvette, so you can free up your own pilots. Have your supply officer transmit requisitions for further items." Wedge nodded. "I know we've needed some vacuum-rated tools. I'll have Squeaky get on that." "Not Squeaky, the 3PO unit of the runaway droid ride?" Wedge nodded. Akbar shuddered, then returned to his list and continued.
Fourth, your plan for retaining Nightcaller and continuing on with its orders. That has neither been approved nor disapproved. I must know, what end do you hope to serve?
After some additional thinking, sir, my plan is to let Nightcaller go through her assigned duties. But in those systems that are obviously in collusion with Zinj, Wraith Squadron jumps in shortly afterward and makes strikes against the collaborators. Eventually, Zinj or Triget should get the idea that somebody's following Nightcaller around. My hope is that we can lure Zinj out that way, have him arrange a trap for us, and trap him in it instead.
How appropriately vague, Akbar considered. For the time being, consider your plan approved. But how long do you think you can keep up this deception?
Quite a while, sir. The fact that Warlord Zinj obviously has some special unrecorded instructions for Captain Derillian is a problem. It may trip us up. But we're going to try to compensate with a trick or two of our own. For instance, Flight Officer Akbar, is the demonstration ready?
Standing by, sir.
Orient it toward us instead of the captain's chair, and initiate.
Jesmond went through a series of control manipulations. Then the air hummed as a hologram appeared before Admiral Akbar and Wedge. The hologram showed a man in a control chair, his uniform black and nattily spotless, his manner energetic and haughty. He looked up as if startled and said, "Who in the hells of the Sith are you?" Akbar glanced at Wedge, who gave him no cue to go by.
I am Admiral Akbar of the New Republic. Identify yourself.
I am Captain Derillian, master of the private yacht Nightcaller. I demand to know why you've interrupted me. The captain glared at the Mon Calamari officer. His anger was so palpable that if holograms had been able to project energy, Akbar would have been struck dead by lasers. Akbar turned back to the commander.
I thought you said he was dead.
Before Wedge could speak, Captain Derillian roared an interruption. Dead? I'll show you dead! Ensign Antilles killed this intruder! Wedge barked a laugh.
Ensign Antilles now. I'm all over the rank chart today. That'll be enough face.
Captain Derillian smiled. He reached to his right farther than the sensor on him could track, and his hand disappeared. He must have manipulated something, for his image wavered and became that of Face Lauren.
Yub, Commander.
Then he disappeared. Akbar turned both eyes toward Wedge.
A holographic overlay of some sort.
Wedge nodded.
That's right. Captain Derillian was such a massive egotist that he kept his ship's journal and personal journal in full holo. That gave Grinder 3Og a huge sample that he could encode. He compiled a computer model of Derillian's body from the waist up, and his voice into an overlay, both of which we can project over face. We have near instantaneous translation of sight and sound. As long as we don't have to let anyone meet Derillian in person, and as long as Face can bluff his way through situations where the enemy knows more than we do, we can keep fooling them.
I see. Very encouraging.
Akbar consulted his datapad again.
Fifth, could you relieve Flight Officer Akbar of duty for a few minutes so that my niece and I might visit?
Consider it done, sir.
There weren't many places to go on the cramped Nightcaller. Jesmond led her uncle first to the bow lounge and was lucky enough to find it unoccupied.
You will understand my surprise, the Admiral said, when first I hear that Commander Antilles is assembling a squad of pilots who are chronic misfits, and shortly thereafter I see your name on the list of pilots assigned to that squad. I'm not displeased to see you serving with him,
But I do not understand. Your record is spotless, exemplary.
Jesmond gave him the barbed twitch of knowing amusement.
My record shows I am a complete failure, Uncle.
No.
Try to understand. I was first in my class on graduation. Then, whatever unit I was assigned to, whatever type of fighter or field of engagement, I ended up flying routine scouting missions, or desk assignments.
With your marks?
With my name, Uncle. My commanders were afraid of putting me in the line of fire for fear that I'd be killed, and that you'd blame them.
The Admiral rolled his eyes in different directions.
That is preposterous. General Kraken's son, Pash, has been in the path of danger since he joined the military. He even flew with Rogue Squadron, hardly the safest place in our armed forces.
Perhaps there's still some Imperial-style overprotectiveness of females, or contempt for us, also at work, Uncle. But preposterous or not, I was a waste of training. I wasn't doing anything. I can't tell you how happy I was when Commander Antilles accepted me to the new squadron, and how much happier I was the first time I was put out in the line of fire. Finally, I am a pilot, instead of a waste of volume.
She gave him a steady look.
If I do come to my death in this unit, I hope you will not hold it against Commander Antilles.
Are you happy here?
I am.
Then I will hold him blameless. But if you do everything he says and learn whatever he tries to teach you, you might not ever give me cause for such grief.
I'll try, Uncle.
After the last of the prisoners had been transferred over to Home 1, the next shuttle trip brought them their new crew for Nightcaller. Wedge was introduced to a small, neat man with a weathered face, Captain Chode Heracnus of Agamar, the new ship's captain, and to a tall, elegant-looking brown-haired woman of Coruscant, Lieutenant Atriel Taban, his second-in-command, as well as to a number of technicians and mechanics. Together they all watched Vorleus and Home 1 jump out of system. Then they set about reorganizing Nightcaller. The expanded mechanics crew, under Cubber's direction, reinforced the brackets holding the X-wings in the bow hold, making them steadier and more durable. Officers and crew were assigned permanent quarters. Since many of the former crew of Nightcaller had been stormtroopers and had not been replaced by New Republic ground troops, their departure left the ship comparatively empty. Every pilot received his own small stateroom, and Wedge, as commanding officer of a provisional group that now included the Corvette, Wraith Squadron, and Rogue Squadron, was obliged to accept the huge and garishly over-decorated captain's cabin. He immediately sent the velvet drapes and antique furnishings, collected from around the galaxy, off to the hold, and converted the captain's private audience chamber into a second conference room. Meanwhile, the pilots settled into a new routine. For Kel, it was less than a pleasant one. Nightcaller was a much smaller environment than Folor Base, and consequently he could not avoid running into Wes Jansen several times a day. Most were simply incidents of passing one another in the hall, but even those brief and innocuous encounters brought cold fear to his belly and the lockup of all the muscles in his back. After one such ordinary encounter, Runt told him, "You think he means you harm. I think he's waiting for me to make a mistake. I just don't know whether he intends to send my career into a trash receptacle or literally vape me in combat." "I think you are wrong," Runt said. "I think your bad mind is imagining things." "I think all your minds ought to go out and play in a minefield sometime so that only one or two come back." Runt responded with a braying laugh. Kel shook his head. He could never tell what his wingman would find amusing. Runt, too, was putting new skills to the test. Because of the multiplicity of his minds, he was charged with reading the mail the ship's former crewmen had received and writing responses for those who had been active correspondents, a small number, fortunately. He submitted his efforts to Face for both a human's and a performer's input, then broadcast them. He told Kell that the duty was strange and sometimes tedious, but was very helpful at teaching him to switch from one mind to another with greater speed and less effort. Meanwhile, the ship's two simulators were almost continuously occupied. The X-Wing simulator became the near-personal property of Tyria, who flew its missions obsessively, trying to bring her scores out of Wraith Squadron's basement. Meanwhile, Phelan Sandskimmer monopolized the TIE Fighter simulator, a tactic she admitted she hoped would make her the default choice for a wingman whenever Wedge flew TIE Fighter missions. Tyria prevailed upon Grinder to program simulations of launches and landings in the difficult bow hold of Nightcaller. In the ship's mess, Kell and Phelan settled in on either side of Tyria. Intently studying her datapad, she was slow in noticing their arrival.
"Oh, hello."
"We're the committee to force you to relax once in a while," Kell said. Phelan nodded. "According to our mission chrono, it has been 36 standard hours since you enjoyed any aspect of your life, and 23 since you even cracked a smile." She managed one now, a very faint one. Grinder, seated opposite her, said, "You'd think she was facing her final pilot's examination. Relax, Tyria. You made it."
"You don't know anything about it," she said. "Besides, I'm still the bottom-rated pilot in this unit."
"Not in kills," Kell said. "Because of the way Fuller Base came off, Runt and I still have 0. You got 1 there." She waved away his objection.
"You sacrificed 1 combat's worth of skills and came up with a tactic that probably saved the Borleus. That's a bright spot on your record, Kell, not a black one."
"Well," Grinder said, "there are ways to bring up your scores. Technique's a lot more effective than flying simulators hours every day until you're bone-tired and stupid from lack of food."
She looked at him dubiously.
"Such as what?"
"Well,"
he looked around conspiratorially,
"I shouldn't do this, because if you improve your rating, that leaves me at the bottom of the squadron. But I don't particularly mind. I could slice into your simulator records and bump them up a few points, put you out of the danger zone. By way of compensation, I wouldn't ask much."
She came over the table at him, knocking him off his bench to the floor, and landed on him hard. She struck him in the face 3 times, over his shouts of pain and surprise, before Kell and Phelan could shake off their shock. They scrambled around the ends of the table, converging on her, and seized her arms before she could continue, turning Grinder's face into a bloody mess. The other diners, a table full of Cubber's mechanics and technicians, watched in surprise. Some were laying down bets just as Kell and Phelan yanked Tyria upright. Her face was flushed, her expression not just furious but hate-filled as she glared down at the Bothan.
"You bastard!" she said. "How dare you?"
"You want me?"
Grinder scrambled to his feet, his nostrils streaming blood.
"A fair fight, not an ambush? Bring her to the lounge, boys. Attention!"
All of them snapped upright, mechanics included. Wedge and Jansen stood in the doorway. Both pilots looked grim as they strode in.
"Explain this,"
Wedge said. Tyria didn't immediately respond. She seemed to be concentrating on catching her breath. Phelan said, "Well, sir, we were discussing some fine points of a specific hand-to-hand combat takedown maneuver, and—" Wedge looked as pained as if Phelan had stabbed him. "Flight Officer Phelan, how many times do you suppose I've heard that we were discussing a boxing maneuver excuse?" Phelan looked confused. "I don't know, sir.
That was a rhetorical question, Fanon. Do not re-enter this conversation.
Pale where his skin could be seen under his skull prosthetic, Fanon shut up and stared off through the near wall. Wedge dropped his voice.
Grinder, Tyria, come with me.
In his ridiculously well-appointed office, with Jansen beside him, Wedge glared at the two junior officers and asked,
Grinder, did you do anything to provoke this?
If possible, the Bothan's posture became even stiffer.
I didn't think so initially, sir. But in jest I did offer to do something unethical for her. I suppose she may not have gotten the joke. Tyria, did you get the joke?
I suppose I didn't, sir.
Grinder, a good comedian adjusts his jokes for his audience. Watch Face and Fanon sometimes. They're annoying, but proficient. Dismissed.
Grinder saluted and made good his escape. Wedge turned his full attention on Tyria.
It appears to me that your response was completely out of proportion to the offense.
Yes, sir.
Explain yourself.
I have no excuse, sir.
I'd like to help you here, Flight Officer Sarkin. Your record already has one notation for gross insubordination. It would be good not to make it worse.
Tyria bit her lip. Wedge could tell that she recognized that his use of her full rank and name meant this discussion had reached a more official level.
Thank you, sir, but I have no excuse, sir.
Very well. Consider yourself on report. For the time being, your X-Wing will be reassigned to Ton Fanon. Dismissed.
For a moment she could not keep the dismay from her face. Then she recovered herself, saluted, and followed Grinder's escape vector.
Wedge sighed. Any ideas?
Jansen shook his head.
This really came out of the asteroid belt. I thought she was one of the most steady of them. Me too. Do me a favor and write up this incident report, would you? But keep the language flexible. I'd like to be able to monitor the situation and make adjustments to the report up until the time I have to file it. Will do. You going to make her apologize? No, I'm going to find out if she apologizes. A forced apology is worth nothing. True. How are things going with Tainer?
Jansen grimaced.
Worse than ever. And now I understand he's received some demolitions components from Home One. I told you, you don't have to worry about that. You also told me Tyria was one of the most steady of them.
Wedge glared in mock anger.
You don't want to get into a let's recall who has screwed up the worst contest with me, Wes. I think I'll be off to write up that report, sir. Good.
Tyria entered her quarters and switched on the lights. At her table sat Kell and Fanon.
Oh, great, she said. 1 reprimand, you get 1 pilot in your quarters. 2 reprimands, 2 pilots.
You may doubt this, Fanon said, but we're not part of your punishment. We're worried about you.
She fell over full length onto her bed and buried her face in the pillow. Her voice came out muffled.
Well, don't be.
Kell dragged his chair beside her.
Tyria, what happened in the mess was crazy. We'd like to help, but we can't if we don't understand it.
Fanon said,
Your wingman ought to be in here, but Donos is about as warm, tender, and helpful as a methane ice comet. So we're here.
Tyria, we're your friends. No, you're not. You just want to jump into bed with me.
Fanon looked crestfallen.
I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. Yes, I do want to jump into bed with you. It's nothing personal. You're talented and beautiful, and for some reason I find that appealing. But I'll break off my most ardent pursuit forever, if you wish, if you'd only talk to us.
She pulled some of her flowing hair from over her eye and stared at him. Then she looked up at Kel.
You too?
He winced.
Whatever you like.
I really wasn't assigned to this unit to make you feel worse. She managed a low chuckle. Then she rolled up on her side, her back to the cabin wall, and looked them over frankly.
Look, you two, I'll tell you this, but if it gets out, it's the end of my career. Literally, and without recourse.
I understand, Kel said. Fanon nodded.
All right. I got into the new Republican Academy pretty much for one reason, because I demonstrated I had a little control over the Force.
Fanon said, They were hoping you'd train up to be a new Luke Skywalker.
That's right, but in my early simulator work, I flew more like a drunken dinko. I was on the verge of washing out when I was transferred to a squadron for, well, remedial pilots in training. The unit commander, Colonel Repness, seemed to be a pretty good instructor. My scores came up into the acceptable range. Then just before final examinations, he came to me and said, Would you like to make sure your final examination and average scores don't just earn your wings, but also bump you out of the bottom quarter of this class?
Kel grimaced. I can see where this is going.
Well, maybe not. He wanted me to take a training run in an X-Wing and simulate equipment failure. A very sophisticated simulation, backed by transmissions from my astromech. I'd ditch in the ocean, and the rescue crews would pick me up. But the X-Wing would have sunk thousands of meters to the bottom, where no one could recover it.
Fanon nodded. Except Repness would actually have been waiting for you at the ditch site and would make off with the X-Wing, which he could put on the black market.
That's right.
Kel whistled.
What did you do? I said no, and I said that I was going to turn him in. He seemed shocked. He started begging. He said, Please wait, give him a day to tell his wife and set his affairs in order.
She took a deep breath and released it slowly.
Like an idiot, I told him I would. I was actually naive enough to think that I was the first one who'd ever refused him, that I was in charge of this situation.
Fanon grimaced. So naturally, he took the extra time to cover his tracks and set you up.
Basically, yes. I reported for duty the next morning and found out that he had put me on report for gross insubordination. He claimed that I had made advances toward him. Talk about unchecked ego. And had also made horrible disparaging remarks about his wife. With a blot like that on my record, I'd have to score very high on my final examinations and keep my record clean for a long time afterward to stay in the service. So I went to him and told him to take that off my record. And he said, You can either turn me in and see your career go straight into the incinerator, or leave the record as it is and go on to a career as the mediocre pilot you're destined to be. I didn't understand what he meant until he showed me. He'd been falsifying my records all along, since the day I transferred to his unit, recording my scores as higher than they were. I'd actually have washed out weeks before. If the truth about his offer to trade my services in stealing an X-Wing for grades went on the record, so would my true scores.
She looked very, very tired. So you kept quiet, Kel said.
Yes, I did. I shut my mouth and accepted the reprimand and graduated at the very bottom of my class. And immediately the offer to try out for this squadron came in, and I later learned it was just because of my Ranger experience. I've tried so hard to improve, and now Grinder comes to me with the same suggestion.
Fanon's voice was gentle.
I truly doubt that he was offering to raise your scores for profit, Tyria. He was just being a code slicer. Maybe. I didn't think about that. I wasn't capable of thinking. I just wanted to smash his face in. To smash Colonel Repness's face in. Kell said, "Another thing you have to understand. Wedge Antilles would never let an inferior pilot into a squadron he commanded. He's probably anticipating that I can learn more control of the Force. He's investing in that. He hasn't yet figured out it's never going to happen. In the meantime, Ton here gets my X-Wing." Thanon said, "I'm sorry." "Which means," Kell said, "that whenever Phelan is asleep or something, you should be training in the TIE Fighter simulator. You might get some time in one of the TIEs, and also do some shuttle training. I'll drop a word in Cubber's ear and see if I can get him to give you some instruction there." "All right," she said. "So," Thanon said, "are you going to hold me to my deal?" She looked confused. "What deal?" "You did talk to us. Must I now abandon my pursuit of you? That would sadden me beyond measure." Tyria's pillow bounced off his face. Well, I'll just put it on hold then." "Tell me about these Rangers," Kell said. She gave him a curious look. "Why?" "Because I'd like to know." "All right." She turned on her back and stared up at the featureless ceiling. "It's an old order, the Antarian Rangers, founded centuries ago to aid Jedi Knights. A few of them, anyway. Most of the Jedi tended to be pretty solitary, but some of them appreciated having loyal, reliable warriors to help them. Freedom's Sons were one such order, and the Rangers were another. To be a Ranger meant knowing how to move in any environment, to blend in with the forest or grassland, to sail, to swim, to dive, to pilot, to be masters of our surroundings. We were good spies, good warriors, very adept at intrusion and escape. In the old days, there were communities of the Rangers on several worlds, including Toprawa. There was some intermarrying between the Jedi and the Rangers, which may be where I inherited my own nearly useless talent with the Force. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer Rangers around. The Clone Wars killed off whole clans, and then most of the rest were purged with the Jedi. The rest went underground. My family stayed hidden for decades, and then before we could emerge, Toprawa was bombed into barbarism by the Empire. That's when the last of the Antarian Rangers on Toprawa died." "Except you," Thanon said. "I'm not sure it's a matter of except me. I expect that I will die in this service without continuing my line. The Sarkins are gone. I'm just a living reminder, hoping to make something of myself before I join them. That's why I make few plans for the future." She turned toward Kell as he opened his mouth. "Don't say it. Don't tell me that I may doom myself by being fatalistic. I've heard it before." "Then why haven't you listened?" he asked. Instead of being offended, she smiled. "Kell, I failed at everything I wanted to do in life so far. I failed to keep my family alive. I failed to learn the ways of the Force and uphold my family tradition. I failed to enter the Fighter Corps on my own merits. But I got in anyway, by way of a cheat I shouldn't have accepted. Now all I want to do is find some sort of grace, something that will make up for my failures, just once before I die. Can't you understand that?" Kell thought back to his family's last days on Alderaan, the meticulous scrubbing of their true family name from every aspect of their lives, the way his mother cursed and mourned her husband at the same time. "Believe me, I can.
Then you don't need to preach to me that what I'm doing is the wrong path.
She motioned as though to shoo them away.
Go on, you two. Let me get some rest.
As they rose, she added,
And Ton?
Yes?
Take care of my snub fighter. I want it back.
15. Captain Derillion and the Warlord will be very pleased, Face said. This time he was not wearing a disguise cobbled together in a matter of seconds. His entire face was covered in a sheath of flesh-tone polymer that allowed his skin to breathe, yet concealed his true features and scars. The polymer took makeup well and was decorated with a luxuriant mustache and the usual assembly of small scars, moles, and other defects a normal person acquires over a lifetime. He could not feel the nighttime wind in his face, but otherwise the mask was fairly comfortable. Face also wore an Imperial Lieutenant's uniform, modified to bear the extravagant rank insignia unique to Nightcaller. The man before him, Governor Nojin Kulb of the Outer Rim world of Zartan, smiled in appreciation of Face's words. "I am delighted to hear it." Face brought his voice down, made it a trifle ominous. "One thing disturbs the Warlord, however, the fact that Zartan is a recent signatory to the New Republic. Do you not feel a certain conflict between the word you've given the Provisional Council and the one you've just given the Warlord?" Governor Kulb did not lose his smile or aplomb. "Of course not, Lieutenant. It was my illustrious and so widely mourned predecessor who signed the accord with the New Republic. I did not. My loyalty is with Zinj, even if practical circumstances prevent me from declaring it publicly at this time." Face smiled in return. "We'll see to it that you can make your true feelings known as soon as possible." He extended his hand. The governor shook it. "I look forward to it. By your leave." He and his subordinates withdrew from Face and the shuttle, standing far enough away on the Ferrocrete landing pad that an ill-considered pivot of the shuttle on takeoff would not carry the thruster wash across them. Face trotted up the shuttle's boarding ramp, felt it rising to close even before he reached the top. He dropped into the co-pilot's seat beside Cubber, who wore the uniform of an Imperial ensign. "Are they on station?"
They should be by now. Let's find out.
Cubber double-tapped a button on the shuttle's comm. Face looked out across the Ferrocrete. Ahead of him, the first of Zartan's 2 suns was just beginning to rise over the innocuous bunker where he had just spent a couple of informative hours. The governor had given him the very detailed grand tour reserved for Captain Derillion. Face had seen the underground levels, the manufacturing equipment that turned out transparent steel products such as blast-proof windows and fighter canopies. All of it, the governor explained, now owned by Lord Houghton Ween, another alias of Warlord Zinj. Beyond the bunker was the parking area and arrival zone where the plant's day laborers left their personal vehicles, and beyond that was the land road leading to the nearest community. All around the complex was thick forest where the commando team was now supposed to be waiting. But Face saw no signal, heard nothing over the comm. "No sign of them," he said. "Look at your chest." Face glanced down. Dancing around on his chest was a bright red spot, the wrong end of the laser targeting sight from Donos's sniper rifle. Face half crawled out of the chair before he could bring himself under control. "All right, they're ready." He took a couple of deep breaths to bring himself under control. The red light disappeared. "I'm going to get him for that." "Sure you are." Face took off his lieutenant's cap, pulled the concealed device from within, and plugged it into the shuttle's communications console. "Tour data compressing. Ready to go." He turned on the comm. "Shuttle Adder's Bite ready to depart. Requesting communication signal integrity check."
Adderbite, this is Tower 6. Copy. Go ahead.
"Prepare for 30 seconds of nasty Verpine music. Then report signal strength." He hit the transmit button. The file began broadcasting. Coming in over an audio link, it would sound like discordant, jarring shrieks only a very few alien species could love. Acquired as data and then translated by a program written by Grinder, though, it would expand out into a holographic record of Face's tour through the manufacturing bunker. The file cut off.
Signal strength 9,
Tower 6 reported.
and that's nasty.
Don't let your children listen to it. They might get a taste for it, like mine did. Adders bite out and away.
Good luck and good flying. Tower 6 out.
Cover cut in the repulsor lifts, and the Nara smoothly rose off the ferrocrete pad. As she rose, her wings came down from their upfolded position and locked into cruising configuration. Cover elevated the bow and cut in the thrusters, punching the Nara up toward space at an abrupt angle. Face, bounced around by the crude maneuvers in spite of the inertial compensators, hurriedly strapped himself into place.
Hey, where did you earn your pilot's license?
License?
Cover broke into laughter. Listen to the boy. I don't have anything as fancy as a license. Just a few hours instruction from a couple of pilots I did some favors for. You want a smoother ride? Give me some lessons.
Oh, yeah?
Will you trade a favor for them?
Sure.
Something mechanical?
A modification to vape my R2.
Sure. Just let me station this flying can at our waiting zone, and you can tell me all about it.
100 meters from the landing pad, in a glade a few meters from the forest edge, Grinder looked over his data pad.